Chapter 151. Starting a dispute. Finding a trainer in such a remote location suggests that this trainer has at least decent skill. Kane, along with his Pokémon, moved cautiously, minimizing the noise of his steps as he slowly approached the source of the sounds. As he got closer, the battle sounds became clearer. There were rumblings, rocks flying, and fragments of stones crashing against the mountain walls. At that moment, a clear voice resonated again. "Roselia, use Stun Spore." The battle scene slowly came into view for Kane. In front of him were two Onix, the very ones he had been searching for in vain for hours, now appearing all of a sudden. Both Onix were approximately 9 meters long. As they intertwined, the terrain, which was difficult for Kane to navigate, seemed like a flat surface to them. After the Onix passed, the ground was left covered in rock fragments, but at least the path was much easier to traverse. However, what caught Kane's attention wasn't the two Onix but a girl with a red bandana tied around her head, who was accompanied by a grass-poison-type Pokémon, Roselia. It was a small Pokémon with 3 thorns on its head and a light green body. Green leaves covered its body like a dress, and the leaves on its chest had yellow parts. Its left hand had a blue rose and its right hand had a red rose. After hearing the girl's voice, Roselia uttered a clear cry and raised its 2 roses above its head. A fine, pale purple powder emerged from the flowers and spread around the 2 Onix. The Onix were so large that, although Stun Spore was a grass-type move, its effect was limited, only slightly slowing them down. Despite this, the girl showed no surprise. Seeing the Onix approach, she remained unfazed. With great agility, she moved across the debris-filled terrain, which was challenging for Kane but posed no problem for her. "Roselia, Magical Leaf. Misdreavus, use Confuse Ray." The girl, while running, continued to give commands. A Misdreavus hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared and launched a small sphere emitting confusing rays at one of the Onix. Roselia, following the girl's orders, spun the roses in its hands, releasing a flurry of leaves surrounded by a magical purple glow that struck the nearest Onix. The grass type is 4 times more effective against Onix, causing the Onix to halt its pursuit due to the pain. After Misdreavus confused one of the Onix, under the girl's commands, it worked with Roselia to take on the other Onix first. Meanwhile, the Onix that was confused began to charge erratically, unintentionally heading straight for Kane. Although the girl had considerable skill, it wasn't enough for Kane to feel intimidated. Onix was a Pokémon he needed as well, and now that one was right in front of him, he didn't plan to let it get away. Once he made his decision, Kane didn't hesitate. After searching for so long without success, now that 2 Onix had finally appeared, he wouldn't let the chance slip away. The Onix that accidentally approached Kane had a yellow quality, and although its level was 23, it met the hunter's mission requirements. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. Ghastly, use Hidden Power. Onix, being a ground rock type, is 4 times weaker to water and grass type moves, so Slowpoke's Water Gun and Ghastly's grass type Hidden Power were extremely effective. The girl, who was in the middle of the battle, saw Kane suddenly appear and begin attacking the other Onix. Immediately, her face turned cold as she shouted, "Stop! That's my target!" However, she was occupied dealing with her own enraged Onix and couldn't break free, so she could only watch helplessly as Kane attacked her prey, making her face flush with anger. Kane, upon hearing her voice, let out a scoff but paid no attention and simply ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to intensify their attacks. Murkrow flew in the air, observing the situation. Although the girl only had 2 Pokémon, no one knew if she had another trick up her sleeve, like Misdreavus, which had been hidden. Soon, both managed to defeat their respective opponents. Kane picked up the Pokeball containing Onix. The girl was slightly quicker than Kane at defeating her Onix and skillfully captured it with a Pokeball. She approached Kane, and upon seeing him calmly pocket the Pokeball without hesitation, a wave of anger rose again. She shouted, "Hey! Rude! I told you that was my target! Didn't you hear me?" With that, Roselia and Misdreavus appeared in front of her, looking both adorable and menacing. But Kane, as if he hadn't heard anything, quietly put the Pokeball in his pocket and then looked at the girl for the first time. Until now, he had only seen her back and knew she wore a red bandana on her head, a blue denim jacket, and slim jeans. Seeing her face, Kane realized she was younger than he had imagined, probably around his age. Kane didn't respond to the girl's question but instead frowned and asked, "Are you a hunter?" Hearing this, the girl was surprised. Although she didn't know how Kane had guessed, she was indeed a Pokémon hunter. A hunter talking about prey? Childish. Without waiting for the girl's response, Kane continued, a hint of mockery in his voice and eyes. Although the girl hadn't admitted it, Kane was 100% sure she was a hunter. Kane's words made her face flush even more, and although she tried to respond, she didn't know what to say. Finally, in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "HMPH! You stole my target and still dare to argue. Roselia, use Stun Spore. Miss Drevis, use Confuse Ray." Kane let out a cold smile. They were in the wild, and he wasn't one to hold back just because the other person was a girl. In his past life, he had defeated numerous powerful trainers, many of whom were women. Murkrow, disperse the Stun Spore. Slowpoke, use Confusion to break the Confuse Ray. Sneasel, use Quick Attack. Once the decision to battle is made, one must be prepared to completely defeat the opponent. Murkrow quickly dispersed Roselia's Stun Spore, and Miss Drevis's Confuse Ray also had no effect. Meanwhile, Sneasel was already approaching the enemy at incredible speed. Although the girl maintained a cautious demeanor, both had kept a certain distance, so Kane's system hadn't been able to register data on her Pokémon. However, from what he had seen in battle, the girl's Pokémon weren't weak, but they also weren't far above Kane's own. Sneasel's quick attack would undoubtedly put the girl in trouble, as none of her Pokémon could stop it. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Skarmory. The young woman coldly watched the Sneasel charging directly at her, realizing that her opponent had lethal intentions. She quickly took a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it into the air. Sneal! Another Sneasel appeared on the field. Kane hadn't expected this young woman to have a Sneasel as well. Upon seeing it, Kane's Sneasel paused momentarily, refraining from launching another attack. It sensed a trace of danger from this new counterpart. Kane frowned as he observed the newly appeared Sneasel, without blaming his own for stopping. Sneasel was still new to his team, and in situations like this, its own judgment took precedence over Kane's commands. This was a matter of trust that required time to build. However, the fact that the young woman also had a Sneasel was surprising to Kane. It wasn't a common Pokémon like Beedrill but a relatively rare species. And from the reaction of his own Sneasel, it was evident that hers was not weak, as it felt threatened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped. "Return, Sneasel," Kane said with a stern tone. This young woman was clearly a hunter, and if she had made it this far, her strength could not be underestimated. From the way she had directed her Pokémon in the previous battle, it was evident that she was no novice. "Hey! Are you also a hunter?" the young woman suddenly asked, still somewhat annoyed, in a voice that sounded like chimes. Kane hesitated for a moment before nodding. In this situation, there was no need to hide it. Besides, even if he denied it, would she believe him? The young woman observed Kane's Pokémon, another Sneasel as strong as hers, a pale pink Slowpoke, a well-developed Murkrow, and a stealthy Ghastly, powerful Pokémon, all of them. She realized that she probably wouldn't be able to reclaim her Onix. Although she didn't fear Kane, true strength is only revealed in battle. However, from the decisive and lethal way Kane had acted, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. In a fight to the end, there was no certainty of who would come out alive. Kane also hesitated after seeing the young woman Sneasel. It was clear that she was not like the low-ranking team Rocket Grunts. She had survival and Pokémon capturing skills, which meant her combat ability was likely not much different. After a brief moment, Kane made a decision: fight. Even if it came at a cost, he had to ensure she didn't get away. If she was already strong now, how far could she go in the future? Though this was just a minor conflict, it could spark a deadly battle in the future. If the power the young woman had shown was all she had, Kane had an 80% chance of stopping her here. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Agility. If they were going to fight, the first thing was to get his Pokémon into their best state. The young woman watched as Kane commanded his Pokémon, with a determined expression. Where did he get the confidence to believe he could stop her here? Hey! Rude! Is it really necessary to risk your life over a single Onix? Are you so sure you can beat me? She said, exasperated, feeling like the most wronged party. But Kane paid no attention to her words, remaining silent and directing his Pokémon to prepare. As for Ghastly, Kane kept it close, ready for any unexpected danger. The young woman, seeing that Kane was completely ignoring her, felt another surge of anger welling up inside her. But was she really going to fight to the death over an Onix that wasn't worth much? That was not a rational decision. Frustrated, she stomped the ground hard, as if the stones underfoot were the face of that expressionless fool in front of her. After venting a bit, like a deflated balloon, she muttered, "How stupid of me to argue with a madman. What bad luck. HMPH. With that, she pulled another Pokeball from her belt and threw it into the air. Kane watched as the young woman tossed another Pokeball, narrowing his eyes. Did she have more Pokémon? Just as he was preparing to strike, a Pokémon encased in silver armor with red wings and a sharp beak appeared. When the Pokémon appeared, Kane immediately recognized its name, Skarmory, a steel and flying type Pokémon. A Pokémon with extraordinary resistance, it was only weak to fire and electric type moves, while attacks from normal, flying, steel, psychic, dragon, and fairy types dealt half damage. Bug and grass type attacks only dealt a quarter of the damage, and ground and poison type moves were completely ineffective. Out of the 18 types, Skarmory resisted or was immune to 10. Its resilience was not to be underestimated. Kane had no fire or electric type Pokémon, which meant that a battle against Skarmory would be extremely difficult. What he didn't expect was that the young woman, with an angry expression, would climb onto Skarmory's back. Then, in front of Kane, she withdrew her other 3 Pokémon, muttering, "There's no point fighting a madman." Without looking at Kane, she patted Skarmory's neck, signaling it to leave. But, just before departing, she couldn't contain her anger. Shouting from above, she said, "HMPH. You're a madman. I won't stoop to your level. My name is Karen. Next time you hear this name, you better step aside, or I'll bite you to death." And with that, she left, riding on her Skarmory without looking back. She could only regret her bad luck this time. Kane's Pokémon watched as the opponent fled, then looked at their trainer, waiting for instructions. But Kane made no move, simply watching as she disappeared into the horizon. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Maybe I should get a flying Pokémon, it would be really convenient." It was an unexpected thought. As for the young hunter named Karen's escape, Kane saw it but couldn't do anything about it. They were too far away, and the unexpected Skarmory had surprised him. With that Pokémon, he didn't have many options. If Skarmory hadn't appeared, Kane would have had an 80% chance of stopping her. But with Skarmory present, that probability dropped to 50%, or even less. Since he couldn't achieve it, there was no point in continuing the fight. At least he had captured an Onix, which meant he came out ahead. But the idea of seeking a flying Pokémon for travel remained etched in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 153. Return to Mahogany Town. After the she-hunter left, Kane didn't linger any longer. He had already captured the Onix, so the main objective of his trip to the Ice Mountain was accomplished. Now, his main goal was to return to the Team Rocket base to obtain the mission items. Kane released the Onix he had just captured, and under the threat of Slowpoke, it quickly surrendered. Although this Onix would be used to complete a mission in the Hunters Guild, using it as a means of transportation first wasn't a bad idea, as in these mountainous paths, it was the most suitable. Kane, along with his Pokémon, climbed onto Onix and descended the mountain at great speed. For Onix, the rugged path was no different from a flat surface. After descending the mountain, Kane didn't return Onix to its Pokeball. He found that moving this way was much faster than walking. Although it attracted many furious attacks from other Pokémon, Kane didn't mind. He saw it as an opportunity for his Pokémon to train. The influence of the young woman he had seen earlier had been significant. He couldn't just focus on what was right in front of him, as there were many young, powerful trainers. Moving without stopping, Onix ignored the smaller trees, only adjusting its direction in front of the thicker ones. They also crossed the territory of many powerful Pokémon, and Onix made so much noise that it was often seen as a provocation. Onix almost wanted to cry. By nature, it would never dare to do something like this, but with an ancestor on its back constantly threatening it, it had no choice. It really wanted to tell the wild, angry Pokémon attacking it that it was being forced not to attack it. However, its worries were unnecessary. Although some powerful Pokémon couldn't be defeated by Kane and his team, they could delay them long enough. Once out of their territory, most Pokémon stopped pursuing. Although there were some who didn't give up easily, with Sneasel's speed-reducing moves, they could shake them off. If they couldn't get rid of them, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel would launch various moves at their pursuers, which was hard to withstand. Thus, the attacks Onix feared never came, and their path was clear and unhindered. Before the sun set, Kane, riding Onix, reached the outskirts of the forest, much faster than it had taken him to enter. If it weren't for the increasing number of people, Kane would have wanted to ride Onix straight to Mahogany Town. He even started considering if he should keep Onix as a means of transportation for a while longer. After all, it was much more convenient than walking. Having learned his lesson, Kane changed into normal clothes, put on a baseball cap, and, with his head down, passed through the crowd and entered Mahogany Town. A more serious atmosphere could be felt in the town, as if a deadly tension enveloped the place. The conflict between the League and Team Rocket is escalating. Better to finish the mission as soon as possible, Kane thought silently. Kane entered the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center, a place that used to be bustling but now felt somewhat empty. Kane didn't even have to wait in line for treatment. He handed the Super Ball containing Sneasel to the Pokémon Center's medical staff, paid, and asked them to check Sneasel's health. Sneasel was a recently captured Pokémon from the wild. Although it appeared to be in good condition, Kane wasn't sure if it had any internal injuries or similar issues. After all, in the wild, Pokémon don't receive proper treatment and, when hurt, can only lick their wounds silently in a cave. After waiting a while, Kane retrieved the Super Ball. He learned that Sneasel was fine, except for slight malnutrition. The medical staff suggested that if Kane had extra resources, he should give Sneasel more nutritious food, like Pokeblocks. Kane smiled and nodded at the medical staff's recommendation. He booked a room at the Pokémon Center. Given the current situation in Mahogany Town, Kane didn't feel safe staying at a hotel. At night, he took some time to visit the black market in Mahogany Town. Due to the presence of the largest Team Rocket base in the Johto region in this town, most of the sellers in the black market were also Team Rocket members. In his past life, Kane was very familiar with the black market here, so he easily presented his Pokémon to the Hunters Guild and received a significant amount of points and money. Kane decided to keep Onix for now. After all, the mission completion deadline was a month away, and he wasn't in a rush to turn it in, as Onix could still be useful to him. Swinub earned him a total of 150,000 points, and the light green quality Donphan brought him 500,000. Additionally, Kane had earned 200,000 Pokédollars for preparing Pokeblocks for Whitney, added to the 2.4 million Pokédollars he already had. Now, Kane had a total of 3.25 million Pokédollars. To an average person, that might seem like a fortune, but for someone like Kane, who had 6 or more Pokémon to train, it was an insignificant amount. And that only covered the materials Kane had bought. If he had acquired rare items or TMs, his account would have been emptied instantly. Kane knew he had to save some money for emergencies, so he decided to postpone buying moves for his Pokémon. Unless absolutely necessary, Kane preferred to obtain the moves he wanted through Team Rocket's exchange system. When he left the black market, Kane felt somewhat relieved. It was clear that the atmosphere in the black market was also serious. The usually noisy street vendors barely spoke, and many people were urgently trying to sell their belongings to buy items or materials that could quickly enhance their power. No one was foolish, everyone noticed something strange while walking through the town. Recently, League trainers were appearing more and more on the streets, and there were many new faces, leading some to guess what was happening. While walking through the streets, few people talked to each other, most were busy with their own affairs, and if someone did speak, it was only briefly before moving on. Kane didn't stay outside long and returned to the Pokémon Center, where he at least knew he'd be safe, as he still had the identity of a League trainer. Tomorrow I'll pick up the items and leave. The situation is becoming unsustainable, Kane thought as he lay down to sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 154. The Base at the Lake of Rage. The next morning, after leaving the Pokémon Center, Kane disguised himself and headed north of Mahogany Town. The Lake of Rage is located to the north of Mahogany Town. Originally, there were some residents around the lake, but due to Team Rocket's invasion of the area, everyone moved to Mahogany Town. Now, everything around the Lake of Rage is controlled by Team Rocket. Kane, dressed in civilian clothes and without carrying any Pokémon, walked north. Previously, many people would visit the Lake of Rage from Mahogany Town as tourists, so the League built a road to facilitate access for residents and visitors. However, now that road benefited Team Rocket. On the way, Kane encountered a few people, most showing subtle signs of being with Team Rocket. Although not obvious at first glance, Kane noticed these details. Without stopping, he continued walking alone to the north. After 2 hours, the path ended at a steel wall, with only one entrance guarded by a gate and several guards stationed there. Kane adjusted his clothes as he slowly walked towards them under their watchful eyes. One of the guards approached Kane, expressionless, and said, "This is a private area, entry is not allowed without authorization." Without saying a word, Kane slightly lifted his clothing, revealing a belt with Team Rocket's emblem on his waist. He then took out a Team Rocket ID card. Although the guard kept a neutral face, seeing Kane's belt and ID card softened his expression slightly. He took Kane's ID and said stiffly, "Wait here." He then stepped aside and entered the guard booth to verify Kane's identity, while the other guards kept watching him. Kane nodded slightly in his mind. Although corruption was rampant in many other Team Rocket bases, the management system here seemed quite solid. At least the quality of the guards indicated that Team Rocket in Mahogany Town wasn't just a front. After a short time, the guard returned, handed Kane back his ID card, and motioned for him to pass through the gate. This place was only the entrance to the Lake of Rage area, not the research base. Even so, the control was quite strict, likely due to recent changes in Mahogany Town. Kane walked through the gate set up by Team Rocket, with still an hour's walk left to the Lake of Rage. Once past the gate, it was evident that people no longer hid their affiliation with Team Rocket. Everyone wore some emblem of Team Rocket, whether in full uniform or at least a badge on their chest. To avoid trouble, Kane also took a Team Rocket badge from his belt and pinned it to his chest. Then, he tucked in his shirt to clearly display the Team Rocket belt on his waist. After these adjustments, the curious glances around him noticeably decreased. Calmly, Kane adjusted his outfit and released Murkrow from its pokeball. Immediately, the looks around him disappeared completely. Sometimes, it's necessary to show your fangs so that those with ill intentions back off. With Murkrow by his side, Kane headed directly toward the research base at the Lake of Rage. There were more and more Team Rocket members accompanied by Pokémon, and no one paid attention to Kane's presence. He had fully blended in. An hour later, at the entrance of an underground tunnel, 10 uniformed Team Rocket members guarded the entrance, surveying the area and securing the perimeter. Unlike the areas Kane had passed before, the atmosphere here was much more serious. Kane's appearance caught their attention, though they weren't as strict as before. After all, most who reached this point were Team Rocket members whose identities had already been verified. However, this wasn't a place just anyone could enter, so 2 guards approached Kane to stop him. "Kid, you're not allowed to come any closer," said one of them, a fierce-looking man with a menacing smile. His expression was intimidating enough to make a child cry. "I need to see your captain, I have an issue," Kane said, looking at him. The man was at least 2 meters tall, with muscles that looked chiseled out of rock. Compared to him, Kane looked like a child. The two guards exchanged glances, then looked at Murkrow on Kane's shoulder. Seeing that Kane didn't seem afraid, they recognized he wasn't a rookie in Team Rocket. "Come with us, and don't look around," said the man in a stern tone. They seemed to have recognized Kane's strength, otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed just anyone to ask to see their captain without question. They led Kane to the entrance of the underground tunnel, where they presented him to a young, ordinary-looking man. "Captain, this kid wants to see you," the fierce guard said, his voice less intimidating than before. Clearly, he didn't dare be so brazen in front of his superior. The captain, who had been busy with a knife, looked up and examined Kane. "What's your business?" he asked. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my post," said the fierce guard, quickly slipping away like a mouse fleeing a cat. Kane took a black badge from his belt and showed it to the captain before quickly putting it away again. That black badge was the one Umbra had given Kane, representing his status as a reserve member of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit. Although the captain only saw the badge for a second, he recognized what it was, and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Kane closely for 3 seconds before speaking. "I've been expecting you, it's about time you arrived." Now it was Kane's turn to be surprised. What did that mean? Had he been sent by Umbra to wait for him? The captain stood up and said to Kane, "Come, I'll take you inside." Then, he turned to his subordinates, "I'm taking him inside, and you better not slack off while I'm gone." "Understood." The guards, who looked like bulls, trembled at his words and quickly nodded. Satisfied, the captain opened the underground tunnel door and led Kane inside. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Combat Evaluation. The Team Rocket research base at the Lake of Rage was a place Kane had visited countless times in his past life, so he knew the terrain very well. However, the current layout was completely different from what he remembered. Currently, all of Team Rocket's facilities at the base were in perfect condition, untouched by any surprise attacks from the Alliance, which gave the place an entirely new appearance. When Kane visited the base in his past life, it was already in ruins. The facilities were shattered, with battle scars on the walls, the floor, and every corner. At that time, he was tasked with cleaning up the base so Team Rocket could resume its research operations. While he might not be able to boast about much, Kane felt confident that he knew every nook and cranny of the base. Following closely behind the young man, Kane passed through several checkpoints as they ventured deeper into the base. Kane remembered clearly that the base had 5 underground levels, and access to each level required increasingly restrictive permissions. The young man guiding him had reached the 3rd underground level, where entry required at least the rank of a captain. Upon arriving at the entrance to the 4th level, the young man finally stopped and typed a series of numbers into a keypad on the door. Moments later, the image of a middle-aged man with a mustache appeared on the screen above the keypad. "Sir, the person has arrived," said the young man respectfully, addressing the man on the screen. "Oh?" "Bring him inside," the man replied, squinting slightly when he saw Kane behind the young man. The door, which could only be opened with special permissions, immediately unlocked, and the young man led Kane further inside. According to usual access points, the previous door required captain-level permission, and the young man needing to request additional access indicated that he had the rank and authority of a Team Rocket captain. The middle-aged man on the screen clearly held at least the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket, and it seemed that he was the person Kane was actually meant to meet. Senior officers in Team Rocket were typically high-level trainers, with some even being near elite level. In his past life, Kane had reached that level but failed to progress further. To advance within Team Rocket, strength is only part of the challenge, the value of contributions is also a crucial factor. The research base at the Lake of Rage had 5 levels, each decreasing in size like an inverted pyramid. Kane was now on the 4th level, a high-security area. In terms of power, he didn't have the merits to be here, it was all thanks to Umbra's backing. Shortly after, the young man guided Kane to an office. At the center of the office was a large desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man in a white coat with a small mustache, the same man who had granted them access. Upon seeing Kane enter, the man's eye sparkled. This young man must be the mission target, correct? The young Team Rocket member, with his head bowed, answered respectfully, "Yes, sir. I saw his badge." With this confirmation, the middle-aged man scrutinized Kane from head to toe, paying special attention to the Murkrow on his shoulder. Immediately, Murkrow felt as if a wild beast were watching him, and all its feathers stood on end. The man let out a laugh and pressed a yellow button on his desk. With a click, a wall split in half, revealing a secret room that looked like a training gym. Rubbing his mustache, the man smiled and said, "Milan, test his strength." "Yes, sir," responded the young Team Rocket member, whose name was Milan. A test of strength? Was this part of the mission? Slightly confused, Kane stepped into the secret training room. The room was spacious, equipped with various training tools and a moderately sized battlefield at the center, made of durable material. "Show your strength. If you pass the evaluation, you'll get what you want," said the middle-aged man, sitting comfortably in his chair with a mocking smile as he rubbed his mustache. "Test my strength?" Wasn't it obvious that the opponent was a captain? Kane felt a bit helpless. How was he supposed to fight against an opponent like that? Such a large power difference wouldn't be interesting. "Milan, use only one Pokémon." "Young man, you may use as many Pokémon as you wish, and there are no restrictions on battle rules." "Fight with everything you've got," the middle-aged man said, as if reading Kane's thoughts. Kane narrowed his eyes. He couldn't reveal all his Pokémon, but if the opponent only used one, he still had a chance, especially since there were no restrictions on battle rules. Besides, Kane doubted his opponent would dare to kill him. Despite his lack of power, Kane represented one of Team Rocket sub-leaders, Umbra, an elite-level trainer. Though Umbra might not stir much trouble over the loss of a subordinate, the middle-aged man wouldn't want to risk creating a poor impression with Umbra either. Milan took out a Pokeball with Team Rocket symbol on his belt and threw it onto the field, releasing a Golbat. Golbat's information appeared in Kane's mind. Pokémon. Golbat, light green. Gender? Male. Level. 32. Type. Poison plus flying. Ability. Inner focus. Held item. None. Egg moves. Gust, feint attack. Basic moves. Absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray, air cutter, swift, poison fang, mean look. Learned moves. Snatch, defog. TM moves. Hidden power, water, shadow ball, sleep talk, substitute. For a Team Rocket captain, it was common to have Pokémon at level 30 or higher. This level 32 Golbat seemed to be one of the weaker ones in his team. The man wasn't using his full strength, partly because he didn't see it as necessary and partly to avoid making it obvious that he was exploiting his advantage, which could harm his career. While Umbra probably wouldn't bother dealing with a member of Team Rocket at this level, a mere hint of Umbra's displeasure could make many want to get rid of him to gain their superior's favor. Since the man had reservations, that gave Kane more room to maneuver. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Milan. Golbat, as a poison and flying-type Pokémon, is vulnerable to Slowpoke's psychic-type attacks, which counter its poison typing, and Sneasel's ice-type attacks, which counter its flying typing. However, Slowpoke couldn't be shown openly at the moment, making Sneasel the best choice. Even though the middle-aged man said Kane wasn't limited in the number of Pokémon he could use, Gastly's level was only 19, making it unfit to face a level 32 Golbat, and Miltank wasn't suitable to bring out at this moment either. Kane threw a Pokeball, and after a flash of red light, Sneasel appeared on the field with its arms crossed and a cold expression. Milan and the middle-aged man showed slight surprise at seeing Sneasel. With their experience, they could discern something, at least by its appearance. It was clear Sneasel had extraordinary potential. Murkrow, Sneasel, this time, both of you will participate, Kane said. Kane had full confidence in Murkrow, but with Sneasel, who had just been captured and hadn't yet developed strong synchronization, the outcome of this battle largely depended on its performance. Golbat, use Confuse Ray on Murkrow, Milan ordered calmly, initiating the attack. As Milan's voice fell, a small glowing orb appeared in Golbat's mouth. Murkrow, use Tailwind to increase speed. Sneasel, use Agility. Although Golbat was strong, at least with Tailwind and Agility, Murkrow and Sneasel would not be slower than it. The Tailwind move sped up the entire team, allowing both Sneasel and Murkrow to increase their speed. In addition, Sneasel used Agility to further boost its speed, making it, at its peak, faster than Golbat. Before Murkrow entered the field, Kane had removed its weights, so now Murkrow was at its limit. The speed of Golbat's Confuse Ray was fast, but since this move was Ghost-type, it had little effect on Murkrow and Sneasel, both Dark types. Although Murkrow didn't manage to completely dodge, the move didn't have its intended impact. Milan wasn't surprised. He had ordered the use of Confuse Ray only to probe the situation. Sneasel, use Taunt, then Quick Attack. Murkrow, engage closely with Wing Attack. Sneasel extended a hand, pointing at Golbat. A dark aura emanated from its body, causing Golbat's eyes to turn red and its desire to attack to increase. In that case, we'll use Wing Attack as well, Milan responded. Taunt is a move that forces the opponent to use only offensive moves for a period, preventing it from using status moves. Golbat lunged at Murkrow, its wings charged with flying-type energy clashing violently. The power difference was evident after the clash. Murkrow was sent flying back, while Golbat barely wobbled and stepped back slightly. After Murkrow was knocked away, Sneasel, having used Quick Attack, launched itself at Golbat with its sharp claws. Sneasel, use Ice Punch, Kane ordered. Right on cue, Kane gave the command, and Sneasel charged its attack with Ice-type energy as it swung its fist. Boom! The Ice Punch connected, and the Ice-type attack's effectiveness against flying types inflicted much greater damage than Golbat had sustained when clashing with Murkrow. Golbat, use Swift, Milan ordered, unfazed by the damage his Pokémon had received. Golbat had several Ghost-type moves, which were ineffective against Dark-type Pokémon, making this battle difficult for it. Sneasel, unable to dodge in time, was grazed by the Swift attack. Before it could launch another attack, it had to pull back to dodge. Kane watched the battle intently, his eyes glinting with thought. The middle-aged man had said there were no rules, but Kane knew it wouldn't be that simple. If the battle continued like this, he wasn't sure he could win. Had he had more time to train Sneasel, it might have been different, but there was still something missing. During the previous attack, when Kane ordered Sneasel to use Ice Punch, although Sneasel reacted quickly, there was still a slight lack of synchronization. If the synchronization were perfect, Sneasel would have anticipated the attack and started preparing even before receiving the command. That way, the Ice Punch would have been ready at the exact moment Kane gave the order, not when it began preparing. Golbat would have taken much more damage. Seeming to understand something, Kane made a decision and said coldly, Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Sneasel, use Icicle Spear, and attack the human. Were there no mentioned rules? Then, was attacking a human also fair game? Attacking the trainer, would Golbat continue attacking or retreat to defend? Either way, it would be difficult for him, as Kane had two Pokémon. The middle-aged man, who had been watching the battle from the side, stopped rubbing his mustache for a moment and then smiled. Murkrow began to focus its electric-type hidden power in the air, while Sneasel, upon hearing Kane's command, also started to surround itself with a white cold current. Milan heard Kane's command and, after a brief pause, did not get angry but instead cracked a smile. As a member of Team Rocket, one had to be like this, willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Fighting honorably like an Alliance trainer would be like playing house, wouldn't it? Quickly, Murkrow's energy orb and Sneasel's massive ice pillar formed and passed in front of Golbat, heading straight for Milan. Boom! The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Kane frowned as he watched Murkrow and Sneasel complete their attack. He noticed Golbat hadn't returned to defend or launched a counterattack, it had simply stood there on the field. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged man, who had been sitting in an executive chair, stood up, smiling as he applauded. I thought after being off the island for a while, you might have forgotten how to fight. But your instincts aren't bad, it's no wonder Umbra chose you, said the man. Hearing his words, Kane raised an eyebrow. Were they testing if he had the cold-bloodedness to kill? As the dust settled, Milan also approached, accompanied by a wheezing. Clearly, Milan had called out wheezing to block Murkrow and Sneasel's attacks. Seeing wheezing, Kane's pupils contracted. According to the data scan by the system, wheezing's level was 39, and its dark green potential made it far stronger than Golbat. Neither Murkrow nor Sneasel could defeat it, even working together. Let me introduce your predecessor, a member of the previous generation of the Trial Island, and currently a Team Rocket captain, Milan, the middle-aged man said, patting Milan on the shoulder. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Surprise attack by the Alliance. Upon hearing the explanation from the middle-aged man, Kane felt a slight unease in his heart. A participant from the previous trial? Now he had already reached the rank of captain, which meant that after leaving the test island, he had likely been promoted directly to that level. Team Rocket's test island program lasts 3 months, but there's not always a trial mission every 3 months. The interval between each test varies, but it generally doesn't exceed half a year. Not everyone has the prior experience that Kane, who has been reborn, possesses. Therefore, this man named Milan, who has managed to become a captain in around 6 months, must have exceptional talent and strength. Milan stood aside without saying a word. Those who leave Test Island aren't like students graduating from school, where seniors look after newcomers. Survivors from Test Island are usually extremely selfish and only care about things that benefit them. The middle-aged man didn't provide further explanations. He only mentioned Milan because he worked under his command. He took out a small black box, palm-sized, and handed it to Kane, saying, "This is what Mr. Umbra needs. I've prepared it for a long time. Now I'm giving it to you, and it's your responsibility to ensure it reaches him safely." As he said this, the man's gaze turned severe. Although he usually appeared as a smiling and harmless person, no one achieves the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket without accumulating dozens or even hundreds of lives. Kane took the box seriously and stored it in his ring. He had no right to ask what was inside. His task was simply to deliver it to Umbra. In the Pokémon world, although teleportation methods are highly developed, some items cannot be transmitted due to their high energy content or other reasons. For instance, a high-quality evolutionary stone contains too much energy, preventing teleportation methods from quantifying it, so it cannot be sent. That's why the postal profession still exists in the Pokémon world. Well, if there's nothing else, don't stay here. The situation in Mahogany Town is unstable right now, said the middle-aged man as he handed the box to Kane, signaling him to leave. Yes, Kane responded, nodding. The situation in Mahogany Town wasn't safe at the moment, and a battle could break out at any time. Boom! Just as they finished speaking, the entire base suddenly shook, and countless alarms began to blare. Although it was only a slight movement, the walls of the base began to crack. Damn it, are they going to attack now? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned grim. Was the Alliance launching an attack? What were the sentries doing? Milan's expression also changed. In a direct confrontation between the Alliance and Team Rocket, even as a captain, he wasn't sure he could survive. Both quickly left the office, ignoring Kane's presence. If the Alliance was really attacking, no one would care about a minor character like him. Kane's face showed concern. If the Alliance launched an attack at that moment, getting out of there would be a problem. He looked at the office door. The two who had just left probably wouldn't be back soon. Slowpoke, set a reference point here, Kane said resolutely, summoning his Slowpoke. Although the Alliance's attack was a disaster for the Team Rocket base, it also represented an opportunity for Kane. Not to mention anything else, the main database of the research center's computer held countless valuable data. If he could access it, the knowledge Kane had accumulated in his previous life might not even compare to what he could obtain now. However, the main computer of the research center was on the 5th level, a place not even Team Rocket's senior officer had access to. Only those who achieved elite officer rank or were key researchers in the center could access those levels. If Slowpoke set a reference point here, Kane might have the chance to return later, though the level of danger would be unpredictable. Kane was determined to act according to the situation. Once Slowpoke set the reference point and Kane returned it to its Pokeball, the two men who had left returned with grim expressions. Seeing Kane still there, the middle-aged man's face turned colder, and with some impatience, he said, "Milan, take this kid outside. I have to go transfer the data." "Follow me," Milan said as he grabbed Kane by the shoulder, coldly. At that moment, no one cared about a minor character like Kane. The middle-aged man had ordered Milan to escort Kane, which could delay his preparations for the upcoming battle, and he might be injured or even die in the confrontation with the Alliance. Therefore, there was no reason for Milan to treat Kane kindly. Kane frowned as Milan dragged him out of the office, enduring the pain in his shoulder without saying a word, allowing himself to be taken up to the 3rd level. "There's an elevator here that takes you directly to the surface. Go up now and don't head south. The Alliance is attacking from that direction, but the people there should be able to hold them off a little longer." Saying this, he pushed Kane into an elevator, closed the door, and left without another word. Kane remained silent inside the elevator. A few seconds later, he felt the elevator begin to move, ascending rapidly. Half a minute later, when the elevator door opened again, Kane was already outside, under the sun, feeling the warmth on his skin. He heard faint sounds of explosions and saw flashes of fire in the distance, towards the south. "It seems the Alliance is quite determined this time," Kane murmured. After reaching a quasi-elite power level in his previous life, Kane had investigated the reasons behind this Alliance attack. Although his knowledge wasn't complete, he had managed to glean some clues from others' conversations. It appeared that the Lake of Rage Research Center was involved in studies that affected the Alliance's fundamental interests. They were conducting research on Pokémon evolution directions, and although it wasn't clear how far they had advanced, they must have been close to a major breakthrough, prompting the Alliance to act. After leaving the elevator, Kane didn't choose to leave directly. Although staying there was very dangerous, the possibility of accessing that data was hard to ignore. Even obtaining just a small portion could be immensely helpful to him. The system could perform all its functions thanks to the vast amount of data stored in its database. If he could obtain part of that data, he might discover a way to incubate the Larvitar egg or find a reliable method for psychics to increase their power rapidly. Despite the risk, it was worth a try. And if things got really bad, he always had Slowpoke's teleport move as a trump card. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Ariana vs. Pryce. In the center of the battlefield, at the point where the two sides clashed. At the forefront of the Rocket team stood a woman with a white cloak and fiery red hair. With a grim expression, she petted a Houndoom by her side. Leading the League team was an elderly man with white hair, full of energy, leaning on a cane. Next to him, surprisingly, was a Swinub. However, no one dared underestimate that seemingly harmless Swinub. This elderly man, leader of the League team, was none other than Pryce, the gym leader of Mahogany Town, an expert in Ice-type Pokémon, especially in breeding and training Swinub to surpass their natural limitations. The leader of the Rocket team was Ariana, one of Team Rocket's for executives and the one in charge of the base at Mahogany Town. "Pryce, how can you still take part in these fights? What have those League politicians offered you?" Ariana said through gritted teeth. This was her territory. If the League managed to break through their defenses, she would be primarily responsible. Even if it wasn't directly her fault, Giovanni would likely note her lack of performance. Hee, girl, don't get so nervous. You know exactly what's going on here. I don't need to explain it to you, Pryce replied, rubbing the handle of his cane. I'm here under orders. If you insist on blocking the way, don't blame me for using my power against you. Hearing Pryce's words, Ariana's expression grew even darker. She knew very well that, while both were at an elite trainer level, the differences between them were notable. Pryce, being a veteran, was a formidable opponent that she couldn't easily face. However, she couldn't allow them to pass so easily. At the very least, she had to buy time until her team completed the copying of all important data to minimize losses. Otherwise, explaining things to Giovanni would be even more challenging. Resolutely, Ariana unhooked several Pokeballs from her belt. Counting carefully, there were 8 in total. She threw them all at once, and on the battlefield appeared imposing, energetic Pokémon. Pryce watched Ariana's moves, smiling calmly as he drew 4 Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon onto the battlefield. A great battle was about to begin. However, the difference between Ariana and Pryce was evident. Although Ariana had a total of 9 Pokémon, including the Houndoom already on the field, Pryce had only released 5 Pokémon, including Swinub, and both were fighting evenly. This clearly showed who had the advantage. With the start of their battle, the other members of the League and Rocket also began to clash. Here, the difference became apparent. The League trainers, who hadn't experienced bloody battles, showed their weaknesses when facing Rocket members head-on. Often, a Rocket member fighting with all their might could take on 2 League trainers of the same level, and if the latter made a mistake, they could even be defeated. Watching the battles unfold, Pryce began to frown. He took out 3 more Pokeballs, releasing 3 elite or quasi-elite level Pokémon, tipping the scales in favor of the League. Snow began to fall from the sky, and Pryce finally unleashed his full power. Ariana gritted her teeth as she saw her side being overwhelmed by Pryce's Pokémon, unable to do anything. She was now using all her strength to face Pryce, and in the middle of the battle, she couldn't worry about anyone else. The situation started to become chaotic. After half an hour of fighting, under the fierce assault of Pryce's Pokémon, the League finally broke Team Rocket's defensive line and led its trainers toward the base. From a safe distance, hidden on the ground, Kane watched, not daring to move. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle between Ariana and Pryce from his position 2 kilometers away, the small snowflakes reaching there gave him an idea of Pryce's power. Pryce's strength was truly terrifying. Simply with the ability to change the weather and make it snow within a radius of over 2 kilometers, it was clear that this was not just an ordinary move, but the manipulation of the weather over an entire region. The power of an elite-level veteran was incredible. When Kane saw the League breaking Rocket's defensive line, he summoned his Slowpoke and changed his mask to one he'd never used before. Placing his hand on Slowpoke's back, he waited for the perfect moment to act. The battle between Ariana and Pryce was at a stalemate, but it was clear that Ariana was at a disadvantage. Although she had more Pokémon, quantity didn't guarantee quality. Every time she attempted a surprise attack on Pryce, it was intercepted by the Swinub at his side. The sole purpose of that Swinub was to control the snowfall and protect Pryce. Therefore, in reality, the battle between Ariana and Pryce was a 9-on-4 confrontation, yet Ariana was still at a disadvantage. Kane waited until the League pushed the battle line toward the base entrance before starting to move. By that time, several trainers had already managed to penetrate the underground base, and those who entered first were likely exploring its depths. Slowpoke, teleport us to the marked point from before, Kane ordered as he touched Slowpoke's back, communicating telepathically through his Pokémon's psychic powers. Slowpoke's eyes glowed intensely, and, since the distance wasn't very far, it quickly located the reference point they'd left earlier. Surrounded by a bubble of psychic energy, they vanished from their original spot in an instant. When Slowpoke used Teleport, a League trainer with a psychic Pokémon suddenly frowned and approached Pryce, speaking in a low voice, "Mr. Pryce, someone just used Teleport toward the interior of the base." Hearing this, Pryce's eyes narrowed, and a glint of light shone in his gaze. "Don't worry. Keep tracking. When they try to leave, use the spatial energy wave to stop them." His tone at the end of the sentence was cold. If someone took advantage of the battle to gain an advantage, Pryce would not let them escape easily. "Understood," the man replied. The League should not be underestimated. In the Pokémon world, there are many psychics, and a large part of them have been recruited by the League. The man who had spoken to Pryce was one of them. "Accelerate the attack, enter," Pryce ordered, his voice not very loud, but resonating throughout the battlefield. Finally, after being on the defensive for so long, Pryce began directing his Pokémon to launch an assault. When Pryce changed tactics, the pressure on Ariana increased significantly. However, she continued to wait, hoping that her subordinates would complete the data transfer before it was too late. At that moment, Kane, taking advantage of Slowpoke's teleport move, entered the office where they had been before. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Entering the 5th floor. It wasn't clear how the League had caused so much commotion earlier, but the solid wall of the office now had fine cracks. Kane returned to the place, finding the office empty. With his Slowpoke by his side, Kane left the office. In his previous life, he had cleared both the 4th and 5th floors several times, so he knew the area well. This familiarity was one of the reasons he dared to take advantage of the confusion. The place was completely deserted, the Team Rocket researchers had evacuated long ago, and the fighters were on the upper floors, battling the League. He encountered no obstacles along his way. The doors that usually required authorization opened easily before him. All Kane needed to do was place his hand on the small computer next to the door, and his system would hack it, opening the door without leaving a trace. In less than 5 minutes, Kane reached the entrance leading from the 4th to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, the League members, advancing while fighting Team Rocket members, had only reached the 2nd floor. At this rate, Kane could be miles away before they reached the 5th floor. However, Kane hesitated in front of the 5th floor entrance. He recalled the words of the Team Rocket senior officer. He already had access to the 5th floor and was there to copy and destroy the database. If Kane entered now, he would most likely encounter him, and given that senior officer's strength, Kane would stand no chance. He withdrew the hand that was about to activate the door lock, quickly assessing the situation. Just as he was considering whether the risk was too high and if he should abandon the mission, sounds of battle came from the 3rd floor. It turned out that some League leaders had decided to take a risk. They knew that if they continued fighting like that, by the time they reached the 5th floor, Team Rocket would have already destroyed most of the data. So, a small group decided to force their way in, sending a few to investigate the situation. 2 elite-level League trainers, the first to break in, were on the 2nd floor, trying to open the door to the 3rd. It was clear that Team Rocket had put a lot of effort into constructing these key doors. Even with the combined strength of 2 elite-level trainers, they couldn't open it immediately. Only someone like Kane, who carried a portable system capable of hacking any technology, could advance without obstacles. After a moment of hesitation, Kane decided not to enter the 5th floor. Instead, he quickly struck the alarm switch at the entrance, breaking it instantly. Immediately, alarms sounded on the 4th and 5th floors. After destroying the switch, Kane quickly hid in a small room near the 4th floor entrance, keeping his hand firmly on Slowpoke. If someone tried to enter, he was ready to order Slowpoke to teleport them out of there. With his ear to the door, Kane reduced his breathing to a minimum, a skill he had perfected during his missions with Team Rocket in his previous life. Soon, he heard the sound of an automatic door opening and hurried footsteps, followed by curses. "Damn it! Damn it!" The footsteps faded away. Kane exhaled slowly but didn't move. He decided to wait. After 3 minutes, the footsteps returned, this time calmer, and stopped in front of the 5th floor entrance. No one? Then who broke the alarm switch here? Kane's heart pounded. He used his psychic ability, forming a thin thread of energy between himself and Slowpoke. This thread would ensure that if they needed to teleport, they would do so in half the usual time. Boom! A loud noise resounded from above. The 2 trainers had managed to break the door connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors, and they were starting to attack the 4th. Damn League! With more curses and hurried footsteps, the intruder moved away again. Phew! Kane let out a long sigh. Finally, the intruder had been distracted. Otherwise, escaping that situation would have been complicated. Without further hesitation, Kane and Slowpoke entered the 5th floor. The place was filled with computers, many with operational keyboards, and there were stands that had once held various items, but everything was gone. Kane quickly approached the main computer and placed his hand on it. System, analyze the database and collect the information, he ordered mentally. Beep. Task initiated, analyzing database. Due to the large volume of information, this may take some time. Current progress, 0.1%. Kane knew the database was large, but he hadn't expected it to be this extensive. Even with his system's speed, the progress was extremely slow. Though he was anxious, Kane could do nothing but wait and look around for anything of value. However, he had to admit that Ariana's subordinate had done a thorough job of cleaning the place. Besides the computers, everything else had been removed. The only thing left were some scattered papers on the tables. Finding nothing else useful, Kane focused on the system's progress. 10 minutes later, the system showed 5% progress. Don't underestimate that 5%, it represented a massive amount of data. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, sounds of battle could be heard outside. The voice of the Team Rocket senior officer who had gone out earlier resonated, trying to coordinate his defense against the two league trainers. From his voice, it was clear he was struggling, fighting two opponents at his same level. At lower levels, Rocket members could outmatch league trainers, but as the level increased, the league proved to be stronger. In regular battles, elite league trainers could already outclass Rocket members. At this point, Kane knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to escape once the other trainers entered the 5th floor. Fortunately, the system had reached 15% progress. Although it wasn't much, this data was valuable. Kane could only hope that most of it would be useful. Slowpoke, teleport. Who? End of chapter. Chapter 160. Interrupting the teleportation. As Kane was about to leave, he found a broken test tube between two computers, containing a small amount of green liquid, though less than half remained when he discovered it. He picked up the test tube, took a small bottle from his ring, poured the liquid from the test tube into the bottle, then sealed the bottle tightly and stored both the bottle and the broken test tube in his ring. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. After handling everything, Kane placed his hand on Slowpoke's back and spoke. Hearing this, Slowpoke focused its psychic power, closed its eyes, and began sensing the coordinates it had left before. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, located the coordinates of the place Kane had previously marked, and a blue light covered its body. Instantly, it disappeared from the place with Kane. However, what Kane didn't know was that, while Slowpoke was perceiving the coordinates, a psychic from the league fighting in the plaza outside the base sensed Slowpoke's teleportation psychic wave again. He immediately called an Alakazam that was fighting in the distance, placed his hand on Alakazam's back, and connected their psychic powers. A similar spatial wave appeared in both. As if they had sensed something, their psychic waves abruptly intensified, but after a violent flash, everything calmed down. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, approached a man named Pryce who was fighting, bowed, and said, "Mr. Pryce, the teleportation that previously entered the base just tried to leave, but I stopped it. The location should be near the direction of the Lake of Rage. They shouldn't be able to use teleport again for the next day." Pryce had been fighting against Ariana for over an hour. Although he hadn't defeated her, the number of her Pokémon had decreased from 9 to 5. However, Pryce wasn't in the best condition either. Out of his 5 Pokémon, 2 could no longer fight. If he didn't fear a desperate counterattack from Ariana, he would have already given his all to defeat her. Meanwhile, Ariana was anxiously waiting for her subordinate, whom she had sent to handle the 5th level, to return and tell her everything was resolved. At that moment, she wouldn't hesitate to retreat. Hearing what his psychic said about the person who had tried to teleport to escape, Pryce vaguely remembered them, but he was in the middle of his final battle with Ariana and didn't have time to worry about a small character trying to slip away. Send 2 people to search for him. If someone's teleportation can be interrupted, I guess his strength isn't much to worry about. Understood. The psychic thought for a moment and agreed. This was the main battlefield, and the person who teleported to escape was just a minor figure. He assigned 2 league trainers with decent strength to go find that guy. The move teleport is a psychic skill requiring a deep understanding of spatial waves, so not all psychic Pokémon can master it. That such teleportation spatial waves could be detected or even interrupted usually means that either the user has just learned the move and doesn't master it well, or the user isn't strong enough and was interrupted by a far more powerful psychic. In most cases, it's due to the latter reason. At that moment, Kane and Slowpoke were emerging from the depths of the Lake of Rage. Slowpoke was somewhat confused, not understanding why the teleport move, which had always worked well before, failed this time. While in the spatial wave, it seemed as if someone had pushed it out. Seeing a somewhat dazed Slowpoke, Kane couldn't help wiping the lake water off his face. When they used teleport, they usually closed their eyes and appeared at their destination upon opening them, but this time, before Kane could open his eyes, he found himself completely submerged in water. If it hadn't been for Slowpoke being a water-type Pokémon, who swam him up from the lake depths, Kane might have drowned due to his poor swimming skills. Slowpoke, what happened? Finally catching his breath, Kane couldn't help but ask. Yadin tilde Slowpoke let out a sound and explained what had just happened through telepathy. Someone blocked us? Or they detected us? Kane reflected as he listened to Slowpoke's explanation. Could it be that someone found out he'd stolen the data? The League or Team Rocket? Did someone know his true identity? Thinking of this, Kane felt he shouldn't stay any longer. League or Team Rocket agents might arrive soon. Slowpoke, can you teleport again? Kane asked again. Slowpoke closed its eyes and tried to sense the coordinates it had left before, but found everything in chaos, unable to perceive anything. Sadly, it shook its head. Seeing Slowpoke shake its head, Kane was even more convinced someone had interfered. Then, Slowpoke, let's get out of here quickly. Kane determined the direction using the sun and the surrounding mountains, then placed his hand on Slowpoke's shoulder and spoke. The most urgent thing was to leave as soon as possible, as the one who had interrupted them might track them down like Sabrina. If he encountered someone of that level, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Kane's worry was unnecessary. No one was paying attention to a minor character like him. Not everyone was as dedicated as Sabrina, nor could everyone perceive Slowpoke's peculiarities. With the help of Slowpoke's water abilities, they moved quickly through the lake water. Although there were many Pokémon in the lake, mostly Magikarp, as long as they didn't encounter a Gyarados, Slowpoke wouldn't have trouble escaping. Kane was worried about running into a Gyarados. It's well known that the Lake of Rage has a large number of Gyarados, many appearing in groups. Often, encountering one means encountering the whole pack. Fortunately, when they were interrupted during the teleportation, they were already near the mountains east of the Lake of Rage. They only needed to cross the misty forest on the lakeshore to reach the mountains. Once there, they'd be safe, and no one could guess where Kane was. Slowpoke's swimming speed wasn't very fast. It took them almost 20 minutes to reach the shore, but luckily they didn't encounter any Gyarados on the way. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy to escape. After this incident, Kane decided he really needed a flying Pokémon as a means of transportation. Even if it wasn't a battle Pokémon, it would at least serve as aerial transport. At this moment, if he had a flying Pokémon that could carry a person, he wouldn't have been so passive. He could have flown directly over the Lake of Rage, crossed the misty forest, and reached the mountains, where he'd be safe. End of chapter. Chapter 161. The Tracking Duo. The Misty Forest is a grove located east of the Lake of Rage, named for the dense mist that enshrouds it all year round. If an ordinary person enters this forest, they could easily get lost, and finding their way out is no simple task. Some ghost-type Pokémon inhabit the Misty Forest. If a faint-hearted person ventures in, they might get quite a fright. There have been cases where people who entered the forest came out so terrified they were left dazed. Therefore, the League advises those who lack sufficient strength not to enter the Misty Forest rashly. The same applies to the Misty Mountains, which are connected to this forest. After getting out of the water, Kane didn't stop for a moment and, along with Slowpoke, headed into the Misty Forest. Although Slowpoke couldn't use the move Teleport, it could still employ other Psychic-type moves, so Kane wasn't worried about the Ghost-type Pokémon that might inhabit the forest. However, to be safe, he also summoned Murkrow. After walking for an hour deep into the forest, Kane finally decided to stop. He gathered some dry branches and lit a campfire to dry his somewhat wet body. Once he was completely dry, he changed clothes, storing his wet clothes in his ring, as he was on the run and couldn't leave any traces that could be followed. In the misty forest, you can't see the sun, but Kane assumed that, before entering, the sun was already setting. After an hour in the forest, it was surely dark outside by now. Kane decided to prepare dinner for his Pokémon, but suddenly, two figures emerged from the forest mist. Both were dressed as intermediate-level league trainers and were heading straight toward where Kane was. In reality, these two didn't have a clear way to navigate. They had been aimlessly wandering through the misty forest, searching for the person they'd been assigned to track. But seeing a light in the forest, they hurried to follow it. Although they'd been tasked with searching for someone, they hadn't been given any information, not even a description of the person they were looking for, making their search extremely difficult. So the two decided to follow the light, hoping to find someone, though they weren't sure if it would be the person they were looking for. After all, the misty forest is a place where few people venture, but that doesn't mean it's deserted. Kane, on his part, was a bit frustrated. He thought he'd perhaps had too much luck before, resulting in this streak of bad luck now. He had barely settled into camp in the forest when he came across two league trainers looking for him. Although it seemed they weren't certain of his identity, Kane couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. What Kane didn't know was that these two had been ordered to enter the forest before him, arriving long before he did. One of the men stepped forward and said, "Hello, young man. Have you seen anyone pass through here?" Kane thought quickly and, pretending to recall, said, "I think I saw someone earlier. He was drenched. He looked a bit threatening, so I didn't approach." "Are you looking for someone, gentlemen?" The two men exchanged a glance. Then, the one who had spoken earlier smiled and said, No, we were just curious. It's not common to find someone in this forest, let alone so many people in one day." Kane continued setting up his tent, showing no signs of nervousness at their words. The misty forest is a place where few people venture, as the men had said. Encountering someone here is already rare, and even more so, as Kane had said, encountering 3 people in one day. "Yes, usually days go by without seeing a single person, and today we've seen 3, which is unusual," replied Kane as he continued setting up his tent. Seeing Kane's calm demeanor, the two men's suspicions began to dissipate. The young man before them, who seemed so innocent and spoke so openly, didn't look like a criminal. "Are you League members?" Kane asked, pretending not to notice the exchange of glances between them. "Ah, yes, we are," one of the men replied. "Where are you from, young man?" Kane finished setting up his tent and sat by the campfire, extending his hands to warm up a bit. "I'm from Saffron City, in the Kanto region. I recently started my training. I heard in Ecruteak City that the Misty Forest is a good place to train, so I came here. But I've been here almost a month now and still haven't found the exit." The two men sat on the other side of the campfire, mimicking Kane to warm themselves. "Saffron City? It's a big city, right?" "Well, it's not bad, it's similar to Goldenrod City. But my family is pretty ordinary, I'm the only one in my family who became a trainer," Kane said, pretending indifference. "Could you show us your League ID card?" One of the men asked Kane to show his ID to confirm if he was one of theirs. "It's not that we don't trust you, but you understand, we're on a mission." Kane pretended to be a bit uncomfortable and stayed silent for a moment. The men, noticing his discomfort, showed their own League ID cards, trying to gain his trust. However, one of them kept his hand close to his pokeball, ready to act if Kane showed any sign of danger. After seeing the men's ID cards, Kane nodded and took out his own League card, handing it to them. The men examined it carefully, comparing the information with Kane's appearance. They didn't notice any discrepancies and concluded that the card was authentic. Although having a League ID card doesn't guarantee someone is trustworthy, it's much more likely than with the Team Rocket members they'd been fighting that day. Handing the card back to Kane, one of the men apologized and smiled. "Don't worry, young man. We were just asking out of curiosity. It's good to have friends when you're out here." End of chapter. Chapter 162. Taking the initiative. Kane smiled innocently and nodded to show his understanding. Would you like something to eat? I was just about to start a barbecue, Kane offered as he took out an assortment of materials and tools. He looked like a trainer in the middle of a survival training exercise, which, along with his league ID card, dispelled 90% of the two men's suspicions. After all, Kane looked quite young, and if they put themselves in his shoes, they wouldn't be so calm in these situations at his age. Ha ha, now that you mention it, I actually am a bit hungry, one of the men said, touching his stomach and laughing. They had been fighting Team Rocket all day with barely any time to eat. The other man nodded as well, though he was a bit more cautious, knowing it was wise to stay alert in the wild. Kane didn't mind their attitude and began roasting the meat. His Pokémon also showed signs of impatience, making everything seem perfectly natural. The men hadn't called out their own Pokémon but kept their Pokeballs within reach so they could react quickly if something happened. They also positioned themselves strategically so that if Kane's Pokémon exhibited any unusual behavior, they would have enough time to respond and summon their own Pokémon for defense. It wasn't that they felt invincible, but Kane's Pokémon, although not weak, didn't worry them too much. That's why they weren't paying close attention. One reason they hadn't brought out their Pokémon was that they had already fed them after a long day of battling, preferring to let them rest in their Pokeballs. Not all trainers enjoy eating with their Pokémon, for many, they're just pets, and feeding them well is already a great act of care. Some even treat them as mere tools, discarding them after use. It wasn't long before the meat was ready. Kane's skill in roasting meat surprised the two men, and the aroma intensified with a variety of seasonings that soon filled the air. All done, everything should be just right. Kane cut a small piece from a large roast, tasted it, then popped it into his mouth. One of the men, the one who had mentioned being hungry, couldn't help but swallow as he watched Kane enjoy the golden, crispy meat. Although the other man still had some reservations, his concerns gradually faded as he saw everything being prepared in front of him, with seemingly normal ingredients. The aroma was truly irresistible. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Kane tasted each piece of meat to ensure it was well cooked. Finally, realizing he had been a bit impolite, Kane smiled shyly. Oh, sorry. When I start roasting, I forget everything else. I don't have many hobbies, but I love cooking. Would you like to try my barbecue? It should be pretty good. The men shook their heads to indicate there was no problem. However, the large pieces of meat on the grill made them hesitate, as they didn't have their own utensils on hand. Kane, noticing their discomfort, slapped his forehead and pulled out 2 sets of tools from his ring, offering them to the men. Then he cut a golden piece from the juiciest part of the meat and handed it to the man who had said he was hungry. Thank you so much, the man repeated as he took the meat onto his plate. Unable to hold back any longer, he began eating eagerly. Kane, for his part, cut another large piece of meat and, noticing the eager look of the other man, offered it to him with his knife. But for some reason, the meat seemed to be stuck to the knife and wouldn't fall easily. Growing impatient, the man raised his fork and plate, helping Kane dislodge the meat from the knife. What he didn't know was that as he did this, a cruel and ruthless smile formed on Kane's face, revealing a cold, murderous determination in his dark eyes. Finally, the meat came off the knife, but Kane didn't stop his hand's movement, which was already calculated. The knife's blade gleamed under the light, cutting cleanly into the man's artery with deadly precision. The man's eyes widened, unable to believe that after being alert all this time, just as he relaxed, the knife had turned against him. Kane thought to himself, one down. The other man, still chewing his meat, was momentarily paralyzed with surprise. He couldn't believe that the boy, who had seemed so innocent, had attacked his partner like that. Now, even a fool would realize that the boy before him was the target they had been searching for. But the surprise lasted only an instant. With incredible speed, the man threw his fork toward Kane, trying to take him down before he could make another move. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even the Pokémon didn't have time to react, and since the man hadn't released his own Pokémon, the quickest option was to end Kane directly. The fork gleamed with a cold glint as it flew straight toward Kane's neck. The space where the three were was tight, so the fork was about to reach its mark. As if he had anticipated the move, Kane didn't retreat. Retreating now would only mean throwing himself straight onto the fork. Using the momentum from his previous movement, Kane leaned forward just a few centimeters, but enough to avoid the fork reaching his neck, hitting his shoulder instead. Before his brain could register the pain, Kane continued with the movement of his knife. The other man tried to pull out the fork, but it was too late. Kane's knife had reached his back. Smack! The 6-inch blade sank completely into his back, severing his spine. Smack! Smack! Both bodies fell to the ground, one after the other. Thus, the two men who had come looking for Kane lay dead. Everything had happened in just 1 or 2 seconds, so quickly that even Kane's Pokémon hadn't had time to react. Although they knew these men had come to cause trouble, and were prepared to act as soon as Kane ordered, he had decided to handle the situation himself. Luckily, the outcome was a success. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Return to Ecruteak City. When the two bodies fell, Murkrow barely reacted, quickly running over and positioning himself to attack the lifeless bodies on the ground. Kane gestured with his hand, signaling that everything was over. It was then that the fork embedded in his shoulder caused a sharp pain, affecting his nerves. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he took the Pokeballs from the belts of the two men and, after blocking them all, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened occurred so fast that Kane didn't have time to plan anything. In that instant, the action he took was simply the one with the highest chance of success, so he went for it. Both opponents were stronger than him and were constantly on guard. Although he initially managed to deceive them, there were still many inconsistencies. If they had gone to check what Kane had said earlier about seeing someone completely drenched, and if there had been no signs of water in that area, they could have realized Kane was lying. That's why, before the two went searching for that non-existent person, Kane had to get rid of them. If he had let his Pokémon do it, it would have been too obvious, and the two clearly weren't inexperienced. They were always cautious around Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Kane seemed quite harmless and was rather young. He didn't have a strong build, which lowered their defenses. Had Kane been a regular adult, it probably wouldn't have been as easy to eliminate them. Bearing the pain, Kane pulled the fork out of his shoulder. It was clear the person who had attacked him was determined, as the fork was deeply embedded in his shoulder. He threw the blood-stained fork directly into the fire to reduce the scent of blood. From his ring, he took out a bottle of disinfectant, grabbed a stick, and bit down on it, preparing to pour the disinfectant on his wound. At that moment, Miltank stepped forward and stopped Kane, indicating that she would handle it herself. Kane fully trusted Miltank, letting her take care of the wound, as doing it himself would have been challenging. After disinfecting the wound, applying ointment, and bandaging it, everything was basically finished. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at the two bodies on the ground with their eyes still open, Kane murmured to himself, "If I hadn't taken them down, they would have taken me down, so all I can do is ask them to report to the afterlife." Then, without further delay, he took all the spatial equipment and valuable items from the two. With the help of Slowpoke and the others, he buried them in the misty forest. It's likely that before long, 2 new Ghost-type Pokémon will appear here. After clearing all traces and storing everything in his ring, Kane and his Pokémon left the area. They paused briefly, and 2 League trainers arrived on the scene. Who knows if more will come later. It's best to leave as soon as possible. This time, Kane had no intention of stopping at all. He even ate on the go. However, after injuring his arm, doing anything became somewhat uncomfortable, and on top of that, there were quite a few wild Pokémon, keeping Murkrow and the others busy. After advancing for another 3 hours, until blood stains began to appear on his shoulder, Kane decided to stop and rest. He found a large tree, and along with his Pokémon, he hurried to rest there for the night. After a tense day, Kane was already exhausted. He left Ghastly on guard and quickly fell asleep. Although Kane fell asleep, his Pokémon didn't drift off as quickly, as they understood very well what had happened during the day. Especially Slowpoke, who had been with Kane through all the day's experiences. What filled them with some remorse was that throughout the day, they hadn't made a big impact, especially against the league trainers. Although they were always ready, awaiting Kane's command to attack. But in the end, Kane had to act personally, resulting in a serious injury. This made his Pokémon feel very guilty. Through Slowpoke's psychic control, the Pokémon reflected and lamented, vowing to train harder in the future to prevent a similar event from happening again. Even Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, though he didn't voice any opinion on what had happened, didn't oppose the proposals of Murkrow and the others. All of this happened without Kane knowing. The next morning, Kane woke up with a slight headache, guided by his biological clock. But when he awoke, he realized his Pokémon weren't around. While he was surprised, he saw Murkrow flying quickly in front of him, practicing his flying skills around the tree. Upon climbing down from the tree, he saw Slowpoke meditating, with his psychic abilities flowing intensely. Ghastly, who had kept watch all night, didn't seem inclined to rest and was training his moves from afar. Miltank was also practicing her hits against a tree, not too big nor too small, causing the leaves to fall like crazy. And Sneasel, who had joined recently, didn't have a specific training direction yet since Kane hadn't assigned him tasks, so he simply did climbing exercises, practicing his agility. It wasn't clear who had taught him, but he had 2 large logs tied to his feet, making his climbing training even more challenging. Kane watched his Pokémon training with great determination, all except Skorupi, who was still sleeping, pushing themselves harder than ever. Suddenly, as if he understood something, Kane smiled, touching his shoulder wound and thinking, maybe getting injured isn't all bad after all. Miltank, seeing that Kane had woken up, stopped her training and helped him prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Kane continued to correct his Pokémon's training deficiencies, paying special attention to Sneasel, who was joining the training for the first time. 2 days later, riding Onix, Kane and his Pokémon arrived once again in the Ecruteak city area. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't enter the city looking disheveled. He changed into his league trainer clothes and put Murkrow, Sneasel, and the others back into their Pokeballs, taking only Slowpoke as he walked slowly toward the city. The wound on his shoulder hadn't healed yet, but covered by his clothes, nothing looked unusual from the outside. After another 2 days of survival in the wild and more intense training, his Pokémon had improved to varying degrees. Murkrow, Ghastly, and Miltank had each gained a level, reaching levels 23, 20, and 22, respectively. End of chapter. Chapter 164. Purchase of a flying Pokémon. According to Kane's prior plan, he might have stayed a bit longer in Ecruteak City to see if he could have the chance to interact with some of the city's minor families and learn techniques for training Ghost-type Pokémon, such as specialized combat tactics for Ghastly. Although in his previous life, Kane had his own knowledge to train Ghastly up to Gengar, he was still interested in the unique techniques of certain families. However, due to the incidents at the Lake of Rage base and the battle in the Misty Forest, he had already been delayed quite a bit. Deciding not to stay any longer, Kane headed straight to the Ecruteak City bus station. Although buses to Mahogany Town ran only once or twice a day, those to Goldenrod City were more frequent, almost every 3 hours. With his League ID card, Kane had no trouble buying a ticket, and after waiting a short while, he boarded a bus to Goldenrod City. To reach Saffron City quickly, taking the magnetic train from Goldenrod City was the fastest option. The 4-day journey that Kane and Murkrow had made on foot now took only 4 hours by bus. Leaving the luxurious Goldenrod City station, Kane headed directly to the city's black market. Previously, on his way to Ice Mountain, Kane had defeated 2 Team Rocket recruits and obtained a Golbat and an Arbok from them, both of good quality. Since he was wary of selling them in Mahogany Town due to potential issues, he had held onto them until now and decided to sell them in Goldenrod City. With his familiar attire, Kane and Murkrow entered the black market. He sold Golbat and Arbok at a Pokémon shop, as the Hunter Association didn't accept tamed Pokémon. For both Pokémon, he got 200,000 Pokédollars, a considerable sum. Then, he submitted the Onix mission to the Hunter Association, earning 100,000 Pokédollars and 100,000 points. Onix is a relatively rare Pokémon, so although its quality and level were average, the mission reward wasn't low. With this, Kane now had 3,550,000 Pokédollars and 1,850,000 Hunter points. Thanks to the Swinub mission, he received an additional 150,000 points, and with the capture of the Wild Donphan, he gained 500,000 points. Adding these to his original 1,100,000 points and the 100,000 from Onix, his total points now reached 1,850,000. With this amount, Kane could exchange for a good quality Pokémon, but his current resources were limited, and he couldn't add more Pokémon to his training. Soon, Skorupi would also enter its growth phase, which would mean another large consumption of resources. Currently, aside from Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had learned some moves through TMs, Kane hadn't systematically trained his other Pokémon in moves. Once he completed the Umbra mission, Kane would have some free time, which would be ideal for reviewing and planning his Pokémon's move combinations. What he needed most now was a flying Pokémon for transportation. Although he could exchange for a Pokémon at the Hunter Association, those were not yet tamed, and Kane didn't have time to tame one right now, so he preferred to buy one that was already tamed. He didn't need the flying Pokémon for battles, only as a means of transportation, just like the previous Onix. However, Kane visited several Pokémon shops and found that there were few flying Pokémon suitable as mounts. Of those available, either their level was low, their physical constitution wasn't ideal, or their price was exorbitant. Black market vendors weren't fools, all Pokémon capable of carrying a passenger by air had very high prices. The cheaper ones were underdeveloped Pokémon, unable to carry a passenger for more than 10 minutes. Just as Kane was about to give up, he noticed a sign at a market stall advertising a domesticated flying Pokémon suitable for carrying people. Kane approached the stall, and the vendor warmly welcomed him, describing all his products as if they were the best in the world. Kane ignored his flowery praises and, pointing at the sign, spoke in a raspy voice from under his black cloak, "What Pokémon is it? Can I see it?" "Oh, you've got a good eye." "I'm not bragging, but flying Pokémon that can carry people aren't common, and as soon as they're available, they're gone. You're lucky to see the sign just when I put it up, otherwise, it would have already been sold," the vendor said as he took a Pokeball from his belt and handed it to Kane with an air of mystery. Kane activated his system to scan the data, ignoring the vendor's sales pitch. Pokémon. Fearow, light yellow. Gender? Male. Level. 28. Type. Normal plus flying. Ability. Keen Eye. Held item. None. Egg moves. Quick attack, Astonish. Basic moves. Drill Run, Pluck, Peck, Growl, Leer, Pursuit, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Mirror Move, Assurance, Agility. Learned moves. Tailwind. TM moves. None. As the evolved form of Spearow, Fearow can grow up to 1.2 meters with a wingspan of up to 3.5 meters, which is enough to carry a 15-year-old like Kane without trouble. If Fearow is well developed and strong enough, it could fly a whole day carrying significant weight. It's like a pack mule among flying Pokémon, specialized in transportation. However, Fearow has one flaw: its temperament can be challenging, especially when facing its rival, Pidgey, which can trigger uncontrollable rage. Of course, with proper training, Fearow could be an excellent flying tool. In Kane's opinion, this Fearow seemed well developed, with a light yellow quality, which was quite decent for a Pokémon that only needed to fly. However, the price the vendor mentioned was outrageous, 300,000 Pokédollars. With that amount, one could buy a light green quality Pokémon, even if it wasn't very rare. It was clear the vendor saw Kane as an easy target. 100,000 Pokédollars, and I'll take Fearow, Kane said, calmly gripping Fearow's Pokeball. Kane's words caused the vendor, who had been talking non-stop until then, to suddenly stop, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. End of chapter. Chapter 165. Stephen Stone. Wait, this, customer, don't you think that price is a bit low? This is a medium quality Pokémon, and it's also in its final evolved form. Kane's offer made all of the vendor's flowery words crumble in an instant. Clearly, Kane wasn't just throwing out a random price, he stated exactly what he thought. Kane glanced at him casually and commented indifferently, medium quality. It's just a Pokémon that barely reached medium quality. If it were a Pidgeot, I'd even give you 400,000 Pokédollars, but unfortunately, this is only a Fearow, and it's worth exactly what I said. Although both Pidgeot and Fearow are final evolved forms, the price difference between them isn't small. Pidgeot's base stats are much higher than Fearow's, and Pidgeot is also much more elegant. While appearance doesn't directly affect battle, the difference in style is obvious. Think about it, both are flying Pokémon, but one trainer is riding a majestic Pidgeot while the other is on a less attractive Fearow. Who would get more attention? Furthermore, Pidgeot evolves from Pidgeotto at level 36, while Fearow evolves from Spearow at level 20. Comparing a 3-stage evolutionary line to a 2-stage line makes the difference in value obvious. Kane directly exposed Fearow's initial medium quality, leaving the vendor with no more arguments. Finally, with a pained expression, the vendor agreed, and Kane paid 100,000 Pokédollars, storing Fearow in his team. The vendor had tried his best to get Kane to offer a bit more, even just a few thousand more, but Kane held firm at 100,000 Pokédollars, not budging an inch. This Fearow had been up for sale for quite a while, and although many had inquired about it, everyone rejected it once they found out it was a Fearow. Fearow isn't exactly appealing, and the vendor's original price was way too high. Kane smiled as he clipped Fearow's Pokeball to his belt, satisfied as he left the black market. Others might care about a Pokemon's appearance, but Kane wasn't the type to get carried away by superficial things. For him, utility was what mattered, although so far, most of his Pokémon were actually quite attractive. A temporary transport like Fearow, which could be replaced if a better Pokémon came along, wouldn't be a reason for regret. Besides, this Fearow was already tamed, so it would only need a bit of training to be usable. Now, when he needed to travel, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself running. Leaving the black market, Kane didn't linger long in Goldenrod City and headed straight to the magnetic train station. Previously, when he met Whitney, he had also taken the magnetic train. Although the ride hadn't been all that pleasant for Kane, the outcome was satisfying. He had secured his first long-term client, who would regularly deposit money into his account, without worrying about any secrets being revealed. When Kane arrived at the station, he noticed that only 10 minutes remained before the last train of the day. He quickly bought a first-class ticket and boarded the train just as the doors were closing. In the luxury car, just like the previous time, there were 2 isolated seats in a private cabin, with excellent service and privacy. When Kane entered, there was already someone seated. The young man, upon seeing Kane enter, smiled politely and greeted him. Kane looked at the young man sitting elegantly and felt a bit puzzled. The young man had a refined smile and wore a suit that reflected a noble air. He wore a red bow tie, very much in line with aristocratic tastes, and his short silver hair made him look strikingly similar to someone Kane remembered. Stephen? Stephen Stone? The future champion of the Hoenn region? The master of Steel-type Pokémon, son of the Devon Corporation president, and young heir of the Stone family. Kane couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter how much he doubted it, he couldn't ignore the fact that the person seated across from him was Stephen, though he wasn't yet the champion. Kane, though surprised, didn't let his emotions show on his face. He returned the smile and slowly took his seat. After Kane sat down, the train swayed slightly and then stabilized. The train had begun to move. Is that a Skorupi? Stephen broke the silence first. With a confident smile, Stephen looked at the blue and purple Pokémon on Kane's shoulder. Though it was phrased as a question, the confidence and certainty in his tone were unmistakable. Yes, Kane replied with a smile, stroking Skorupi on his shoulder. Skorupi, usually asleep, woke up at the touch of Kane's hand. It let out a small chirp, rubbed its cheek against Kane, and then slid down his arm, trying to climb onto the seat's armrest. Perhaps still half asleep, Skorupi failed to grip the armrest's edge and almost fell, but its tail hooked onto Kane's clothing, preventing it from tumbling down. With the help of its tail, Skorupi slowly pulled itself up and, on its second attempt, managed to sit on the armrest. It looked at Stephen with curious eyes. "Ha ha, what a charming little one." Stephen laughed, amused by Skorupi's behavior, and clapped his hands joyfully. Kane also smiled and patted Skorupi's back. Thanks to the Miltank milk it had been drinking, Skorupi's outer layer was now very smooth and polished, almost like touching a jade stone. "I've traveled to the Sinnoh region before, and Skorupi are more common there. You don't see many in Johto. Are you from the Sinnoh region?" Stephen, after that brief interaction, had already grown quite friendly. As heir to the Devon Corporation, Stephen was skilled at handling social interactions. And given his current position, he had no ulterior motives in talking to Kane, nor did Kane have anything that might interest him. What could the Devon Corporation's heir possibly lack? Although Kane's Skorupi was of good quality, for Stephen, the attraction was simply that it was his first time seeing a young Skorupi. "No, I'm from the Kanto region, and I found this little one by chance." Kane smiled and shook his head. "Well, this little one is lucky to have found you. They're not always so lovely when they're born, but it seems you've put a lot of effort into raising it," Stephen remarked, stroking his chin. Although Stephen had never seen a young Skorupi before, he was well informed about Pokémon, even those from Sinnoh. He knew that newly hatched Skorupi often had a rougher and duller appearance. Clearly, Kane's Skorupi had received a lot of care. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Metang. "Yes, it has taken quite a bit of effort," Kane said with a smile, nodding. No wonder. To prepare Skorupi's food during its infancy stage, he had to specifically buy a Miltank. Although now Miltank has successfully integrated into his team, it can't be denied that he initially bought it solely for Skorupi. Kane took out a bottle of Miltank milk from his ring, inserted a straw, and placed it next to Skorupi. The latter's eyes turned into crescent moons, and it happily hugged the bottle with its pincers, drinking joyfully on the armrest of the seat. As for the unfamiliar person across from it, they were obviously not more important than the milk. Seeing the Miltank milk, Stephen's eyes also sparkled. "Miltank milk? Did you buy it in Goldenrod City? I ordered quite a bit myself a few days ago, but I couldn't carry it all. They're going to send it to my house." At the same time, he understood why Skorupi was so well developed. Miltank milk was key. "No, it's not from Goldenrod City. It's produced by my own Miltank. Here, you can try some," Kane said, taking out another bottle of milk and handing it to Stephen. Stephen, without any hesitation, took it directly, and after unscrewing the lid, drank half the bottle in one go, then licked his lips and remarked, "Why does this taste better than the milk from the Miltank farm?" Kane looked at Stephen, who had abandoned all his previous elegance and seemed much more approachable. Kane couldn't help but feel a twitch at his mouth. This was not what one would expect from the heir of an elite family. "It's different because I make the Pokeblocks for my Miltank myself. The Miltank milk is a bit more nutritious. In fact, they've ordered quite a lot from me, but since I'm the sole producer, they can't fully supply it, which is why this has a unique taste," Kane explained. For someone like Stephen, heir to a great family, his Pokeblocks wouldn't hold any special interest, so there was no problem mentioning it. However, what was a casual comment for Kane held more significance for Stephen, who quickly asked, "You make them yourself? Are you a breeder?" Kane hesitated a moment, but finally nodded. Stephen took out a Pokeball and released it inside the train compartment. A Metang appeared within. "Could you make specific Pokeblocks for my Metang?" "The price is negotiable," Stephen said, stroking Metang. "Brother, did I mention what kind of Pokeblocks I make? Would you accept a basic level 1? Stephen's position as the heir of an elite family influenced his perception. For someone like him, advanced Pokeblocks were what he knew first, and his Metang always consumed them. However, Stephen had recently noticed that these advanced Pokeblocks were no longer meeting his Metang's needs, which is why he asked Kane for a special blend. It wasn't that Stephen's family couldn't hire a high-level breeder, he simply didn't want standard Pokeblocks. He wanted something customized for his Metang that fit his vision and training approach, allowing for perfect growth. Only, finding an advanced breeder with that skill wasn't easy, and the costs were considerably high. Originally, he planned to ask his father to help find one after returning home, but upon meeting Kane on the magnetic levitation train, he spontaneously asked. Seeing Kane's expression, Steven realized he might have spoken too quickly, as Kane didn't seem like someone capable of producing advanced Pokeblocks at his age, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Ah, what I meant was advanced Pokeblocks. It's fine. No problem, with your talent, I'm sure you'll be able to make advanced Pokeblocks someday. What? Steven was stunned, as if he hadn't heard correctly. I said I can do it. Give me your requirements, and I'll give you a price, Kane said bluntly. Advanced Pokeblocks. Steven reconfirmed. Kane, a bit resigned, nodded again. I have a mentor who can do it. Given his age, being able to make advanced Pokeblocks sounded unbelievable, but he didn't want to pass up the chance to connect with Steven. Steven and Whitney were very different, although both were heirs. Steven's family far surpassed Whitney's. Moreover, in Whitney's family, her grandfather was still in charge, but in Steven's, only his father held more power than he did. As the eldest son and heir, the Stone family took a very open approach to his upbringing, not worrying about every friend Steven made, nor about the training pace of his Pokémon. After all, as long as Steven grew normally, what did it matter if the Pokémon were weak? No problem, they could buy the best Pokémon and use money to train them to an elite level if needed, enough to represent the company. The Stone family saw Steven as the next president of the company, not as a trainer. After all, for the Devon Corporation, a powerful trainer wasn't truly that impressive. And Steven became a champion because he had great natural talent as a trainer, with unique ideas about training and Pokémon battling. With a little help from his family, he became the champion of the Hoenn region. That's why, later, Steven handed his champion title to Wallace. For him, being a champion was only a hobby. Yes, for many, a champion position is something they strive for, but for Steven, being champion was only a secondary job. It may sound offensive to many, but it's undeniable, Devon Corporation is that powerful. Don't you see he requested custom advanced Pokeblocks? Those aren't cheap. Oh, so it's your mentor, you startled me. But, considering your age, being able to make basic Pokeblocks is already a huge achievement, Steven said, relieved and sounding impressed. Who said I can only make basic Pokeblocks? Though this misunderstanding wasn't entirely bad, at least it wouldn't attract unwanted attention. At his age, not many could make basic Pokeblocks, although it wasn't impossible. Many apprentices of master breeders could do it. Steven probably assumed Kane was an apprentice to a master breeder. Kane turned his gaze to Steven's Metang, the unevolved form of Hoenn's pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross. This was the first time he had seen it in this life. End of chapter. Chapter 167. The Great Benefactor. Pokémon. Shiny Metang, dark blue. Gender? None. Level? 30. Types. Steel plus Psychic. Ability. Clear Body. Held Item. Ockerberry. Egg Moves. None. Basic Moves. Confusion, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye. Learned Moves. Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt. TM Moves. Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute. Upon seeing Metang's data in the system, Kane remained silent for quite a while. What is this? Is this the true strength of an heir to a great family? Metang is a Pokémon with rather unique evolution conditions. A Beldum can only evolve into Metang when it encounters another Beldum, and both Pokémon must be at the appropriate level to fuse and evolve into Metang. For Metang to evolve into Metagross, another Metang is also required, making it arguably the most complex evolution process among all pseudo-legendaries. Because you need at least 4 Beldum to achieve it, and each Beldum must meet a minimum quality, or else Metang's quality may decrease upon evolution. But looking at Steven's Metang, what has Kane seen? Shiny? A shiny Metang is even rarer, as it requires 2 shiny Beldum to evolve. And this shiny Metang is of dark blue quality, meaning that both previous shiny Beldum were also of no less than dark blue quality. What a great benefactor! Even Kane, with all his experience, couldn't help but feel like cursing. It's worth noting that this is only a Metang. When Steven became champion, he had a Metagross by his side, and it was a shiny Metagross. What does this mean? It means that Steven had, from the beginning, for shiny Beldum, and, knowing Steven's character, he surely ensured the quality did not diminish. This implies that the 4 shiny Beldum were at least of dark blue quality. Among Kane's Pokémon, the highest quality is his light blue Sneasel and Skorupi. The others, like Murkrow and Slowpoke, are of green and dark green quality, which represents a significant difference. Look at that series of learned moves, each one holds substantial value. This complete set of moves is worth at least several million. Of course, for someone who has had for shiny Beldum, those millions are just a small expense. Kane took a deep breath and reminded himself that all this had nothing to do with him, he just needed to focus on doing his job well. Steven, noticing Kane staring at his Metang, waved his hand in front of his face and said, I still don't know your name. I'm Steven Stone. Kane, snapping out of it, looked at Steven with a strange expression before answering, Kane, no last name. Not having a last name implies having no family, which in turn means Kane is just an ordinary person. However, Steven didn't think much of it. For him, ordinary people and members of small families weren't very different. Hello, Kane, nice to meet you. He extended his right hand as a formal introduction. Kane shook his hand briefly and sat back down, as he had suddenly stood up in excitement. Steven also sat beside him and gently stroked his Metang, as if he were touching a precious treasure. The Hoenn region is the only known region in the Pokémon world that is home to 2 species of Pseudo-Legendaries, Metagross and Salamence. A Dragon-type Pokémon being a Pseudo-Legendary is no surprise, but Metagross has earned this title for its rarity and unique evolution method, combining 4 Pokémon without imperfections, resulting in a high base stat value. What are your requirements? Kane asked, trying to calm himself down. Metang is a Pokémon that could normally grow strong simply by eating enough metal, without needing Pokeblocks. However, although it could grow strong this way, it wouldn't stand out among Pseudo-Legendaries. After hearing Kane's question, Steven thought and replied, I'm not a breeder, so I don't understand much, but my goal is for Metang to gain strength without gaining too much weight, and above all, for its toughness to be maintained. This requirement was already a challenge for Kane. What is Metang's weakness? Its weight. Weight is one of its main characteristics, as Beldum start eating metal from birth and continue doing so even after evolving into Metagross, as metal is essential for them. Steven's demand is for Metang to grow without gaining weight, or even to grow stronger without becoming heavier. To achieve this, one would first need to understand what trace elements Metang needs for growth, which could optimize its development, and which would increase its weight. However, Metang has a very rare hidden ability called Light Metal. This ability halves the Pokémon's weight and can only be found in Beldum, Metang, Metagross, and Scizor. Oh, and it can also appear in one of the Registeel. This hidden ability is more common in Beldum, but it becomes very rare in Metang and almost non-existent in Metagross due to its fusion evolution method. For Metang to have the Light Metal ability, both Beldum must have it. If only one has it, Metang's ability is random with a 50% probability. Similarly, for Metagross to have the Light Metal ability, at least one of the Metang must have it. Since Steven's Metang is shiny, obtaining the Light Metal ability is even less likely. However, Kane knows a method to temporarily change Metang's ability to Light Metal. Imagine a Metagross that is normally slow but suddenly becomes extremely fast. This would catch any opponent off guard. And if we add speed to Metagross's great strength, this Pokémon could become one of the most outstanding Pseudo-Legendaries. End of chapter. Chapter 168. Return to Saffron City. Actually, the method Kane mentioned for temporarily modifying Metang's ability is to have a Pokémon that knows both the move's roleplay and skill swap. Additionally, a Pokémon with the light metal ability is needed to make this work. The move roleplay allows your Pokémon to copy another Pokémon's ability, while the move skill swap swaps your Pokémon's ability with that of another. Thus, with a Pokémon that has the light metal ability and another that knows both moves, you can make Metang temporarily acquire the light metal ability. However, having a Pokémon that knows both roleplay and skill swap is very difficult, as these moves are not available through TMs, meaning they can only be learned through tutoring or as egg moves. This is a type of move combination, and Kane doesn't know how many people in this world are aware of this combination, as, from his past life until now, he has never seen anyone use it. So, let's exchange contact information. I need to discuss it with my master, Kane said, inventing a fictional master. However, this was necessary to conceal that he could produce high-level Pokeblocks and also to make a good amount of money. Since Kane said this, Stephen gladly agreed, took out his phone, and they exchanged contacts. After all, Pokeblock production isn't something that can be completed in a day or two, especially high-level custom Pokeblocks, which require extensive adjustment and testing before they're ready to use. I can provide all the materials, and I'll cover all research costs during the process. Once the Pokeblocks are made and meet my requirements, I'll pay you according to the standard market rate, Stephen said with a smile. These are the basic conditions when seeking a breeder capable of producing high-level Pokeblocks. All materials and research costs are covered by the client, and the manufactured Pokeblocks are bought at a premium price. Of course, those who can afford to commission high-level Pokeblocks usually aren't strapped for cash. Alright, though given the time, the amount of Pokeblocks I can produce each time won't be large. But don't worry, it will be enough for a single Metang, Kane said, nodding. The normal amount a Metang consumes, at his production rate, won't disrupt his usual schedule. He was worried that Stephen, with his vast wealth, would place a bulk order like Whitney's clan did, requesting tens or hundreds of thousands of Pokeblocks. That would be a real problem. High-level Pokeblocks are different from mid-level ones. If it came to that, he'd have no time to do anything other than make high-level Pokeblocks. That wasn't what he wanted. His primary goal was to raise Pokémon. Selling some Pokeblocks was merely a way to get more resources for training his Pokémon. Hearing Kane's words, Stephen hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, no problem." His main Pokémon aren't just Metang, he also has others like Aaron, but his current focus is Metang and Aaron, and the others can continue consuming the Pokeblocks provided by his family. I'll contact you when I have some progress in the research. All right. Thus, Kane managed to establish contact with Stephen, a powerful ally. If they keep in regular contact in the future, even if they don't become friends, Kane's provision of high-level Pokeblocks might lead Stephen to accept some minor requests. For instance, he could ask Stephen for help finding a dusk stone to evolve Murkrow. Of course, it would need to be high quality, and Kane would pay the full price. But that's better than searching blindly, right? For now, Kane and Stephen only know each other and have a verbal transaction agreement, so Kane won't ask Stephen for help immediately, especially for a high-quality dusk stone, as Kane couldn't afford it yet. Thinking about this, Kane felt somewhat frustrated. Looking at his Pokémon, he thought about each of their evolution requirements. Murkrow needs a high-quality duskstone, which isn't cheap. Sneasel needs a Razor Claw, which isn't easy to obtain either. And for Slowpoke, if he wants to evolve into Slowbro, that's fine, but if he wants to evolve into Slowking, the rare item King's Rock would be a headache for Kane. So, to evolve his Pokémon, he needs to prepare a lot of money. In comparison, evolving Ghastly and Skorupi seems a bit easier. After this, the two began a smooth conversation, primarily about Pokémon breeding. Though Stephen isn't a breeder, his excellent family upbringing has given him good knowledge about Pokémon, especially steel types, so he could be called a specialist. Kane, with his past experiences and the system's knowledge, could talk about any topic and express his own opinions. This made Stephen, someone from a powerful family, see Kane, a commoner, differently. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon the magnetic train arrived at the Saffron City station. During this trip, Kane once again forgot to enjoy the Mount Silver scenery, but unlike the previous time with Whitney, this was a much more pleasant conversation, where Kane wasn't just listening. Stephen, having things to do, said goodbye to Kane after getting off the train and quickly left the station. He went straight to Saffron City's airport to catch the next flight back to the Hoenn region. Kane, on the other hand, took a taxi directly to Saffron City's Pokémon Center. He still doesn't know how to find Umbra to complete his mission. However, Kane believes that since he's using the ID card Umbra gave him, with Umbra and Team Rocket's influence in Saffron City, they'll surely know he's arrived. So he doesn't need to search actively. If Umbra didn't give him a contact method, they'll surely send someone to find him. All Kane needs to do is show himself publicly with his league identity and wait calmly. And the Pokémon Center is the most suitable place for that. Kane isn't worried that Team Rocket won't be able to enter the Pokémon Center. He's only a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. Within Team Rocket, his rank is quite low. If he can have an official league identity, why couldn't others? There's no need to overthink it. Team Rocket's infiltration of the league is something probably only Giovanni and a few of the high-ups truly know. Even the league can't imagine the extent of its own internal corruption, right? End of chapter. Chapter 169. Organizing the Spoils. Kane entered the Pokémon Center, reserved a room, and locked himself inside with his Pokémon. Previously, at the research base by Lake of Rage in Mahogany Town, Kane had acquired quite a few items, but due to his travels, he hadn't had time to go through them. Now, he could finally settle down and organize everything. The most important thing is that the system managed to obtain 15% of the vast amount of data from the research base. System, organize the data obtained earlier, extract all important information, and discard the disordered fragments into the data pile, Kane ordered mentally. Beep. Task set. Due to the large amount of data, the estimated analysis time is 2 days. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Although the data acquired is vast, Kane hopes the system prioritized copying the most important data. However, he still doesn't know the final result of the battle between Ariana and Pryce that day. It's certain that Ariana was at a disadvantage, but as an executive of Team Rocket, she surely had a backup plan to escape, and Kane doesn't believe Pryce is the type to risk his life for the League. Perhaps he would have for the League of old, but the current League, definitely not. As one of the League's veterans, Pryce was assigned to a small place like Mahogany Town under the pretext of restricting Team Rocket, but everyone knew he'd actually been sidelined in the power struggle. So, if Pryce obeyed blindly, that would be strange. Oh, right. Kane suddenly remembered something. He took a small glass vial out of his ring, containing a transparent green liquid. This vial held half a test tube of green liquid that Kane had found on the 5th floor of the Lake of Rage base, just as he was about to leave, stuck between the cracks of a computer. Since his escape, he hadn't thought about this item until he began analyzing the data with the system. System, analyze what this item is. Beep! The system seemed to stall for a few seconds, possibly because it was in the middle of analyzing data, which kept its functions working at high capacity, causing a slight slowdown. Object name. Evolution Elixir, possible. Function. Accelerates the growth of Pokémon. Usage. Unknown. This information is an estimation based on data fragments. Due to the volume of pending data analysis, please scan again once data decoding is complete. Seeing the system's response, Kane fell into thought. This half bottle of green liquid was probably the main result of Team Rocket's research at the Lake of Rage base, and it could accelerate the growth of Pokémon. However, the specific effects were still unclear since the system's data had not yet been fully decoded. To obtain detailed information, he would have to wait until the system's analysis was complete and then do a new review. Kane had a vague recollection of this item, as in his past life, after leaving Judgment Island and entering Team Rocket's base in Mahogany Town, this item appeared on Team Rocket's exchange list. The exchange cost was very high, but the effect was quite special. It could catalyze the evolution of some Pokémon that normally evolve slowly or accelerate the growth of others. However, this item wasn't without side effects, and perhaps due to the League's surprise attack, the research was forced to stop, losing crucial data and leaving the project incomplete. Pokémon that used this liquid showed accelerated growth, and even some Pokémon on the verge of evolution could evolve directly. However, as a trade-off, the lifespan of Pokémon that used this catalyst was drastically reduced. For example, a Pokémon that normally lived 100 years could see its lifespan cut to 50, 40, or even 30 years. The amount of life lost depended on the catalyst's effect, though in most cases, lifespan was reduced by half. Initially, Chapter 170. Future Training Direction. Before, due to concerns that selling these Pokémon could attract the attention of interested parties, Kane waited until he left Goldenrod City to avoid taking immediate action. But now he's in Saffron City, and the black market here is Team Rocket's territory, so there's no better place to circulate these Pokémon. However, Kane is in no rush. These Pokémon can wait until he receives a message from Umbra. Instead, Kane begins to think about the future direction of his Pokémon's training. Murkrow and Slowpoke are fine since they were the first Pokémon to accompany Kane. Their training direction has always aligned with what's most suitable for them, they just need a few additional moves to boost their attack capabilities. If specific adjustments are needed, they will probably wait until they evolve. Then there's Ghastly. Ghastly is also one of the Pokémon that joined Kane early on, though it joined the team at a low level. Although its growth has been rapid in this time, it's still one of Kane's less outstanding Pokémon. One reason is that Ghastly hasn't evolved yet, so its combat capacity is quite limited. Another reason is that Ghastly's poison-type nature hasn't been properly developed, its combat rhythm is still undefined, and Kane won't force it to reach a certain level, as the time isn't right yet. In the future, Ghastly could become one of Kane's key Pokémon in training. Ghastly evolves into Haunter at level 25, currently, Ghastly is at level 20, so it's close. Previously, at the Goldenrod City Casino, Kane exchanged for the move Toxic, which Ghastly hasn't learned yet. Kane plans to have Ghastly develop its Poison-type attribute before learning the move, this way, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves will be greater. Since leaving the trial island, Ghastly has been consuming Pokeblocks that have subtly enhanced its Ghost and Poison attributes. In fact, Ghastly's poison energy level is already quite high, although it hasn't yet met Kane's expectations. When Ghastly masters the moves Rest, Toxic, and Sleep Talk, combined with moves like Destiny Bond, Substitute, and Perish Song, Ghastly, or Haunter, will become one of Kane's toughest Pokémon to deal with. Even if facing higher-level opponents, as long as the level gap isn't too large, Kane is confident they can be defeated over time. Thus, one of Kane's main goals on his black market visit is to find items that increase Pokémon's poison energy. After Ghastly comes Miltank. Originally acquired for breeding Skorupi, this Pokémon, despite its light green quality, has integrated very well into Kane's team. He has never trained Miltank as a main battle Pokémon, so it's only been consuming intermediate-level Pokeblocks. On this black market visit, Kane will buy suitable materials for Miltank and prepare advanced, customized Pokeblocks. Although Miltank has always been a support Pokémon, any Pokémon acknowledged by Kane receives the same treatment. Furthermore, Miltank has an important role on the team beyond battle. Outside of combat, it's the most understanding Pokémon in the group, helping Kane with minor tasks and managing the relationships between Pokémon. As the only female Pokémon on the team, her status is very high. Whether it's Murkrow, one of the first to join, or Sneasel, one of the latest, they all respect her. Of course, the event where Miltank fought Arbok is also an important reason for her status. Additionally, Miltank's milk has become an essential part of the team. Sneasel, the Pokémon Kane just captured, is very proud. Although it says it doesn't care, its actions speak differently. Deep down, it still shows some resistance toward Kane, but after a few days together, that resistance is gradually decreasing. However, for it to fully let go of its distrust, it will probably take some time. Sneasel was the highest level Pokémon when it joined the team, and perhaps due to the toughness Murkrow and Slowpoke showed in defeating it, it still has some reservations. Although it doesn't do anything unusual, it can be a bit aloof with Murkrow and Slowpoke. As for Miltank, it might consider Miltank more important than Kane in its heart, which worries Kane. However, Kane believes that with continued interaction, these issues will be resolved. Sneasel's weakness is that it's lived alone in the wild for too long, developing its own combat habits, and it still lacks good battle synchronization with Kane. It doesn't respond to Kane's commands as quickly as Murkrow and Slowpoke do. During battles, it tends to act a bit late. This isn't an issue with weaker opponents, but it becomes a weakness against similarly or higher-leveled opponents. So Sneasel and Ghastly will be the two Pokémon Kane prioritizes for future training, one to develop physical attributes and the other to develop combat awareness and synchronization. Additionally, Sneasel is still consuming intermediate-level Pokeblocks. On this black market visit, Kane will also prepare materials to make advanced, customized Pokeblocks for Sneasel. Murkrow, Slowpoke, Ghastly, Miltank, and Sneasel are Kane's current combat-capable Pokémon. Of course, with Miltank in a support role, Kane effectively has only 4 battle-ready Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke have good coordination, while Ghastly and Sneasel are strong in individual combat. And then there's Skorupi. Though still in its juvenile stage, it has recently been sleeping less. According to the system's scan data, its bodily functions are reaching an almost perfect balance. Kane believes that in a few days, it will reach adulthood. By then, Kane will have 1 more Pokémon to train. Fortunately, Kane prepared the advanced Pokeblocks necessary for Skorupi's growth from the start. Also, in the initial phase, Skorupi doesn't need to participate in battles, so its move combination can wait until after defining the moves for the main Pokémon. Finally, there's Fearow. This Pokémon is currently Kane's means of transportation and isn't considered a combat Pokémon or expected to battle. Once Kane captures a flying Pokémon that can carry a person, Fearow will lose its purpose. At that point, either releasing or selling it will be within Kane's options. System, set 2 tasks, analyze materials for advanced Pokeblocks suitable for Miltank and Sneasel. Beep, beep, tasks, task set. The system is becoming increasingly slow, and Kane is really worried that the system might break down due to data overload. If that happens, Kane will genuinely regret not having prepared more. End of chapter. Chapter 171. The Guardian. Luckily, his worries were unfounded. The system, though it experienced a slight slowdown, didn't present any serious issues. After all, if you think about it, although the system copied a lot of data at once, compared to the enormous amount of data it already had, what was added this time only represented about 10%. However, the customization of the advanced Pokeblocks that Steven needed might be delayed a bit. Anyway, Steven is in no hurry. Kane plans to let the system organize all that data before researching the Pokeblock formula for Metang. As Kane was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a few clear knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded in a special rhythm. Hearing that pattern, Kane's expression changed slightly. He stopped his Pokémon from opening the door and waited for the knocking to stop. A moment later, the knocking ceased, and instead of hearing footsteps retreating, a small card was slipped under the door. Kane carefully picked up the card. On it were the words Psychic Gym. This was probably the meeting place set by Umbra. Although he was prepared to meet anywhere, upon seeing the words Psychic Gym, Kane felt a slight headache and a pang in his chest. Sabrina! The moody psychic queen who had helped Kane awaken his psychic powers was someone he wasn't sure how to face. He trusted that, with Umbra's presence, Sabrina wouldn't do anything unusual. Thinking of that, Kane let out a sigh of relief. As for how they found him and knew which room he was in at the Pokémon Center, Kane considered it completely natural. Where was he? In Saffron City. It could be said to be a place jointly ruled by Team Rocket and the League. If the League represents the light, then Team Rocket could represent the darkness. They have even infiltrated the League, and much easier would it be to do so in a simple Pokémon Center in Saffron City. Never underestimate the power of Team Rocket, especially in Kanto, the team's origin. After receiving the information, Kane didn't hurry to leave. He waited in his room until lunchtime, when the streets were relatively empty, and only then did he leave the Pokémon Center. Without hiding his identity, Kane dressed like a League trainer, took a taxi, and headed straight to the Psychic Gym in Saffron City. The driver, looking at him with pity, spared him a few Pokédollars and, faster than when he arrived, fled from the gym as soon as he dropped Kane at the entrance. Kane couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seems Sabrina has quite a terrifying reputation among Saffron City's residents. At the large entrance to the psychic gym, there was no one around. Kane pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, he saw quite a few people, and it seemed they all had varying levels of psychic powers, as each one could move objects with their minds to some extent. Kane saw several young children, only a few years old, manipulating objects as large as half their size, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Those kids, so young, could already levitate objects that big, while he, having lived 3 lives, could barely move a pebble the size of a fingernail. Comparing himself to them only led to frustration. Adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude, Kane made his way through the crowd and headed straight for the door leading deeper into the gym. Just as he was about to cross the hall and open the inner door, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The one blocking Kane was a young man wearing a blue jacket, with light blue hair. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, and beside him was a Kadabra. The way he suddenly appeared in front of Kane was probably due to teleport, though it wasn't clear whether the young man or his Kadabra had used it. With an impassive expression, the young man blocked Kane's path without saying a word, simply pointing to a sign beside the door that read, "No unauthorized entry unless you defeat the Guardian." Kane looked at the sign, then at the young man, and calmly asked, "Guardian?" The young man nodded, still silent, but his message was clear: if Kane wanted to enter, he would have to defeat him first. Kane's and the young man's actions attracted the attention of the people in the hall, who stopped their training and began gathering around the entrance. "Look, look!" Another one trying to challenge Miss Sabrina. "Do they really think our psychic gym is a place anyone can challenge? Bah, he's just a muggle who doesn't know his limits. Watch how Brother Azure wrecks him. Wait, this guy seems to have a faint psychic aura, isn't he a muggle? That's true. But he's very weak." Originally, everyone looked at Kane with disdain, but upon sensing a faint trace of psychic power in him, they began to take him a bit more seriously. Although Kane's psychic powers were extremely weak and anyone there could easily surpass him, awakening those powers set him apart from an ordinary human, allowing him to gain a bit of respect from them, reducing their looks of contempt. Even if he has psychic powers, someone so weak won't be a match for Brother Azure. Actually, I think if someone wants to challenge a gym, this shouldn't be the one. After all, Miss Sabrina, Suddenly, the person speaking was silenced by someone covering their mouth. The person who did it, after cautiously looking around and seeing no one, sighed in relief. "Hey! If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us down with you, all right? There are things you shouldn't say so lightly," the one who covered their mouth burst out, clearly upset. The one who spoke out of turn realized his mistake, frantically wiped the sweat off his forehead, and gave a grateful look to the person who had stopped him. Sabrina's temper really isn't something to play with. Hearing the comments around him, Kane smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems everyone had mistaken him for a league trainer who had come to challenge the gym. Of course, it was also possible that this was some kind of test from Umbra or Sabrina. He didn't believe that, with Sabrina's abilities, she wouldn't have noticed his presence the moment he entered the gym. It's possible that, at this moment, Sabrina and Umbra were watching him from some corner. And he wasn't far off in this assumption. It wasn't that they were secretly watching him but openly doing so, standing right beside Kane and the crowd, though no one could perceive their presence. It was as if they were air. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Kadabra. The young man who had previously tried to speak poorly of Sabrina, although somewhat relieved at not being punished, would probably have fainted from fear if he had known that Sabrina was standing right beside him at that moment. In fact, Sabrina had intended to punish the insolent young man, and if it hadn't been for Umbra's intervention, she definitely would have shown him what it feels like to be turned into a doll. Although she refrained for now, Sabrina didn't forget the young man's face. Women tend to hold grudges. Kane assumed that the young man named Azure standing before him was the same person the others were mentioning. This blue-haired young man, dressed in a jacket of the same color, was the one blocking his way. Reflecting on the league's annual tournaments, Kane remembered that very few trainers managed to earn the Saffron City Gym badge. As it wasn't an easy feat, it's likely that those who did earn the Saffron City badge did so in Sabrina's absence, achieving a stroke of luck. In fact, most trainers preparing for the Pokémon League competition tended to skip the Saffron City Gym. "If you want to enter, you must defeat me first," said Azure, looking calmly at Kane. He, too, sensed the faint psychic energy emanating from Kane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to speak to him. "Let's do this," replied Kane, looking at the Kadabra beside Azure. Pokémon. Kadabra, green. Gender? Male. Level 27. Type: Psychic. Ability: Synchronize. Held item: None. Egg moves: Barrier, Thunder Punch. Basic moves: Kinesis, Teleport, Confusion, Disable, Psybeam, Miracle Eye, Reflect. Learned moves: Gravity, Snatch, Ally Switch. TM moves: Protect, Shadow Ball, Light Screen. The system, though slowed by the data analysis task, showed no delay in scanning the Pokémon's data. All of Kadabra's information appeared before Kane's eyes. Kadabra is the evolution of Abra and the pre-evolution of Alakazam, a pure Psychic-type Pokémon. Among Psychic-type Pokémon, Kadabra and its evolutionary line, Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, are known for their immense talent. If a trainer possesses psychic abilities and works in tandem with a pure Psychic-type Pokémon like Kadabra, the effect in battle is much more than the simple sum of its parts. Although Kane had Murkrow and Sneasel, Dark-type Pokémon that could be immune to psychic moves, Kadabra is one of those Pokémon that can innately learn the move Miracle Eye, which significantly reduces the Dark-type advantage. The move Miracle Eye allows psychic moves to affect Dark-type Pokémon. Therefore, the advantage of Murkrow and Sneasel as Dark types isn't as big as it might seem. The crowd surrounding them gradually dispersed, leaving a suitable space for the battle. Azure stood firm at the entrance, clearly expecting Kane to defeat him before being allowed in. A one-on-one battle. "My Pokémon is this Kadabra," said Azure, indicating he would only use Kadabra in this battle. Kane nodded, understanding the rules. Throwing a super ball, Sneasel appeared on the field after a flash of red light. Seeing the Dark and Ice-type Pokémon, some of the spectators laughed. It's true that Dark-type Pokémon are strong against Psychic types, but do they really think Kadabra is just any Psychic-type Pokémon? Another fool who thinks he can beat a Psychic type just by having a Dark type. Azure will teach him what true Psychic Pokémon power is. Azure frowned upon seeing Sneasel on the field. His sharp perception allowed him to sense that Sneasel's presence made him feel uneasy. From a corner, Umbra and Sabrina also observed Sneasel. Umbra smiled and commented, "This boy has had some luck recently. This Sneasel has good potential. Bah, he's just a fool with luck. His psychic ability is pathetic, and after so much time, he hasn't shown any improvement." "He's no different from a muggle," replied Sabrina disdainfully, clearly unimpressed with Sneasel, especially since it's a Dark-type Pokémon. "Ahem." Umbra coughed, reminding Sabrina that she was right beside someone she herself would call a muggle. Far from feeling embarrassed, Sabrina gave a satisfied smile. Ignoring the comments around him, Kane remained calm, waiting for Azure to be ready. He's not someone to act impulsively. He wasn't about to change his choice of Pokémon just because others looked down on him. Why not take advantage of an edge when you have it? Gradually, the crowd quieted down, observing Kane's calm stance, clearly showing no intention of switching Pokémon. With that attitude, their only option was to watch the battle. Some were right in saying that Kadabra, having mastered the move Miracle Eye, wasn't incapable of harming Sneasel. Furthermore, Kadabra wasn't limited to using psychic moves. Kane hesitated between using Murkrow or Sneasel but ultimately decided on Sneasel. First, because Sneasel's level was slightly higher than Murkrow's. Kadabra was at level 27, and although Sneasel was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as much as Murkrow. Additionally, Kadabra had a green aptitude, which meant Murkrow wouldn't have a significant advantage. With the Miracle Eye move, Murkrow could be at a disadvantage against Kadabra. Furthermore, Kane had planned to dedicate time in the near future to strengthening Sneasel in battle. After all, Sneasel had been recently caught, and the synergy between trainer and Pokémon was not yet optimal. Both were ready, and the battle began. Sneasel, Agility, Kane commanded. Kadabra, Miracle Eye. Facing a Dark-type Pokémon, the priority was to use Miracle Eye, otherwise, any other move would be useless. Kadabra held its spoon in front of its chest, creating a shining sphere that emitted a multicolored light. A beam of light shot out from the sphere, illuminating Sneasel. Although Sneasel didn't seem affected, for Kadabra the unsettling aura had disappeared, and now it felt that its psychic moves could be effective. Sneasel, Hone Claws. Since Kadabra had allowed Sneasel to power up, Kane wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Using Miracle Eye was inevitable for Kadabra, as dodging the beam was difficult. So Kane decided to make use of the available time to enhance Sneasel's speed and attack power. End of chapter. Chapter 173. The Power of Knowledge. Kadabra, use Kinesis. Kinesis is a move exclusive to Kadabra and Alakazam. By bending its spoon, it can captivate the opponent's attention and, at the same time, lower their accuracy. Azure's strategy was correct, given that his opponent was trying to increase speed and attack power. If he managed to reduce the enemy's accuracy, their attacks would miss, nullifying the benefits gained from those two moves. This method is effective against most Pokémon. However, upon hearing the command, Kane smiled slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared in his dark eyes. Azure's choice to use this move revealed that he didn't fully understand Sneasel or its ability. Sneasel can have 3 possible abilities, and one of them is Keen Eye. Pokémon with this ability cannot have their accuracy reduced by any means, and any attempt to raise evasion against a Pokémon with Keen Eye will also have no effect. Since his opponent was unaware of this ability, Kane saw no reason to correct him. With a smile on his face, Kane continued, Sneasel, keep using Agility, then Hone Claws. Azure was surprised to hear Kane's command, thinking he was trying to compete in stacking buffs. After all, the additional effects of Agility and Hone Claws are superior to those of Kinesis. However, Azure was confident his Kadabra could gain an advantage by using Kinesis, as he had defeated several Dark-type Pokémon with that strategy. This time, however, he decided not to give the command verbally. Instead, he used his psychic abilities, communicating telepathically with Kadabra. Azure's eyes glowed with a bluish light as he sent the command to Kadabra. Kadabra, accustomed to fighting this way with his trainer, immediately used Kinesis again. Watching the battle, Sabrina opened her eyes in astonishment, noting Azure's confidence. She looked at Kane, who remained calm, and murmured, "Are we watching an idiot fight?" Umbra couldn't help but laugh, his face trembling from restrained laughter, and finally burst into laughter. Ha, 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 ha. It's true, you psychics sometimes rely too much on your abilities. Having been called a muggle earlier by Sabrina, Umbra now felt he had regained some dignity. Sabrina shot him a disdainful look in response to his mockery. The battle continued, but those hoping for a good show began to get bored. With support moves looping, the battle seemed stagnant. Buffs have a limit, and although Sneasel kept stacking benefits with Agility and Hone Claws, Kadabra had reached the limit for accuracy reduction. Azure soon realized something wasn't right. Kane's expression was too calm, showing no concern for the accuracy reduction. In fact, he seemed to be smiling. Deciding not to keep playing this game, Azure made Kadabra's eyes glow again and ordered him to attack. Kadabra raised its spoon to its chest, but this time it didn't bend. Instead, a wave of pink psychic energy emanated from the spoon. As a psychic, Kane could also sense the powerful psychic energy in Kadabra's spoon, and he realized Azure was done playing. Run, Sneasel! With the speed buffs obtained, Sneasel moved quickly, dodging the strange beam that shot from Kadabra's spoon. The psychic-type move, Psybeam. Sneasel ran toward Kadabra, closing the distance between them. But Kadabra, under Azure's telepathic command, continued to move its spoon, using its powerful mental force to track Sneasel. Sneasel, use Ice Shard while running. Since the enemy was so determined to attack, Kane decided it was time to launch an attack too. He'd see if Azure chose to dodge or continue his offense. Ice shards began to form in Sneasel's hands as he ran, throwing them at Kadabra. Just as Kane had predicted, Kadabra didn't stand still to take the hit. Kadabra is a Pokémon with high special power but low physical endurance, so taking multiple hits could be fatal. Teleport. Unlike the long-range teleport move used by Slowpoke, Kadabra can use teleport at short distances almost instantly. Since Kadabra had only known the teleport move since its Abra stage, it had become extremely skilled at using it, to the point of being able to use it in combat. Sneasel, use Quick Attack. Although Kadabra's teleport was fast, after the speed boosts, Sneasel was even faster with Quick Attack. The battle area wasn't large, and for Sneasel, covering the distance with Quick Attack was a matter of moments. Kadabra had barely finished using teleport to dodge the Ice Shard move when Sneasel, now a black blur, appeared right in front of it. Azure and Kadabra weren't worried about Sneasel's attack, confident that Sneasel's accuracy had been lowered due to the multiple uses of Kinesis. However, just as Azure wore a confident smile, Kane smiled too and gave a new command, Sneasel, bite. The sudden strategy change had always been a weakness for Sneasel, due to its lack of synergy with Kane, which made executing new commands slower. This time was no different. Sneasel took a moment to react to Kane's command, but it didn't matter this time, as his opponent was already convinced of victory and didn't attempt to dodge. Sneasel's sharp fangs, wrapped in a dark, sinister energy, sank into Kadabra, dealing significant damage. Kadar! Kadabra cried out instinctively in pain. Azure, his eyes glowing, ordered Kadabra to use teleport again to get away from Sneasel. Close combat against Sneasel was a death sentence for Kadabra. After giving the command, Azure looked at Kane and then at Sneasel with a look of disbelief. From the shadows, Sabrina slapped her forehead in frustration and said, "Let's go, this is pointless." With a mocking smile, Umbra was teleported out of the place by Sabrina. For them, the battle was no longer interesting. Because Kane had already won. This is what the power of knowledge means. End of chapter. Chapter 174. The Black Box. Kadabra teleported again. A single, accurate hit meant nothing, maybe it was just a matter of luck. Sneasel, use Ice Shard again, then bite. The previous scene repeated once more between Sneasel and Kadabra. Although Kadabra responded quickly this time, launching an attack as Sneasel approached, it was useless. However, Sneasel's Dark-type moves deal double damage to Kadabra, while Kadabra's moves barely cause basic damage to Sneasel. Therefore, the final outcome of the battle was evident. Even though Kadabra had 2 more levels than Sneasel, Sneasel's quality was 2 levels higher than Kadabra's. While a Psychic with a Psychic-type Pokémon greatly amplifies their power, and their cooperation is much smoother, the synchronization between Sneasel and Kane was clearly better. But it wasn't enough. The crucial mistake was allowing Sneasel to gain so many skill enhancements, otherwise, the battle's outcome might have been different. Because the combination of a Psychic and a Psychic-type Pokémon is not simply a sum of parts. By the time the battle ended, Azure was still stunned, but the fallen Kadabra in front of him indicated that he wasn't dreaming. Kane didn't withdraw Sneasel but instead headed directly toward the door with him, completely ignoring the astonished, surprised, curious, and scrutinizing looks of those around him. As he passed by Azure, he was still in shock. "Move aside," Kane said calmly. Hearing Kane, Azure reacted, lowering his head and stepping aside, leaving the door clear. However, his expression showed that he wasn't entirely satisfied. Still, he had been defeated, and the result was that Kane could go through that door while he remained as the loser. Kane noticed his expression and slightly raised his eyebrows but had no intention of explaining why the battle ended the way it did. It must be understood that, as Kane always said, in the world of Pokémon, the most valuable things aren't those rare Pokémon, or rare items, or even pseudo-legendary or legendary Pokémon. The most valuable thing is our knowledge. Knowledge changes power, it's not just a saying. This battle was the best example of that. Kane gently pushed the door and entered under everyone's watchful gaze. The psychic-type gym was large, the lobby occupied less than a tenth of the total area. Kane walked down the hallway behind the door for a long time before finally emerging. After crossing the hallway, he entered an equally enormous room filled with all sorts of dolls, some shaped like Pokémon, others like humans, and even some like furniture. Directly across the room was a large raised platform with a giant chair made of dolls, although it was empty at the time. In the center of the room, a man and a woman sat, staring intently at Kane as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. These two were Sabrina and Umbra, who had previously watched the battle between Kane and Azure in the lobby. Now, they sipped their tea calmly and chatted leisurely. When Sabrina saw Kane enter, she casually gestured for him to approach. Kane gave a wry smile. He couldn't ignore Sabrina's order, so he quickly approached their table and respectfully greeted them, Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina. At this, Sabrina's expression changed, while Umbra smiled. Hey! Who gave you permission to address him first? Sabrina said, frowning as she looked at Kane. Kane was taken aback for a moment. You lost again. Remember to pay me later, Umbra said, chuckling after taking a sip of tea. Are they so idle that they're betting on who I'd greet first? Umbra's words made Kane understand the situation. Sabrina and Umbra had bet on who he'd address first. That's why, when Kane had just entered, Sabrina had gestured for him to approach, intending for him to greet her first. Kane was speechless to see these two powerful figures entertaining themselves with something so trivial. And they actually enjoyed it? Kane couldn't interfere in the bet between Sabrina and Umbra. When these high-level figures spoke, anything he said would be wrong. Your name is Kane, right? You just made me lose 200,000 Pokédollars. Later, you'll have to pay him, Sabrina said angrily, pointing at Kane. Kane gave a wry smile and nodded. This was an unexpected disaster, losing 200,000 Pokédollars for nothing. Kane didn't understand why Sabrina was against him, but Umbra did. It wasn't just because Kane made her lose the bet, but also because Kane had easily defeated Azure. This made Sabrina look bad in front of Umbra. Although Azure wasn't Sabrina's disciple or relative, he was still someone from Sabrina's gym, and losing so disastrously without even understanding why left her looking bad. That's why Sabrina wanted Kane to pay that 200,000. If Kane knew this, he'd probably feel even more aggrieved. Umbra gestured to indicate there was no problem. Then, his expression turned serious, and he asked, "Did you bring what I asked for?" Seeing Umbra's serious expression, Sabrina also stopped joking. She liked to have fun, but that didn't mean she didn't know when it was time to be serious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become one of the three main leaders of Team Rocket. When Umbra finally brought up the matter, Kane sighed in relief. He really didn't want to face Sabrina, someone so unpredictable that she might get angry at any moment without reason. I brought it. Kane took out the black box that the middle-aged man with a mustache had given him at the research base by the Lake of Rage. He had his system scan it but only obtained information about the materials of the box without being able to figure out what it contained. He carefully placed the black box on the table. Upon seeing the box, Sabrina immediately stood up and stared at it intently for a moment. Then, Kane felt a powerful psychic energy emanate from her. Sabrina must have been using her powers to check that the box had no issues. After her confirmation, Umbra extended his hand, which only had 2 fingers, and slowly dragged the box toward him. In front of the box's numeric keypad, he entered a password, and it automatically opened. A click was heard as the box opened, and the outer casing, made of a sturdy material, crumbled into dust, revealing its contents. Seeing the transformation of the box, Kane felt truly relieved. Initially, when he saw the numeric keypad, he had considered using his system to try to crack the code and see what was inside, but he feared some kind of trap, so he decided against it. Fortunately, he hadn't given in to curiosity at the time, otherwise, he might have lost his place in Team Rocket. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Evolution Elixir. When the black box disappeared, it revealed a transparent case made of an unknown material. Inside the transparent case, there were 6 test tubes. Seeing those 6 test tubes, Kane couldn't help but feel his pupils contract slightly. Because the tubes clearly contained the evolution elixir, something Kane had scanned preliminarily with the system that very morning. Was this what Umbra had asked him to bring? The primary research result from the Lake of Rage base? Kane was a little stunned. Do they work? Sabrina broke the silence, looking seriously at the 6 test tubes in front of Umbra. She knew very well what the liquid in those tubes was and was also aware of its side effects. Umbra nodded slightly and touched the transparent case, which opened on its own, revealing the test tubes. He took one and smelled it gently. Are you sure you want to use this? I've heard the side effects are quite severe, Sabrina doubted. Clearly, although the evolution elixir had significant effects, Team Rocket's higher-ups were already aware of its dangers, they just hadn't found a way to mitigate them. I've spent nearly half my savings on these 6 test tubes, so of course, I'll use them. Umbra's voice held a hint of resignation but also unshakable resolve. What Kane didn't know was that when Umbra went to the trial island, he was already seriously injured, and his body had suffered significant damage. If he wanted to quickly regain his strength as a mid-level elite trainer, his Pokémon's growth would be a major obstacle. That's why, as soon as he learned of progress at the Lake of Rage base, he left the island and sent Kane to collect these elixirs. Part of the purpose was to train Kane, but more importantly, he urgently needed these elixirs. Each of these tubes contained enormous energy, and the production cost was extremely high, so they couldn't be transported easily. Thus, the only option was to retrieve them personally or send someone trustworthy. But because Umbra's strength had waned, a real battle might not be favorable for him, and the League was always monitoring his movements. If he dared to appear alone in the wild, the League would send a group of powerful trainers to take him down. Moreover, even within Team Rocket, there were people who didn't like him and could take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he couldn't go to retrieve the elixirs himself. The only option was to send a trusted subordinate. Since the information about his previous encounter had been leaked by someone within Team Rocket, he didn't trust his members at that time. That's why he brought Kane out of Trial Island. Kane had a clean and clear record, allowing Umbra to use him without worries. Additionally, Kane's identity and power were relatively low, which wouldn't raise suspicion. These details Kane did not know, and Umbra wouldn't reveal them to him. However, Sabrina, who was in the same group within Team Rocket, knew the situation thoroughly. That's why, when Sabrina first met Kane, although her initial intention was to take his Slowpoke, she decided not to when she saw the reserve member badge Umbra had given Kane. Did you really think that a reserve member badge from the Shadow unit held that much value? For Team Rocket higher-ups like Sabrina, that badge meant nothing. Sabrina decided not to act against Kane because she understood the role Kane played in Umbra's plans and his importance to him. Although, in the end, helping Kane awaken his psychic powers was something unexpected. But if you use these elixirs, it will be difficult for you to continue advancing, Sabrina said. Although the evolution elixir could accelerate Pokémon growth and help Umbra regain his strength, the Pokémon that used the catalyst would see their lifespan halved. The Pokémon that had barely reached the elite level would see their lives shortened drastically. At that point, trying to advance further would be almost impossible due to their limited lifespan. Umbra sighed, if I don't use this now, I may not even live long enough to worry about advancing. After a pause, he added, I'll only use 3 of the elixirs and will raise some Pokémon with good potential as successors. If resources are sufficient, they should be able to keep up. These words sounded like he was trying to reassure Sabrina, but they also seemed like a way to console himself. After all, having reached this level, and not being so old, anyone would want to continue advancing. Sabrina nodded and tried to comfort him, there's still hope, although this will speed up the consumption of your already scarce resources. That's why I'll start accepting missions again. This time, I've accepted the Trial Island mission, Umbra said calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Kane, who was listening, didn't dare to say a word. Although these two didn't avoid speaking in his presence, which could be interpreted as a sign of trust, it also meant they were tying him even more to their side. In that case, it wouldn't only be difficult to join other factions within Team Rocket, but if he tried to distance himself from Umbra and Sabrina, he'd be crushed or even eliminated. Unless his strength grew enough, and under Umbra and Sabrina's protection and support, he established his own faction. However, even if he achieved that, his relationship with Umbra and Sabrina's faction would remain an alliance, otherwise, they wouldn't have helped him. Kain was thinking about the future, although at that moment, he was barely a Team Rocket soldier, or not even that. However, listening to the conversation between Sabrina and Umbra allowed him to understand some things. For example, the reason why Umbra needed the evolution elixirs to regain his strength quickly. Kain suspected that the wound on Umbra's hand, which he saw the first time he met him, was related to the loss of his strength. And something that worried him even more was that Umbra had said he accepted the Trial Island mission. What did that mean? It meant that the trial on Trial Island wouldn't be easy. If a mid-level elite trainer with limited resources accepted this mission to recover them, it could only mean that the mission was extremely lucrative or that there were great rewards to be gained. Either way, that wasn't good news for Kain and the other trial participants. No wonder Umbra had warned him that the trial wouldn't be simple. The Trial Island mission, huh? That doesn't sound fun. I won't be joining you this time, take care, Sabrina said, clearly showing her lack of interest in the mission. End of chapter. Chapter 176. The Depth of Trial Island. In fact, Sabrina isn't much older than Kain, she's only a few years ahead. However, due to her immense talent and rapid advancement in strength, many people tend to overlook her age. Moreover, Sabrina has possessed very powerful psychic abilities since she was young, which led her to develop a peculiar and capricious personality, as few people could go against her wishes. However, as she's grown, she has begun to understand the nuances of interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, with only her strength, she wouldn't have become one of Team Rocket's top 3 executives. Her relationship with Umbra is good because he doesn't flatter her for her power. Instead, he helps her make more mature decisions, shaping her character to some extent. For this reason, Sabrina sees Umbra as a mentor, friend, and brother. This is why Sabrina cares about Umbra's matters. However, this time, she has no interest in the mission on Trial Island, as it's rather complicated, and she feels no need to get involved. Umbra gestures with his hand, indicating it's fine. This mission on Trial Island is like a whirlpool of trouble, and if Sabrina chooses not to participate, it's for the best. If he could, he'd also avoid getting involved. Then, Umbra looks at Kain seriously and says, "As I told you on Trial Island, this time the trial will not be easy." Kain listens carefully, without interrupting, waiting for Umbra to continue. This time, Team Rocket has invested more resources than ever in the trial, and it has been more selective with the participants, because this trial is directly related to the team's expansion into other regions. Kain can't help but wonder, expansion into other regions? Umbra continues, as you already know, Team Rocket is the largest underground group in the Kanto and Johto regions, but these are only 2 of the 7 regions recognized by the League. Our leader has bigger ambitions, he won't settle for being just the king of the underworld in these 2 regions. Expansion is inevitable. But in other regions, even the League doesn't have full control, much less us. Each region has its own underground organizations that are very protective of their territory. We can't just enter with force, they'd kick us out immediately. That's why some of the team's higher-ups have proposed infiltrating new recruits who pass the trial into other regions. The idea is for them to infiltrate gradually, take root, and when they are firmly established, Team Rocket can strike from inside and out to take control of the region. We may not dominate all underground organizations, but at least we want to have some influence. This is the first time Umbra has spoken so much to Kain. After taking a sip of tea, he continues. Among you, those participating in this trial, there are many who have been placed here by orders from their superiors. Surely, you've noticed that some of them have considerable strength, and several officers in Team Rocket are using this opportunity to build their own power in other regions. Hearing this, Kain finally understands why some people on Trial Island seemed strange to him. Xander is just one of those who don't hide their true identity, others are probably doing the same, hiding both their identity and true power. you've stood out as a surprise in this trial, but if you don't align with a faction, you might not leave Trial Island alive. So, are the executives just standing by? Kain finally dares to ask, raising the question that intrigues him the most. Umbra laughs coldly and responds, how could they just stand by? Some executives are eager to send their men to expand their influence. But our leader has decided that the top 3 in the trial and the best 5 subordinates from the executives will compete to decide who will be sent to other regions. The top 3 from the trial against the best 5 from the executives? That's a big disadvantage from the start, Kain comments. The difference is obvious, but do you think the officers aren't investing resources? The leader is allowing them to face the executives because he wants the officers to challenge them. Some have become too arrogant lately. The exact battle rules haven't been defined yet, but it's clear that each one will have more than one Pokémon. Although Trial Island encourages training a single Pokémon, those with power behind them have already been training other Pokémon in secret. You're not bad, your Pokémon have good potential, though they lack some strength. If you work hard, you might have a chance. Umbra's words make Kain reflect deeply. It turns out this trial is much more complicated than he had imagined, with at least 5 executives involved and implications for Team Rocket's direction over the next few years. Even Giovanni might be paying attention, which means that those who perform well could gain his favor. Giovanni is the type who, if you have skills, will give you a chance, even if you have your own ambitions. He trusts his ability to control others. That's his charisma. However, Kain suspects that Team Rocket's plans aren't as simple as they seem. They wouldn't send someone with so many resources without taking precautions. What if that person developed their own ambitions? After all, resources are so valuable they can sustain a faction. Even the most loyal could be tempted to disobey. Kain doubts the simplicity of all this, even when it comes from Umbra. But perhaps this is also an opportunity for him. Could it be feasible to take advantage of the situation to establish his own faction? He doesn't know what Umbra is thinking, but Umbra probably senses Kain's thoughts too. Alright, I've told you enough about the mission. Now let's talk about the reward for helping me complete the task. Umbra stops Kain before he can refuse and continues, don't be so quick to turn it down, this reward might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Saying this, Umbra slowly stands up and, with great solemnity, takes out a black badge from his clothing. This badge is very similar to the Black Cloud badge that Kain received before, but it has one difference, an additional line that Kain's reserve member badge did not have. End of chapter. Chapter 177. Recruitment. This is the official badge of a member of the Shadow Unit. One line on it represents an entry-level member, which is equivalent to having the rights of a Team Rocket captain. However, you haven't completed the trial mission yet, so you haven't been assigned subordinates. You can choose to recruit them yourself or simply continue on your own. Umbra handed Kain the badge that recognized him as an official member of the Shadow Unit, then collected the reserve badge he had before. With this, Kain officially became a member of Team Rocket, and he wasn't starting at the very bottom. He hadn't yet finished his time on Trial Island and already held the rights of a Team Rocket captain. It's likely that, in Team Rocket's records, Kain's status had changed from a simple soldier to captain. Although the captain rank is still one of the lower levels in Team Rocket, at least he was no longer at the very bottom, right? Furthermore, by rule, a captain should have 5 subordinates assigned, but Kain only had the rights, not the benefits. If he wanted subordinates, he'd have to recruit them himself. For others, this might be troublesome, but for Kain, he preferred to recruit his own subordinates rather than accept those assigned by the organization. In fact, he felt more comfortable with this option. After all, on Trial Island, Kain already had a small force waiting for him. Can I recruit the trial participants on Trial Island? Kain wanted to confirm, since Team Rocket had invested significantly in this generation of trial participants. Umbra looked at Kain with a meaningful expression and replied in a deep tone, "You can." Kain knew very well what he had done on Trial Island, and Team Rocket's Commander-in-Chief, Viper, was also one of Umbra's friends. On Trial Island, some of the youths had formed alliances, reflecting the internal situation of Team Rocket. As long as there was a strong figure with power and authority, Others only dared to conspire in the shadows, without acting openly. Kain also had a group of subordinates on Trial Island, but how many of them would still obey his orders after his long absence? However, this generation of trial participants had been carefully selected by Team Rocket. Excluding those brought in by the officers, even the selected common citizens exceeded the previous generations in talent, like Kain. Additionally, the starting Pokémon granted on Trial Island were of higher quality. In previous generations, orange quality Pokémon were the most common, while this time, the starting Pokémon were yellow quality, and a few lucky ones received green quality Pokémon, like Kain. In short, the participants of this generation had great potential. If Kain managed to recruit them under his command, in a few years, they could take on important responsibilities. If Kain achieved first place in the end, recruiting some of the top trial participants, and formed his own force in a new location, he would have a near-perfect setup. The only requirement was having enough strength. Umbra looked at Kain with an enigmatic smile and said, "Do you have the resources to train another Pokémon from scratch now?" Today, Kain had used a good quality Sneasel, but it was clear the Pokémon had been recently caught and didn't have enough synchronization with its trainer. "If you want it now, I can advance the Pokémon to you, but if you wait until the final trial ends, the Pokémon's quality may be even higher. The choice is yours." Umbra presented Kain with a choice: receive a good quality starting Pokémon now or wait a month and a half to potentially get one of higher quality. In truth, Kain didn't need to decide. He already had enough Pokémon that required training. In a few days, his Skorupi would enter its growth phase. If he added another starting Pokémon just beginning its growth phase, by the end of the trial, neither Skorupi nor the starter Pokémon would be very useful. It was better to focus his resources on training Skorupi. With a bit of luck, in this month and a half, it could catch up. With the addition of Miltank, Kain would have 6 main Pokémon, enough to face any situation. So, Kain shook his head slowly, indicating he didn't need to choose. It was a question with an obvious answer. Even if Kain already knew the answer, he had to ask, because, after all, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Seeing Kain's refusal, Umbra nodded in satisfaction. Not everyone could resist the temptation of a starting Pokémon, but at least Kain's strategic vision left him satisfied. Since the last time Umbra was ambushed by the League and barely escaped with his life, he had lost most of his subordinates. Those who survived were either seriously injured or no longer trustworthy. Although Kain wasn't especially strong, Umbra had some confidence in him, otherwise, he wouldn't have told him so much today. He wanted to recruit him under his command, and that was one of the purposes of this meeting. The conversation between him and Sabrina hadn't been hidden from Kain, and he was sure that someone as astute as Kain would know what choice to make. "Well, I've told you a lot today. I just want you to know that you should train well in the time that remains and prepare for the final trial. The reward will exceed your expectations." With these words, Umbra concluded the conversation with Kain. Once he finished speaking, Sabrina, already a bit impatient, waved her hand and used her psychic powers to teleport Kain out of the gym. After teleporting him, Sabrina looked at Umbra seriously and asked, "So, here's your choice. Although he has good instincts and cunning, his strength is a bit weak, it doesn't seem like your style." Umbra smiled mysteriously, without directly answering Sabrina's question. "He's quite good." "And you? Won't you send someone to stir things up a bit?" Sabrina shook her head and said, "I don't care what they do. If they want to, let them handle it themselves, I won't give them any support." End of chapter. Chapter 178. Reentry into the black market. Kain was teleported by Sabrina and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the psychic gym. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unknown alley. After leaving the alley and observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place, though he was glad he was still in Saffron City. He asked a passerby to find out where he was and learned he was in the southwest of Saffron City, while Sabrina's gym was in the northeast of the city. Remember, this is Saffron City, not a small town like Mahogany Town. Sabrina could teleport him here with a simple gesture, and if she wanted, she could send him to a forest outside the city in the blink of an eye. In a common forest, it wouldn't be a big problem, but if he appeared in a forest with many species and groups of Pokémon, even if he managed to escape, he'd probably come out quite injured. He couldn't help but shiver. These psychics with such powerful abilities were truly terrifying. To withstand their abilities, one would need either a strong enough Dark-type Pokémon, at least capable of resisting the psychic abilities of an elite-level Pokémon, or improve one's own psychic ability. However, thinking of his own psychic ability, Kane shook his head in resignation. It seemed that training his Pokémon was the more reliable option. Hopefully, with a Pokémon like Murkrow, Sneasel, or Skorupi, one of them could reach elite level and offer decent resistance. He took a taxi and headed to the nearest entry point of the black market. In a secluded corner without people, he changed clothes, put on an identity mask, and a wide black cloak before re-entering Saffron City's black market. Like a raindrop in a lake, Kane's arrival had no impact on the black market of Saffron City. First, he went to the Pokémon sales district, where he sold the 10 Pokémon he had obtained from league trainers at a low price. For a while, he had been worried they might attack him if he released them, so he hadn't fed them, which also reduced the price. The 10 Pokémon, which were neither low quality nor low level, were ultimately sold for 1.5 million Pokédollars, a fairly low price. However, this was Kane's biggest income since he sold the geocentric cleansing milk during his first visit to the black market. As the saying goes, killing and stealing are worth it. These kinds of criminal activities are the most profitable. Although Kane got lucky by taking down 2 mid-level league trainers in a surprise attack, he still felt pain in the wound on his shoulder. This opportunity was rare, and if he could choose, he would rather not earn that money and avoid facing 2 league trainers. The fact is, in that situation, any mistake on his part would have been fatal. Fortunately, the outcome was relatively good. Adding the 3.45 million Pokédollars he already had and the 1.5 million he just earned, and after selling some miscellaneous items to restock survival and combat supplies in the field, Kane now had exactly 5 million Pokédollars. For an average family, 5 million Pokédollars might be a fortune they'd never see in their lifetime, but for a Pokémon trainer, or for those with big ambitions, it's just a small part of their path to success. A drop in the ocean. This money could almost only meet Kane's current needs. After listening to Umbra's explanation about the trial mission, he felt a certain urgency. No wonder he hadn't felt anything in his previous life. Back then, his ranking in the trial was only around 30th, and his sole goal was survival. Truly feeling the pressure was a sign of trouble. In this life, he was almost destined to be in the top 3 on Trial Island. His opponents could be the subordinates of Team Rocket's strongest officers or the chosen ones of the organization's executives. Although the officers hold a lower status than the executives, there are still many well-trained subordinates. Whatever the case, they would always have more advantages than Kane. What does Kane have now? Besides being an entry-level member of the Shadow Unit and holding the title of Team Rocket Captain, he has no real benefits. Although Umbra hinted that he might recruit him, he didn't provide any resources. Apart from occasionally using Umbra's name to his advantage, everything had to depend on himself. Therefore, every Pokédollar Kane had, if he could, he'd split it in 2 to make it last. Thinking about how to use this money, Kane entered the Pokémon food store he had visited before. Like last time, he didn't look at the medium or high-level Pokeblocks, coveted by others. Instead, he focused on the materials needed to make high-level Pokeblocks. The formulas for the custom Pokeblocks for Miltank and Sneasel had already been decoded by the system, he only had to purchase the necessary materials according to the formulas. Although Miltank is a normal-type Pokémon, the ideal materials for her high-level Pokeblocks aren't the same as those for other normal-type Pokémon. According to the system, the best materials for her were leaves and roots rich in grass-type energy. These. Chapter 179. Move Purchase. Upon leaving the Pokémon food store, Kane still had 4.4 million Pokédollars. Suddenly, he had spent 600,000 Pokédollars, so the 5 million wasn't really enough for Pokémon training. This is considering that Kane can make high-level Pokeblocks himself. If someone had to buy them, the cost would be even higher. Of course, civilians can't afford high-level Pokeblocks, medium-level Pokeblocks are their limit. As time goes on as a trainer, the gap between civilian trainers and the league's elite trainers or the nobility only widens. Without stopping due to the expense, Kane was prepared to spend all his money before entering the black market. He went straight to the Pokémon Attribute Items store. It was the first time Kane had entered this kind of store in this life, and it sold items that enhance Pokémon attributes, like different types of anti-ice of various years, which are extremely expensive. Kane's goal was to buy one or several items to enhance Ghastly and Skorupi's poison-type moves. After browsing the entire store, Kane chose a poison gas from a quasi-elite Weezing and a full venom sac from a quasi-elite Arbok. Both items contain extremely potent poison. Anyone who comes into contact with them, even with an antidote, would die in less than 5 seconds if the antidote isn't used in time. Because these two items are important parts of quasi-elite Pokémon remnants, their value is quite high. Both items cost a total of 1 million Pokédollars. These items are for prolonged use and cannot be immediately digested by Ghastly or Skorupi. The poison is too potent for any Pokémon, so they will be in contact with these poisons over the next month. Thus, Kane had already spent 1.6 million Pokédollars, leaving 3.4 million. After leaving the Pokémon Attribute Items store, he headed to the Pokémon Move store. Before, in Goldenrod City, Kane had obtained a TM for the move Toxic and 2 TMs for the move Protect thanks to his system, which he had yet to use. That had saved him a fair amount of money. Now, in Kane's team, apart from Fearow, which is used as a tool, the rest of the Pokémon that hadn't learned the move Protect yet were Miltank, Sneasel, and Skorupi. So he only needed to buy one TM for the move Protect. Fortunately, the Protect TM is quite common outside Trial Island, and its price isn't high. Each Protect TM costs 150,000 Pokédollars. The move Protect is essential for every Pokémon, as long as the levels aren't too different, as it's almost like a temporary immunity move. Besides Protect, the move Hidden Power is also almost essential because Kane's team lacks specific type moves in some areas. So the move Hidden Power, which is somewhat like a skill gamble, has become a key move. Kane has used it several times in battle and has had good results. Even if he doesn't get a suitable type, Kane will still have his Pokémon learn the move. So, except for Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Ghastly, the rest of the Pokémon need a Hidden Power TM. Each Hidden Power TM costs 200,000 Pokédollars, and 3 of them add up to 600,000 Pokédollars. Thus, 1 Protect TM and 3 Hidden Power TMs amount to a total of 750,000 Pokédollars. Then Kane started selecting specific moves for each Pokémon. First, for Murkrow. As the first Pokémon to join Kane, it has learned more moves through TMs than the others. The additional move requirements are also lower. It only needs to learn a Taunt TM to round out its moves. The Taunt TM costs 250,000 Pokédollars. Next is Slowpoke. Slowpoke is a water and psychic type Pokémon, but it can also learn moves of other types, like fire, ice, and ground. Since he already has Sneasel for ice type moves, that can be set aside for now. Kane originally planned to teach Slowpoke a fire type move to cover the type deficit in his team. However, the only fire type moves Slowpoke can learn through TMs are Fire Blast and Flamethrower, and both TMs are quite expensive. Kane decided not to spend on them for now due to his limited budget. So he spent 300,000 Pokédollars to buy a ground-type TM called Bulldoze to cover the team's deficit a bit. Then there's Ghastly. First, Kane bought the Weezing's Poison Gas, which will enhance Ghastly's poison attribute. Fortunately, he already has the expensive Toxic TM, and Kane also decided to give Ghastly a Taunt TM to handle other Pokémon better in battle. The Taunt TM cost another 250,000 Pokédollars. Lastly, for Miltank. Miltank hadn't used any TMs before. In addition to the Protect and Hidden Power TMs purchased previously, Kane chose Substitute and Brick Break for Miltank. Miltank, being a normal-type Pokémon, can learn moves of various types, but given the limited budget, Kane chose Substitute for 200,000 Pokédollars and Brick Break for 350,000 Pokédollars. Substitute pairs well with the move Milk Drink and can nearly negate Substitute's side effects. Brick Break is a move that complements Miltank's close combat style and fills a gap in the team, as none of the current Pokémon know fighting-type moves. In total, Kane chose moves that align with each Pokémon's combat styles and aim to cover the team's deficiencies. There's a month and a half left, and he no longer has time to look for more Pokémon, so he has to rely on his Pokémon's moves to cover the gaps. End of chapter. Chapter 180. Empty Pocket. After finishing the setup of Miltank's moves, Kane had only 1.3 million Pokédollars left. Truly, spending money like water is exactly what Kane is doing right now. In just 2 hours, he has spent 3.7 million. He still has 2 Pokémon to set up, and it seems this money won't be enough to complete the setup for both of their moves, so he'll only be able to choose a few key moves for them to learn first. After Miltank, it's Sneasel's turn. Sneasel can already use for Ice-type moves, but being able to use them doesn't mean they're fully mastered, so Kane decides not to add more Ice-type moves until Sneasel has completely mastered those 4. Thus, for now, Kane sets aside Ice-type moves for Sneasel. Kane had also planned to buy a TM for the move Taunt for Sneasel, but he suddenly remembered that Sneasel already knows this move innately, which also saved him some money. Finally, Kane bought a Fighting-type TM, Low Sweep, for 300,000 Pokédollars, considering Sneasel's advantage in close combat against certain Pokémon. The move Low Sweep directly targets the legs of the enemy Pokémon. If the attack force is sufficient, it can reduce the opponent's speed. Since Sneasel is known for its speed, reducing the opponent's speed will further increase its advantage. In addition to Low Sweep, Kane also bought the Dark-type move Dark Pulse for 350,000 Pokédollars. Although Sneasel is a Dark and Ice-type Pokémon, with a higher affinity for Ice-type moves, it still needs to master some Dark-type moves. Previous Dark-type moves were all close combat moves, while Dark Pulse compensates for Sneasel's weakness in long-range Dark-type attacks. In total, Kane spent 650,000 Pokédollars on 2 TMs for Sneasel. This leaves only 650,000 Pokédollars for Skorupi. Skorupi is a Poison and Bug-type Pokémon, but when it evolves into Drapion, its types change to Poison and Dark. Additionally, Drapion has a high sensitivity to moves of various types, as seen by its ability to automatically learn Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and Ice Fang after evolving. Skorupi is the Pokémon with the greatest potential among Kanes, even slightly better than Sneasel, as Sneasel joined Kane halfway, while Skorupi has received the best resources since it hatched from the Pokémon egg. In addition to Skorupi's sniper ability, Kane has high expectations for it. To maximize Skorupi's Poison-type potential, Kane made a significant purchase, buying a Venom Sac from a quasi-elite level Arbok that had died. So Kane also leaned toward Poison-type moves when purchasing moves for it. Finally, Kane spent 350,000 Pokédollars on the Poison-type physical attack move Poison Jab, a move that will allow Skorupi to leverage its close combat capabilities. He then bought the move Taunt for Skorupi for 250,000 Pokédollars. And with that, he finished the move shopping for his Pokémon. Kane was almost bankrupt again, with only 50,000 Pokédollars left in his pocket. And this was just a basic replenishment of moves for his Pokémon. Excluding essential moves like Protect and Hidden Power, each Pokémon learned only about 2 additional moves. Kane is far from reaching his goal. So, while 5 million Pokédollars sounds like a lot, when spent, it disappeared almost instantly. Under the admiring gaze of the Pokémon Move Store employees, Kane paid with his card, then stored the numerous TMs in his ring before disappearing into the crowd with his hood on. Kane's actions in the Move Store, splurging money like water, naturally drew the attention of several interested parties. So, after Kane left, some people began following him one after another. For these people who harbored ill intentions toward him, Kane showed no mercy. After weaving through the streets and alleys of the black market, he managed to shake off most of them. As for those who stayed close, Kane led them to some secluded corners and took them out when he had the chance. These people weren't very strong, they relied on their tracking skills to be bothersome, thinking no one would notice them. If it had been the old Kane, he probably wouldn't have acted against them, but since the current Kane is almost bankrupt after spending so much, he decided to act. By taking out 3 of his followers, Kane obtained 100,000 Pokédollars in cash, plus some miscellaneous items that, when sold, would give him another 100,000 Pokédollars. This allowed Kane to recoup some money, increasing his balance to 250,000 Pokédollars. It's no wonder people say that easy money comes from shady activities. After dealing with these three, Kane earned 200,000 Pokédollars, making him consider whether he should return to the black market a few more times to buy more moves for his Pokémon. Though this was just a passing thought, as his primary goal right now is to increase his strength. The quick handling of these followers in alleys, to avoid trouble, didn't allow the Pokémon to learn moves or gain experience. After eliminating all those following him, Kane left the black market without any issues. After changing into a league member's clothing, Kane took a taxi back to the Pokémon Center. Earlier, to save time, Kane and his Pokémon only ate a few emergency rations for lunch. Now that evening had fallen after leaving the black market, it was time to prepare dinner. Luckily, since he was staying at the Pokémon Center, it had a specialized dining room, so Kane paid a considerable amount to reserve a private room in the dining hall. He ordered a table full of food for his Pokémon, satisfying their appetites. During dinner, Skorupi woke up again. Seeing the other Pokémon enjoying the food, it couldn't resist the temptation and, for the first time, tried something other than Miltank's milk. Surprisingly, it was impressed by the taste. Soon, Skorupi joined the others for the meal. Although it didn't eat much, it eventually drank a bottle of milk before feeling satisfied and snuggled back onto Kane's shoulder. However, it was clear that Skorupi was about to enter its growth phase. When Skorupi snuggled onto Kane's shoulder, he clearly noticed its weight had significantly increased. According to the data scanned by the system, it could also be seen that Skorupi's indicators had stabilized. Probably tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, Skorupi will officially enter its growth phase. At that point, its comfortable life will be over. End of chapter. Chapter 181. Skorupi's capture. As expected, when Kane woke up the next morning, Skorupi, who originally fit in the palm of his hand, had grown to the size of a basketball. Scanning it with the system, Skorupi's data had also changed. Pokémon. Skorupi, light blue. Sex. Male. Level. 5. Type. Poison plus bug. Ability. Sniper. Held item. None. Egg moves. Screech, agility, poison tail, pursuit. Basic moves. Bite, poison sting, leer, knock off. Learned moves. None. TM moves. None. Skorupi had gone from level 1 to level 5, officially becoming a battle-ready Pokémon. When Skorupi woke up, it wasn't used to its new body. It looked at Kane's shoulder, then at itself, and realized it no longer fit there. Kane crouched down, petted Skorupi's shell, and asked with a smile, "Skorupi, from now on, you'll start fighting. Are you ready?" Skorupi felt so comforted by Kane's petting that it quickly forgot the odd feeling of having grown. When Kane took out a Super Ball, Skorupi willingly approached and touched the center of the Pokeball, being absorbed by a red light. There was no resistance. With a soft ding, Skorupi was officially captured by Kane. After releasing it again, Skorupi officially became a battle Pokémon, one of Kane's primary Pokémon, no longer a growing baby. It's undeniable that bug-type Pokémon have a very short growth cycle. In such a short time, Skorupi had passed its infancy phase. If it were another Pokémon, the infancy stage would have lasted at least a month. However, compared to Pokémon like Beedrill or Butterfree, Skorupi was already evolving more slowly. Kane remembered selling a Weedle egg to Umbra on Challenge Island. In just a week, that egg became a Beedrill, though Umbra had sped up its growth. The growth rate of bug-type Pokémon is truly impressive. But Beedrill reaches its final evolution at level 10. In the wild, it could even evolve at a lower level. Skorupi, on the other hand, will only evolve into Drapion at level 40. This pace is considered extremely slow among bug-type Pokémon. As far as Kane remembers, aside from Drapion, only Armaldo and Volcarona evolve after level 40, and both Pokémon are incredibly powerful after evolving. Especially Volcarona, which in parts of the Unova region is revered as a deity and considered the embodiment of the sun. Its power is undeniable. Although a Pokémon's evolution doesn't necessarily become better if it happens at a higher level, it's undeniable that those that evolve at higher levels often experience a greater power transformation. The most typical example is the pseudo-legendary Pokémon of each region. None of them reach their final evolution before level 40, and their power is undeniable. Therefore, although Skorupi is a bug-type Pokémon, its potential is considerable. After capturing Skorupi in its growth stage, Kane felt he had resolved an important concern. With Slowpoke, he left the Saffron City Pokémon Center. Since Umbra had instructed him to strengthen his power without assigning specific missions, Kane decided to make the most of the month and a half he had to boost his Pokémon strength as quickly as possible. Since the rules of the challenge were unclear and not limited to a single Pokémon, Kane couldn't focus on training only one or two. He would have to train all his Pokémon to be ready for the final challenge in a month and a half. Kane devised a suitable plan and divided that month and a half into 3 15-day phases. During the first 15-day phase, Kane planned to train his Pokémon to reach a uniform level, with Skorupi and Ghastly as the primary training targets. Of course, being primary targets doesn't mean the other Pokémon will be ignored, just given slightly less attention. During the second 15-day phase, Kane planned to take his Pokémon into the forest for a survival exercise in the wild. Only by facing unexpected situations could they develop agile response abilities. Moreover, in society, situations that represent life-threatening danger are few. Only by getting his Pokémon accustomed to fighting on the brink of survival could they be ready for Team Rocket's challenges. In the third 15-day phase, Kane planned to face many Pokémon trainers so his Pokémon could get used to battles against trainers. If Team Rocket's final challenge involved a rotating battle format, this would give them an advantage. However, this was only Kane's preliminary plan. He was open to adjusting it if unexpected situations arose. For now, he would follow this plan, and Kane decided that his destination would be Mauville City in the Hoenn region. It's said that Mauville City in the Hoenn region has a large number of fighters and various Pokémon trainers. Trainers from all regions gather there to engage in Pokémon battles. This fit with the third phase of Kane's plan, so he decided to head there. To reach Mauville City, there were two ways to do it. One option was to take a plane directly from Saffron City Airport to Mauville City. This would save time and be a safe journey. The other option was to head first to Vermilion City in the Kanto region, then take a boat to Slateport City in the Hoenn region, and finally head to Mauville City. Slateport City is the 9th largest city in the Pokémon world, a very developed city only slightly smaller than Saffron City in the Kanto region. Once in Slateport City, Kane would need to travel north, passing through a stretch of forest to reach Mauville City. For Kane, taking a plane wasn't an option, as it didn't provide any training opportunities. Thus, Kane decided to travel on foot to Vermilion City and then take a boat to Slateport City. This solo journey would not only protect his identity but also allow him to train his Pokémon specifically, achieving two goals in one. Kane packed everything he needed into his storage space. This time, Kane had prepared a lot of supplies in his ring, nearly filling up his 5 cubic meters of storage space. He didn't know how long he'd be away before returning to a big city with a black market, so he decided to be well prepared. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Kane took a taxi to the southern end of Saffron City, at the intersection with Route 6. Passing by the famous Pokémon daycare, Kane chose not to enter and continued onward. Perhaps his previous trick on the young woman had already been discovered by her grandparents, and to avoid awkward situations, Kane decided to go around the daycare and continue on Route 6. End of chapter. Chapter 182. Diglett Cave. In reality, there are two paths from Saffron City to Vermilion City. One is Route 6, the option most people are familiar with. Though it passes through a forest with many wild Pokémon, it also has a road specifically built by the Pokémon League, and its safety is routinely maintained. Buses traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City usually take this path, as it's quick and safe. The other option is a more natural path, or rather, a tunnel. Between Vermilion City and Saffron City, there is a large number of Diglett and Dugtrio. These Pokémon are peaceful by nature and love to be near humans. They often dig in the ground, bringing various mineral elements to the surface that benefit plant and animal growth. For this reason, both trainers and the community highly appreciate Diglett and Dugtrio, to the point that even Pokémon hunters and trainers from the dark world avoid harming them. Disturbing a group of Diglett or Dugtrio could cause landslides or, in the worst case, alter the area's topography. Thanks to these adorable, mostly non-aggressive Pokémon, a tunnel has been dug between Vermilion City and Saffron City. At first, few people dared to use this tunnel. But, as always, someone ventured in first, and after the first person successfully crossed from Saffron City to Vermilion City, more and more people began taking this route. Over time, people started calling it Diglett Cave as a way of thanking the Diglett for their help in making the journey between the two cities easier. Inside Diglett Cave, there is a main tunnel and many branches, all dug by Diglett. Except for them, no one really knows how many caves are underground. As Diglett Cave became more accepted, the Pokémon League stepped in to ensure the tunnel's stability. They built numerous support pillars inside and set up a hut at the cave's entrance, officially establishing the entrance to the tunnel and placing Diglett Cave on the maps. However, human curiosity is limitless, and soon people began exploring beyond the main tunnel, venturing into the branches. This led to the emergence of in Diglett Cave. It's common to encounter other trainers, as well as some explorers equipped with large backpacks and tools like shovels and pickaxes, ready to enter unexplored branches. These explorers wear helmets with flashlights to light the dark tunnels. Although the cave is mainly inhabited by Diglett and Dugtrio, that doesn't mean there aren't other Pokémon. Kane saw some Zubat and Rattata scurrying around, but these Pokémon showed no aggression and quickly disappeared. Kane, along with Slowpoke, continued further into the main tunnel of Diglett Cave. At first, there were few branches along the sides of the main tunnel, but as they went deeper, the number of branches increased. Some of these branches were also lit, and at the entrance of some, there were signs indicating their function or purpose. For example, some branches led to small markets where trainers gathered to trade, which eventually led to the formation of an underground market. Although not as diverse as a black market, these markets offer valuable materials or tools trainers use on their journeys, similar to a large bazaar. Sometimes, you can find good products. The underground market in Diglett Cave is well known among trainers traveling between Saffron City and Vermilion City. Many vendors, concerned about the black market atmosphere, prefer to walk a little farther to sell their goods here. Unlike the black market, the items sold in these markets are legal and legitimate. You won't find anyone selling Pokémon illegally. It's, so to speak, a flea market in broad daylight. Some smaller branches have been occupied by people who have turned them into their underground homes. Although occupying public space in this way isn't something people appreciate, they haven't faced much rejection either. After all, if someone has no choice but to live underground, they're likely not in a good situation. Most people prefer to look the other way in these cases. End of chapter. Chapter 183. Skorupi's growth. 3 hours later, Kane had been walking through Diglett Cave for exactly 3 hours, passing an underground market and countless unknown branching tunnels. After buying a large amount of food at a restaurant specially built underground, Kane and Slowpoke ventured into one of those unknown tunnels for the first time. Kane held a torch specially designed for cave exploration. This metal torch could burn indefinitely with just a little fuel added. Even a breeze couldn't extinguish it, making it an excellent outdoor lighting tool. After walking for 15 minutes in the tunnel's darkness, Kane released his Pokémon to enjoy lunch. Skorupi, who had never spent so much time in a Pokeball before, jumped onto Kane as soon as he was released, refusing to get off. If not for the lure of food, it would have been hard to convince him to climb down. Lunch passed in a cheerful atmosphere. Kane decided not to return his Pokémon to their Pokeballs and continued venturing deeper into the tunnel. Earlier, he had Slowpoke mark a psychic coordinate at the entrance of the branching tunnel, which would allow them to return to the starting point in case of an emergency, either through the teleport move or by simply following the signal. So, Kane felt no pressure. He wasn't sure if it was luck or something else, but the first branching tunnel Kane chose seemed endless, so he decided to keep walking. As they advanced, they got further away from people, and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Most of them were Zubat and Rattata. Due to the lack of natural light, Kane was the first to bring light to this place, which startled the wild Pokémon, causing them to attack. The system detected that these Pokémon were not very high level, ranging between level 8 and 15, which made them perfect targets for Ghastly and Skorupi to train. Although Skorupi was only at level 5, his quality advantage exceeded that of the wild Pokémon, so the battle wasn't one-sided. Plus, Ghastly assisted him, allowing Skorupi to hold his own quite well. This was Skorupi's first battle, so sometimes he reacted slowly. After receiving an order from Kane, he would hesitate for a moment before executing the attack correctly. Sometimes, his slow reaction caused the wild Pokémon to hit him. Fortunately, Kane had brought plenty of potions, along with Miltank's milk for energy replenishment. As long as he wasn't defeated in one hit, Skorupi could gradually wear down his opponents. If necessary, Ghastly would step in, ensuring victory. However, the first time Skorupi was attacked, he nearly cried from the pain, as he had been protected by Kane and the rest of the team since birth and had never been hurt. But when he tried to seek comfort from Kane, he only saw his stern face, with no hint of consolation. With comfort from Slowpoke and Miltank, Skorupi managed to hold back his frustration, channeling all his anger toward his opponent. That's how Skorupi defeated his first Pokémon, a level 9, low-quality Rattata, a fairly weak rival, but the victory filled Skorupi with joy for a good while. After the battle, Kane immediately treated him and praised him for his effort. Skorupi, who had held back his tears, almost burst into tears again, but this time from happiness, feeling all his frustration melt away. From that moment, Skorupi understood that during battles, his trainer Kane would show him no mercy or compassion, and only by fighting with all his effort would he receive Kane's approval and the comforting hands that healed and massaged him. Skorupi, already a battle-loving Pokémon, showed an even greater desire to fight, knowing that if he defeated his opponents, he would gain Kane's recognition and could fight alongside the other Pokémon on the team, something he longed for. Especially when, after defeating an opponent, he leveled up, Skorupi became even more addicted to battles, showing a passion for fighting even greater than Murkrow's, who had always been quite combative. "Bite when you get close," ordered Kane, directing Skorupi's battle from the side. In just 1 hour, Skorupi, who didn't have to worry about injuries or stamina, threw himself into battle frantically, defeating a level 13, yellow-quality Rattata with a strong, dark energy-boosted bite until the opponent was completely incapacitated. After defeating this Rattata, the system showed that Skorupi had leveled up again, reaching level 9, and learned his first bug-type move, Pin Missile. There's no denying that Skorupi's talent for battles, with his light blue quality, was incredible. In just 1 hour, he was able to react almost as quickly to Kane's orders as Sneasel, just a bit slower. That's impressive for only 1 hour of combat. Given a whole day, he would probably surpass Sneasel, who would become the Pokémon with the slowest reaction time on the team. Sneasel watched all this, and though he kept his typical cold expression, his eyes showed a bit of worry. Unfortunately, the Pokémon they had encountered so far were too weak, not even strong enough for Sneasel to use for training. Almost all of them fell to Skorupi's attacks, and very few made it to face Ghastly, let alone Sneasel, who was stronger than Ghastly. He had no choice but to hold back his impatience and wait for a more powerful wild Pokémon to appear. "Skorupi, that's enough, take a break, let Ghastly handle the next ones." Kane called Skorupi over after defeating Rattata. Gaining 4 levels in an hour was a huge advancement. Even his body, which initially was the size of a basketball, had grown to almost the size of 2 balls, marking significant progress. However, such rapid advancement isn't always good, as it could lead to losing control over his own body, especially for a growing Pokémon like Skorupi. The increase in size was already causing some lack of coordination in his body. For example, during one of his attacks, Skorupi nearly failed to control the force of his bite. Had he not applied more pressure in time, Rattata might have escaped from his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 184. Training in Battle. Kane called Skorupi over, as this moment wasn't suitable for him to continue with high-intensity battles. With his body growing, what he needed now was to get familiar with the changes in his physique. Since Kane hadn't allowed Gastly and Skorupi to use the two newly purchased poison-type items, he also hadn't made them learn the corresponding TM moves. Sometimes, learning too much can be counterproductive, making it difficult to assimilate everything. Many of Kane's Pokémon still hadn't mastered the moves they already knew well. For example, Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, still hadn't fully mastered his Ice-type moves, even though they were his specialty, which made his title of Dragon Hunter seem undeserved. Miltank had just recovered from the aftermath of her life in the wild and still hadn't had systematic training for her moves. Skorupi, who had just entered his growth phase, had incredible combat talent, and his battle experience was growing rapidly, but his training time had been very short. There were still many moves he couldn't master skillfully, such as the pin missile move he had recently learned upon reaching level 9. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Gastly were the only ones who had completely mastered one or two moves. For this reason, Kane decided that before reaching Vermilion City, his Pokémon needed to master the moves they had recently learned. Although it might not be possible for all of them to master them completely, they should at least have a solid grasp of their main battle moves. From that point on, they began a routine in which the Pokémon would go out to battle in turns. Kane didn't forget his main goal of training Gastly and Sneasel, so they were the ones who most frequently faced the wild Pokémon. Additionally, the moves they used were ones they normally didn't employ, making it a good exercise for practicing their less common moves. Compared to training without targets, though the wild Pokémon weren't very strong, training with real targets proved much more effective. As they delved deeper into the tunnel, the level of the wild Pokémon increased. Occasionally, small groups of wild Pokémon appeared. With the exception of Miltank and Skorupi, who stayed by Kane's side, the other Pokémon would throw themselves into battle. At those times, the narrow tunnel filled with energies of different types, which occasionally made Kane worry about the tunnel possibly collapsing. However, those concerns proved unfounded. The Diglett and Dug trio had built the tunnels with great solidity, so not even explosions caused by the hidden power move caused deformations in the tunnel, which reassured Kane. Skorupi stayed by Kane's side, not participating in further battles. A weighted vest was placed on him, and after feeding him some advanced poke blocks specially designed for him, Kane put him to train to become familiar with his body. Miltank, who was familiar with this type of training, helped Skorupi, giving him advice on what he should keep in mind. The tunnel seemed endless, and after an hour of advancing, it still showed no signs of ending. Although the tunnel didn't change, the level of the wild Pokémon did, reaching up to level 20. Some Raticate and Golbat appeared in the cave. These already evolved Pokémon were often accompanied by other Pokémon in earlier stages, forming small, low-power family groups. At that moment, Kane and his team encountered a small group of Raticate, with around 13 or 14 members, among which there were 2 level 20 Raticate, a male and a female, who were clearly the parents of the other Rattata or their descendants. Disturbed by the light from Kane's torch, the Raticate attacked immediately. Gastly, use Fire Punch on the male Raticate. Sneasel, use Hone Claws and then Ice Punch on the female, Kane ordered without delay. Murkrow and Slowpoke, take care of the smaller Rattata. Gastly and Sneasel, as the primary training targets, were the first to move. Although Gastly knew the Fire Punch move, he had almost never used it, while Sneasel still hadn't fully mastered Ice Punch, making these Raticate perfect targets for practice. Gastly formed a hand using the purple gas surrounding his body and, by rubbing it against the air, sparks appeared, transforming into a fist engulfed in flames, which he launched at the male Raticate. It was clear that Gastly had very little practice with this move, as it took him 3 seconds to execute it. If it weren't for the fact that Raticate didn't know how to perform energy-based moves and normal-type moves were ineffective against Gastly, he would have taken multiple hits by now. Fortunately, Ghastly was immune to the normal-type moves of Raticate, allowing him to train his moves without worry. Sneasel, on the other hand, was more direct. After sharpening his claws, he launched the Ice Punch move, freezing the female Raticate in one hit. However, without waiting for Kane's order, Sneasel continued using Ice-type moves, throwing them one after another at the frozen Raticate. Perhaps due to Skorupi's influence, Sneasel showed a much greater desire for battle in his encounters with wild Pokémon, and his synchronization with Kane was improving quickly. Sometimes, even without Kane giving the order, Sneasel was already anticipating his next move. There's no doubt that real combat is the best form of training. Kane's Pokémon competed with each other healthily. Each of them was a standout figure within the group, and none wanted to be outdone, which motivated them to try harder in battles and training. Except for Miltank. What made her happiest was being able to help her teammates. Seeing them quickly regain their energy thanks to her milk made her feel very happy. Soon, the group of Raticate fell to Kane and his Pokémon. After defeating the male Raticate, Ghastly leveled up to 21, narrowing the gap with Murkrow and Miltank and nearing his evolution into Haunter at level 25. Upon reaching level 21, Kane finally decided to give Ghastly the residue from a quasi-elite level Weezing he had bought so he could further develop his Poison-type energy and prepare for his evolution into Haunter. Ghastly might be Kane's first Pokémon to evolve. End of chapter. Chapter 185. Absorbing Poisonous Gas. Murkrow, keep watch on the surroundings. Ghastly, come closer. Kane instructed Murkrow to monitor the area to prevent any interruptions to Ghastly's first attempt to absorb the poisonous gas. Since it was his first time, there could be some risk. After all, this gas contained different types of toxins, so an adverse reaction was possible. However, as long as Ghastly could endure it, everything should be fine. If a strong Pokémon suddenly appeared to attack Ghastly during absorption, he could be in danger, unable to defend himself properly. Fortunately, the level of wild Pokémon in this area wasn't very high, so even if there were a surprise attack, Murkrow and the others could handle it. Even so, taking precautions was necessary due to the risk involved. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel surrounded Kane and Ghastly, forming a protective barrier. Miltank and Skorupi stayed close to Kane, ready to react to any unforeseen situation. Kane took out a device from his ring, a completely black vial containing the residual poisonous gas extracted from the quasi-elite level coughing. This residual poisonous gas was one of the most valuable components left from the coughing. It was loaded with a large amount of poison-type energy, but Ghastly couldn't absorb it all at once. Kane planned to release only a small amount so that Ghastly could develop an initial resistance. With everything prepared, and seeing the determination in Ghastly's eyes, Kane slowly turned the lid of the vial. This vial was specially designed to contain the poisonous gas, otherwise, any other material would have been immediately corroded by its toxicity. Carefully, Kane pressed a button at the base of the vial, releasing a small amount of pale purple gas that began to float slowly. Immediately, a strong, foul smell filled the air. Kane frowned, feeling a slight stinging on the exposed skin of his hands, as if the corrosive gas was approaching. Once the gas was fully released, Kane quickly closed the vial and put it away. Ghastly, already prepared, moved toward the poisonous gas as soon as it was released. The small amount of gas was instantly absorbed by the gaseous mass surrounding Ghastly's body. With the gas absorbed, the foul smell in the air began to dissipate. Suspended in the air, Ghastly closed his eyes, his unique face showing a mix of emotions, happiness, joy, discomfort, and pain. Aside from Skorupi, who showed slight unease at sensing the poisonous energy, the other Pokémon didn't react much and didn't seem uncomfortable. Being a poison-type Pokémon as well, Skorupi sensed the poisonous energy contained in the gas, and something in his instincts told him that if he could absorb this gas, he might become even stronger. Kane calmed Skorupi but couldn't help frowning. If this gas was strongly appealing to Skorupi, it was likely it would also attract other poison-type Pokémon. Pokémon are much more sensitive to the energy in the air than humans. The fact that Kane didn't sense much didn't mean other poison-type Pokémon wouldn't notice it. In this cave, poison-type Zubat weren't scarce, and there might even be some Golbat around. As if to confirm Kane's suspicions, sounds of flapping wings began to echo in the distance, approaching rapidly and growing more numerous. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Hone Claws. While calming Skorupi, Kane gave orders to the others. It was best to be prepared. This way, even if many wild Pokémon showed up, with all his Pokémon at full strength, they could handle it. Slowpoke closed his eyes and began to meditate. Now, due to his familiarity with this move, he could enter meditation even while walking. Although doing so affected his efficiency, this progress was significant, bringing him closer to Kane's goal of meditating in motion. Murkrow, meanwhile, channeled flying-type energy around, increasing everyone's speed with the Tailwind move. Thanks to his prankster ability, Murkrow had a natural advantage with status moves, and he almost instantly completed the speed boost. As for Sneasel, he remained calm, emitting a sharp sound while sharpening his claws, entering a state of extreme calm. Perhaps due to his ice-type nature, Kane noticed that, although Sneasel's synchronization with him wasn't as high as Murkrow's, he always maintained a cool head during battles, allowing him to adapt quickly. Lately, his synchronization with Kane had improved notably, and the small barrier in Sneasel's heart toward him had begun to fade. With time and Kane showing sincerity, Sneasel would probably open his heart completely. Soon, the swift Zubat appeared in front of Kane. By then, Ghastly had barely managed to open his eyes slightly, looking at Kane with an apologetic expression. If he had been able to absorb the poisonous energy more quickly, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble for Kane and the others. Kane smiled and reassured him. Ghastly, don't worry, focus on absorbing the energy. These Pokémon are a piece of cake for Murkrow and the others. They haven't had a chance to unleash their full power, so now they can blow off some steam. To confirm Kane's words, Murkrow let out a powerful cry. Though Murkrow wasn't the strongest on the team, surpassed by Slowpoke and Sneasel, his position in the group was indisputable. He wasn't intimidated by his lesser power, nor did he consider himself the most important simply for being Kane's first Pokémon. Instead, Murkrow fulfilled his duty as a leader in his daily actions and in battles, without expecting anything in return, simply dedicating himself silently to the team. He did everything he could to help Kane. For example, when Sneasel joined the team, he was initially reluctant to cooperate with Murkrow and Slowpoke. Murkrow, knowing that such tension wouldn't benefit future battles, took Slowpoke to apologize to Sneasel, seeking his forgiveness. Thanks to this, Sneasel's reluctance toward them lessened, and now they could fight together. End of chapter. Chapter 186. Snow Tornado. It's precisely because of Murkrow's selfless spirit that, even though he isn't the strongest on the team, he has earned the respect of all the Pokémon, becoming the undisputed big brother of the group. Murkrow took the lead in comforting Ghastly, urging him to absorb the energy without worries. Slowpoke and Sneasel, of course, didn't fall behind, also offering their support as they looked at the approaching Zubat with a smile that hinted at a touch of cruelty. Among the crowd of Zubat, a few Golbat were hiding, occasionally letting out cries that seemed to coordinate the many Zubat to attack. Kane let out a cold laugh. A bunch of trash thinks that quantity matters? Just what we needed to gain more experience. Both Zubat and Golbat are poison and flying-type Pokémon. Slowpoke, with his psychic type, has an advantage over poison types, while Sneasel's ice type is effective against flying types. These two would be the main attackers, while Murkrow would handle support and eliminate any that managed to escape. Slowpoke, use Confusion freely. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them up first. Murkrow, use Gust to help Sneasel with his Icy Wind. In front of the crowd of Zubat, at least 100 strong, the tunnel was so full that any attack would hit several at once. That's why the Golbat hid among the Zubat, hoping they would absorb the first impact before intervening. After a round of meditation, Slowpoke's psychic energy was at its peak, almost overflowing. Slowpoke's ability to maintain an almost infinite amount of psychic energy is something Kane has never fully understood. It might be one of the special reasons Sabrina mentioned. With the first line of Zubat under Slowpoke's control, Sneasel rushed forward and exhaled a gust filled with snow, an intense cold that enveloped all the Zubat and Golbat. Since they were in a tunnel, Sneasel's Icy Wind move wasn't wasted at all, maximizing its effectiveness. The Icy Wind move, already highly effective, intensified when Murkrow used Gust, creating two small snow tornadoes that began to slowly advance on all the Zubat. Murkrow, use Gust again. Sneasel, keep up with Icy Wind and then use Ice Shard. Let them feel what a snowstorm is like. Slowpoke, don't worry about the Zubat, focus on the Golbat. Use Psyshock. Now there were two snow tornadoes in the tunnel, but Kane had no intention of stopping there. He ordered Murkrow and Sneasel to increase their power further, aiming to take down all the Zubat at once. The Golbat, though their bodies had hardened from the cold, weren't as fragile as the Zubat. Still, Slowpoke's constant psychic strikes had them cornered, unable to do anything to stop the snow tornadoes. A few seconds later, four tornadoes loaded with snow and hail surged through the tunnel, completely surrounding all the Zubat and Golbat. Kane smiled with a hint of cruelty and added, Murkrow, give them a bit more flavor. Use Hidden Power. Murkrow's hidden power was Electric type, which amplified its damage against the Flying type Zubat. While Slowpoke and Sneasel continued their indiscriminate attacks, Murkrow quickly formed a sphere of electric energy and launched it at the center of the storm. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, causing the tunnel to shake slightly, though there were no signs of collapse. After the explosion, the storm dissipated, leaving only a few Zubat and Golbat staggering in the air, clearly unable to continue. Only then did the Golbat realize the mistake they made in following the alluring scent. Did they think their numbers gave them an advantage? In the end, just a few attacks were enough to leave only a few standing. The Golbat, being more cunning and having survived in the wild for so long, knew the situation was bad and tried to escape. You think it's that easy to flee now? Sneasel, use Quick Attack followed by Ice Punch. Slowpoke, keep up your Psyshock. Murkrow, finish off the remaining Zubat, Kane said with a cold snort as he saw the Golbat attempting to escape. Snee, he responded coolly as he moved at a lightning-fast speed, appearing before a Golbat and hitting it with his powerful Ice Punch move, defeating it in one strike. Though the Icy Wind and Ice Shard moves hadn't defeated the Golbat, combined with Gust, they managed to partially freeze their wings, making it difficult for them to fly. There were 4 Golbat in total. Slowpoke focused on 2 of them, and with continuous psychic attacks, they were beginning to fall, unable to hold out much longer. They couldn't escape or attack. If they tried to attack, they'd be eliminated before reaching their target. If they tried to flee, they'd expose their backs to Slowpoke and Sneasel, as demonstrated by the Golbat defeated by Sneasel in one strike. Sneasel, after taking down one, immediately pounced on another, using Ice Punch with one hand and Metal Claw with the other, defeating it after a combination of attacks. This Golbat was stronger than the previous one and only fell after taking 2 rounds of attacks. But the result was the same, none could withstand Sneasel's consecutive attacks. After Sneasel eliminated the 2 Golbat, Murkrow had also finished off the remaining Zubat. After all, it was an easy task for him. Soon after, the 2 Golbat under Slowpoke's control also fell to the ground, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, indicative of the brain damage caused by Slowpoke's psychic attacks, finishing them off. Thus, all the Zubat and Golbat that followed the scent trail fell to the ground, with none managing to escape. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Grimer. Suddenly, Kane realized that this method for luring enemies seemed much more efficient. At the very least, after traversing the tunnel, they would probably no longer encounter Zubats and Golbats, or if they did, it would likely be a long distance before seeing them again. Just as Kane was about to call back Sneasel and the others, a nauseating stench suddenly flooded the tunnel. It wasn't the smell from the gas that Ghastly had previously absorbed, but a distinct odor, as if something was rotting or mold was growing, filling the entire tunnel with its foulness. The stench slowly spread throughout the tunnel, causing Kane to frown, unable to contain his disgust. There was no other way, the smell was simply too strong, and in such a confined space, it became even more intense. Not only did Kane notice it, but Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel also found the odor unbearable, covering their noses with their hands. Miltank even firmly covered its nose with its front hooves. Except for Skorupi and Ghastly, who seemed immune to the smell, all the other Pokémon were affected to some extent. Soon, 2 purple sludge piles came into Kane and the others' view. It was evident that the stench was coming from them. As the closer they got, the stronger the odor became. Is it a Grimer? Kane observed the amorphous sludge piles and remembered the name of a Pokémon. Who would have thought that in this underground tunnel, he would encounter Grimer? It's known that Grimers feed on garbage, and most of the time, they're found in large city dumps. While they get their food, they also help humans dispose of waste. As the 2 Grimers approached, Kane's system scanned their data. Both Grimers had fairly high levels. Pokémon. Grimer, dark yellow. Gender? Male. Level 24. Type: Poison. Ability: Sticky Hold. Held item: None. Egg moves: Swallow, Lick. Basic moves: Pound, Poison Gas, Harden, Mud Slap, Disable, Sludge, Mud Bomb, Minimize. Learned moves: Snore. TM moves: None. This was the higher level and better quality Grimer of the 2, while the other Grimer had a yellow quality and level 22. It was clear that both Grimers, being poison types, had been attracted by the earlier poisonous gas. Their movement speed was slower, so they arrived later than the Zubats. As they crawled forward, they didn't forget to absorb the bodies of Zubats they found along the way. Being poison type and flying, Zubats and Golbats were a feast for these Grimers, who absorbed them even if they were already dead, as Grimers can extract energy even from garbage. Kane frowned as he watched the 2 Grimers. Gradually, he understood why the tunnel had no garbage but did have Pokémon like Grimer that feed on waste. It was because these 2 Grimers fed on the bodies of other Pokémon in the tunnel. They hadn't stopped absorbing the Zubats' corpses, and now, they were beginning to swell due to the amount they had consumed. They had even forgotten the poisonous gas that had originally attracted them, as the dead Zubats and Golbats were a much greater temptation for them. Kane didn't stop them. After all, although Grimer is not the most pleasant Pokémon to see or smell, its existence is extremely useful for humans. Without them, trash heaps would be a huge problem. Thanks to Ghastly absorbing all the poisonous gas and beginning to integrate it into its body, becoming resistant to poison, Kane knew that in the future, Ghastly would be able to absorb such gases more quickly, strengthening its poison-type moves. So, with the elimination of the poisonous gas that had attracted poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi, who needed Kane's calm to stay still, finally returned to normal. After the Grimers finished absorbing the Zubat and Golbat corpses, they turned to leave. Kane decided to ignore them, partly because the Grimers no longer showed any intention of attacking, but also because they really were too smelly. Too smelly. Even after being there so long, the smell in the tunnel only grew stronger, and there was no way to get used to it. It was no surprise that not even Slowpoke and the others had the slightest desire to fight. However, just as the Grimers were slowly moving away, Kane, almost instinctively, used his system to scan their data again. Suddenly, he realized something astonishing: the Grimer that had originally been of yellow quality, after consuming all those Zubats and Golbats, its quality had started to deepen, becoming more intense. Kane thought he had made a mistake, but after carefully comparing with his system, he realized it was true. The other Grimer, which had initially been of dark yellow quality, had also shown a slight improvement in quality, although not as noticeable as the first. Can Grimers improve their quality by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon? Or is it only possible with poison-type Pokémon? Is it an exclusive ability of these 2 Grimers, or is it something all Grimers can do? In the Pokémon world, it's known that a Pokémon's quality isn't immutable, but improving it is extremely difficult and costly, perhaps more so than training a Pokémon to be a formidable fighter. For example, on Test Island, Kane had sold a Weedle egg to Umbra that initially had a light green quality, but when he saw it again, it had already become a green quality Beedrill. So yes, Pokémon quality can change, but the cost is extremely high. Now, these 2 Grimers had caught Kane's interest. If, after digesting the Zubat and Golbat corpses, the pale yellow Grimer's quality improved, it would be quite valuable. After all, in terms of Pokémon, both Grimer and its evolution, Muck, are quite good. But what if the ability of Grimers to improve their quality has no clear limit? Who knows if they could continue improving beyond just one level? Suddenly, Kane began to breathe more heavily. If Grimer can improve its quality simply by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon, could it do so indefinitely? Even if it can't improve indefinitely, what if it can raise its quality a few more levels? That would make its value skyrocket. After all, each time Kane had defeated the wild Pokémon that approached him, he always left the corpses behind, wasting them in the wild. End of chapter. Chapter 188. Absorption completed. Since some things can't be guessed, it's best to capture the two Grimer and study them more closely. Although they're quite smelly, when it comes to something that could yield great profits in the future, the bad smell becomes less important. Slowpoke, use Confusion and control the larger Grimer. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them. Murkrow, Dark Pulse. Determined, Kane gave the order to attack. At that moment, the coordination among the Pokémon became clear. Slowpoke and Murkrow, the instant Kane gave the command, stopped covering their noses, despite the unpleasant odor, and didn't let it affect their performance in battle. Sneasel, although it didn't question why Kane decided to attack, hesitated for half a second before acting. Kane noticed this but said nothing more. After all, the synchronization with Sneasel wasn't perfect yet. However, he was confident that with a few more days of training, they'd achieve full coordination. Slowpoke enveloped the two Grimer with the Confusion move, focusing mainly on the larger Grimer, which had higher potential. Sneasel quickly followed. "How are you feeling, Ghastly?" Kane asked gently after storing the Pokeballs with the Grimer in his pocket. "Cake tilde." Ghastly floated around Kane, showing that it felt great and full of energy. Seeing Ghastly's energy, Kane nodded with a smile. It seemed that Ghastly had already developed a resistance to these toxic gases. Next time he uses them, he won't have to worry as much, as long as he doesn't exceed a certain amount. Skorupi, who had been under Kane's constant watch, looked at Ghastly with a hint of envy. As a poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi had found that smell extremely enticing. If it hadn't been for Kane's calming presence, it probably would have had difficulty resisting the temptation. Kane noticed Skorupi's expression and, amused, patted its head, jokingly saying, "Little glutton, don't worry, I have something prepared for you too. But first, you need to get used to your body and grow as fast as possible." Upon hearing Kane's words, Skorupi's eyes lit up, and it nodded enthusiastically. It even made a gesture as if doing push-ups, indicating it was in perfect condition. Its playful behavior made Kane, already in a good mood, burst into laughter. Kane and his Pokémon continued moving deeper. The appearance of the two Grimer had brought a great advantage. They no longer had to worry about clearing the Zubat and Golbat corpses on the ground. As they advanced, after a brief encounter-free period due to the battle, some Pokémon began to appear again. Among them were the active Rattata and Raticate, as well as some Sandshrew that suddenly appeared. All the Pokémon that attacked were defeated by Murkrow and the others. If Kane found a particularly weak Pokémon, he had Skorupi fight. With its training vest on, Skorupi was quickly getting used to its body. Although it could get injured in battle, it endured bravely. After all, for bug-type Pokémon, injuries like dislocated or broken joints are quite common. These Pokémon have a high regeneration capacity, and, with enough resources and energy, they can recover in a relatively short time. Moreover, Kane had plenty of medicine to heal injuries, along with Miltank to restore energy. Other Pokémon were also nearby, ready to intervene if the situation became dangerous. Kane was fully confident that, with one command, his Pokémon would save Skorupi from any danger. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Post-battle practice. An hour later, Kane and his companions moved forward through the tunnel for another hour, finally reaching its end. This tunnel was clearly one of the deepest among the various branches of Diglett Cave. He gathered his other Pokémon, leaving only Slowpoke. He instructed Slowpoke to use Teleport to return to the previous entry point. As they exited, they didn't draw anyone's attention. Kane dusted off his clothes and continued deeper into Diglett Cave's tunnel. Today's exploration of Diglett Cave's branches had been sufficient, and the number of battles for the Pokémon was also considerable. What they needed next was to assimilate what they had learned and experienced in today's battles. By doing this, they wouldn't forget the lessons they had gained in the next battle. They continued a bit further into Diglett Cave until Kane began to feel hungry. Kane chose a small, already explored tunnel and placed a sign at the entrance, indicating that this tunnel was temporarily occupied as a camp, warning that entering without permission could result in an attack, and that the consequences would be on whoever attempted it. These small explored tunnels were commonly used by passing trainers as temporary camps. Many tunnel entrances had signs like these. So, very few trainers dared to enter. After all, no one knew how strong the trainer inside might be. If they could win, all good, but if not, the trouble would be on them. Therefore, among trainers who visited Diglett Cave, there were some unwritten rules. First, no littering, which is very important. Second, if a tunnel is already occupied as a camp and has a sign at the entrance, you must not enter without permission, or the consequences are your own responsibility. And there's a third, don't attack other trainers in the tunnel, among other things. Although they aren't official rules, everyone accepts them as such. So, after choosing a branch of the tunnel and placing a sign, Kane went in directly. These explored tunnels that could be used as camps generally had some old light bulbs installed on the ceiling, like in Diglett Cave, so it wasn't completely dark. Moreover, these tunnels were fairly shallow, and most wild Pokémon had already been driven out, so there was no worry about encountering unexpected Pokémon. However, if one did dig its way in, that would be another story. Inside the tunnel, Kane took out some fine wires and small bells from his ring, tying them to the tunnel's entrance. Anything that touched them would make the bells ring, immediately alerting Kane and his Pokémon. After setting these small traps, Kane and Slowpoke went inside the tunnel. Kane took out camping tools from his ring. When he released his Pokémon, they all started working on their tasks. Slowpoke and Murkrow set up the tent, Miltank helped Kane prepare the ingredients, while Sneasel and Ghastly took care of the campfire and other small details. Only Skorupi, being in a growth stage, wasn't given any tasks. However, he didn't sit still. He knew his companions were looking out for him, so he went to the side to train his body, aware that his rapid growth had decreased his control over his own body. It couldn't be denied that Skorupi's progress was remarkable. In the hour of post-battle training, he leveled up twice, reaching level 11. Since he was always fighting against stronger opponents, the experience gained was considerable, resulting in rapid growth. Kane had already decided that if Skorupi didn't manage to fully master his body, he wouldn't let him participate in more battles for a while. Sometimes, growing too quickly isn't a good thing, as it can cause an unstable foundation, slowing future progress or even reducing potential. When Skorupi understood this, he trained tirelessly, making the most of advanced level Pokeblocks and Miltank's milk for recovery. As long as he had energy, he kept training. Seeing Skorupi's dedicated attitude, Kane couldn't help but smile. Soon, the camp was ready, and Kane and Miltank had finished preparing the ingredients. Knowing they would be spending some time in Diglett Cave, Kane had stocked his ring with a good amount of fresh ingredients. Since they were stored in a space where they wouldn't spoil, he didn't mind bringing plenty. However, once the Pokémon finished their tasks, Kane didn't allow them to relax. Except for Miltank, who continued assisting him, the other Pokémon were assigned to training. Only after completing their training tasks could they eat dinner. Murkrow, with added weight equipment, had to fly back and forth across the tunnel. Slowpoke, on the other hand, was instructed to combine its psychic abilities with water-type skills, ensuring that psychic control over the water wouldn't reduce the power of its attacks, allowing it to twist and change direction while attacking. Ghastly, who had absorbed a small amount of poisonous gas but hadn't fully assimilated it, was sent to the end of the tunnel, where it had to try controlling the purple gas around its body to see if it could corrode the walls. Sneasel was assigned to train its control over ice-type energy. It had to form an icicle without throwing it, holding it in its hand and expanding it until it became a ball of ice. As for Skorupi, without needing Kane to say anything, he knew what his task was. He stayed to the side doing simple but intense exercises to strengthen his body. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat filled the cave. If not for the training tasks, the Pokémon would have run toward the grill, eagerly waiting for the meat to be fully cooked. Cain, smiling, waved a small fan, fanning the coals to increase the heat. The golden exterior of the roasted meat began to release drops of fat, which fell onto the coals with a sizzle, raising the temperature even more. Soon, Murkrow, having finished its training, appeared by the grill. Although it was breathing heavily from the intense exercise, its desire for food hadn't diminished. However, it didn't start eating immediately. Instead, it restrained itself, waiting for the other Pokémon to finish their training so they could eat together. Some training tasks were indeed challenging, like the one given to Slowpoke, which clearly couldn't be completed in just one day. So, seeing it was enough for now, Cain called his Pokémon back. The training could continue later. His intention was simply to ensure that, while their bodies were still warm from the battle, they wouldn't forget what they had learned from that recent fight. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Database Reorganization. After the meal, the Pokémon rested to the side. Beep! Data analysis complete, database reorganization finished. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Cain's mind. Cain was surprised to hear the voice and then remembered that, 2 days ago, he had ordered the system to start analyzing the data obtained from the Lake of Rage research facility. Apparently, it was time for the analysis to be completed. System, what's the percentage of useful data? Cain asked. The rate of useful data is important because, although the system copied 15% of the data from the Lake of Rage research base, not all of it would necessarily be useful. There would surely be some useless data. That's why Cain wanted to know what percentage was truly valuable. Useful data percentage, 78%. The system provided a figure. Cain was surprised to see that the percentage of useful data was so high. It seemed that the Lake of Rage research base stored a significant amount of valuable information. Unfortunately, it was now impossible to obtain more. Does the data include information related to the previous missions? Cain had been concerned about several missions, the rapid evolution of a psychic type, the incubation of the Larvitar egg, and the specific effect of that half bottle of Pokémon Catalyst. Mission analysis beginning, missions resetting, estimated time, 1 day. The system would need to analyze the new data in relation to the missions, which would take another day. Cain thought that the system wasn't as smart as it seemed. Fortunately, this time it only needed to analyze the new data, so the estimated time was relatively short. In 1 day, Cain would have the results. System, establish a new mission, simulate the creation of advanced Pokeblocks for Metang, with the goal of not reducing its growth speed and minimizing weight gain. Cain still remembered the special Pokeblock recipe for Steven's Metang. If he could replicate it, he might gain a steady source of income and, perhaps, make inroads with the powerful Devon Corporation. Beep! Mission established. The system responded mechanically, indicating that the mission had been registered, though it didn't provide an estimated completion time. This was a considerable challenge, and the system wasn't sure if a formula meeting those requirements existed. Cain set these matters aside temporarily and took out his Pokeblock crafting set from his ring. Since he had already prepared Pokeblocks for Murkrow and the others, which he wouldn't need for a while, he hadn't taken out the tools in quite some time. The main purpose of bringing out the tools this time was to prepare advanced Pokeblocks for Miltank and Sneasel. Since leaving the black market, he hadn't had time to do it, so he decided to take this moment to prepare the advanced Pokeblocks for these 2 Pokémon. Pokeblocks are something that gradually enhances Pokémon growth, so it's best to start using them as soon as possible. Cain began by preparing the advanced Pokeblocks for Miltank. He first ground some basic materials and placed them in separate containers. These materials are essential components for advanced Pokeblocks. Their main function is to improve Pokémon's physical constitution, allowing them to gradually improve their health and accelerate their stamina recovery to some extent. These are the basic effects of advanced Pokeblocks, and even mid-level Pokeblocks have these benefits, although to a lesser degree. Then, Cain added the key ingredients for Miltank's exclusive formula, some herbs that only work when combined, berries that enhance flavor and effectiveness, and most importantly, an adequate amount of powder made from leaves and roots rich in grass-type elements. Under the system's guidance, Kane added the ingredients in the correct order to the largest container, measuring each amount precisely down to milligrams. After adding each ingredient, he had to control the mixing speed and time, as this would affect the final effectiveness of the Pokeblocks and the material utilization rate. This is one of the main challenges in crafting advanced Pokeblocks. Many breeders who can make mid-level Pokeblocks get stuck at this step when attempting advanced Pokeblocks, sometimes for a long time. After adding the ingredients in the right proportions, the mixer combined all the materials, beating at a constant speed for a set amount of time. Then, Kane poured the mixture into the separator and turned it on to begin the separation process, a crucial step. Over-separating could cause the materials to break down excessively, resulting in an unbalanced mix that would drastically reduce the effectiveness of the Pokeblocks. On the other hand, under-separating could waste materials. That's why, to produce high-quality advanced Pokeblocks, the creator must closely observe the mixture and use their experience to control the separation time. However, Kane didn't have to worry about these details, as the system handled the precise calculations. This way, the resulting Pokeblocks were almost identical to each other, with uniform effects. Once the impurities were separated and the mixture rested for a moment, Kane poured it into pre-prepared molds, stacking them to solidify. Then, he repeated the process to transform all remaining materials into Pokeblocks. Unlike the rudimentary and inefficient tools he had used on Judgment Island, his current equipment allowed him to work much faster. In a little over an hour, Kane finished making all of Miltank's Pokeblocks. The first Pokeblocks he had poured into the molds had already solidified, taking on a crystalline green hue. Even in the dim light of the cave, you could see the broken bulb on the ceiling through the Pokeblocks. Kane handed one to the eager Miltank. After she ate it, a look of delight appeared on her face. This was very different from the mid-level Pokeblocks she had been eating before. Although those were also specially prepared for Miltank, they weren't made to suit her personal tastes. But now that Kane knew Miltank better, he had prepared the advanced Pokeblocks according to her preferred flavors. The look of satisfaction on her face said it all. Kane smiled as he stored the solidified Pokeblocks in a special container, and, under Miltank's eager gaze, returned the container to his ring. With Miltank's Pokeblocks done, it was Sneasel's turn. Having seen Miltank's delighted expression after eating the Pokeblocks, Sneasel could no longer wait and sat patiently to the side, waiting for his to be ready. Different ingredients require different processes, so the preparation of Sneasel's Pokeblocks followed a completely different method. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Theory on Grimer's Potential. Sneasel's Pokeblocks were also quickly completed. After letting the eager Sneasel try one, Kane stored all the Pokeblocks and tools. Checking the time on his phone, he realized that a full 3 hours had passed in the creation of those two types of Pokeblocks. Kane took out the Pokeballs containing the two Grimer, and after scanning them with the system, he found that during this time, both Grimer had slightly improved their potential. However, the improvement was not very noticeable, likely due to the digestion speed. Suddenly, Kane had an idea. System, track the improvement speed of these two Grimer's potential and analyze the possibility of unlimited growth. Is it possible for their potential to continue improving indefinitely? Kane thought that if, after every battle, he let the two Grimer absorb corpses, could their potential keep improving? If that were feasible, then Kane would have found a way to make a significant amount of money. Imagine if he could raise a Grimer with green potential and then sell it. Although Grimer isn't a popular Pokémon, if its potential is high enough, it would surely attract many buyers. After all, not everyone is swayed by appearance, many are pragmatic. If Grimer is strong enough, it wouldn't be a bad Pokémon. However, Kane had no plans to use Grimer or Muck on his team unless he found one with green or higher potential, for instance, one with blue potential. In that case, Kane wouldn't rule it out, as his priority is strength. But for now, it's unnecessary. It's not just because of Grimer's unpleasant appearance or smell, it's also because Kane already has Ghastly and Skorupi, both poison type, so he doesn't need to add another poison type Pokémon at the moment. Moreover, both Grimer and Muck are pure Poison-type Pokémon. While Single-type specialists can be stronger in that attribute, in Kane's current team structure, there's no room for another Poison-type Pokémon. Perhaps in the future, after training his other Pokémon, he'd consider it. For now, these two Grimer represent a possible large source of income, so Kane decided to monitor them closely. Of course, if in the future he recruits suitable subordinates who are interested in these improved Grimer, Kane would have no issue assigning them. After all, both Grimer and Muck are useful Pokémon, even if they're a bit slow and smelly. Following Kane's orders, the system established an analysis task, where the most important focus was the improvement speed of Grimer's potential and whether there was a possibility of unlimited growth. Soon after, by gathering some data on potential fluctuations, the system was able to calculate Grimer's potential improvement speed. A complete analysis chart and data wave graph appeared before Kane. According to the system's analysis, a Grimer with yellow potential could increase to dark yellow potential in 3 days. As for the Grimer with dark yellow potential, it could improve to light green potential in 5 days. However, whether they can continue evolving, the system couldn't provide an exact answer. Nevertheless, the system's calculations indicate that even if indefinite evolution were possible, the resources required would be too much for Kane to support. By that time, it would be more productive to train other Pokémon. Furthermore, the system yielded another result. The Grimer with yellow potential had absorbed 49 Zubat and 2 Golbat, which should be enough for its potential to improve to dark yellow. However, the Grimer with dark yellow potential, which had absorbed 52 Zubat and 2 Golbat, wouldn't meet the evolution standard. It would only meet 1/3 of the requirements. This means that the Grimer with dark yellow potential would need triple the resources to evolve to light green potential, compared to what the yellow potential Grimer needed to evolve to dark yellow. If this continues, each evolution would require 3 times more resources. For a Grimer with light green potential to evolve further, it would need thousands of Pokémon corpses. Of course, the energy converted from common Pokémon and high-level, high-potential Pokémon would differ, but the number would be roughly that. That's terrifying. Although Kane is determined and ruthless, he's not a typical killer. After a while, the data obtained by the system wasn't just that. Based on its calculations and analysis, the yellow-level Grimer's potential limit would be light green, while the dark yellow-level Grimer's limit would be green. Of course, these are just preliminary results, and the process could vary. This would need to be observed over time. However, the system also guessed the reason behind Grimer's potential improvement. Grimer is special because it has an organ that can decompose ingested waste and extract its energy, forming special crystals within. These crystals have already been discovered by human researchers, but so far they haven't managed to decipher how they are generated or what their function is. If scientists could solve this mystery, they could completely resolve the waste degradation problem. The system detected that the Zubat consumed by Grimer were also decomposed by this organ, forming those unknown crystals. However, during the decomposition process, some energy is released, which allows Grimer's potential to improve by enhancing the quality of its sludge. With the improvement in its physical condition, Grimer's potential would naturally improve as well. As to why no one had discovered before that Grimer could improve its potential by consuming Pokémon corpses, there are several key reasons. First, Grimer and Muck have always been associated with garbage. Even if they occasionally come across Pokémon corpses in dumps, these aren't enough to make a significant difference. Even if someone tested Grimer's potential before and after it consumed corpses, with the current technology in the Pokémon world, potential can't be measured that precisely, so this hadn't been discovered. Moreover, Grimer isn't a popular Pokémon. Not being despised is already a big achievement. In short, Kane had discovered a new way to make money. During his time in the wild, Kane would come across wild Pokémon corpses, which he used to simply bury. Now, he could make better use of them. After all, these are Pokémon that attack or provoke him, and Kane feels no sympathy for them. End of chapter. Chapter 192. The Middle-Aged Man. The next day, Kane took Slowpoke back to the main tunnel of Diglett's cave. Although traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City takes only a few hours by bus, walking the whole way could take several days. After all, there are many wild Pokémon along the path. If he went through Diglett's cave, he could save a day or half a day of travel. However, with Cain exploring each tunnel branch, the time extended considerably. Especially after discovering that the slight amount of toxic gas Ghastly had absorbed attracted a large number of poison-type Pokémon in the cave, Cain greatly enjoyed exploring these unexplored branches. He let all his Pokémon out to battle the poison-type Pokémon that were attracted, allowing Ghastly to absorb more toxic gas, increasing its affinity with the poison type. It was a win-win situation all around. The night before, Ghastly had already learned to control the gas around it, allowing it to create a slight corrosive effect on the tunnel walls. Although it required time, it showed that Ghastly's poison-type energy was increasing. Meanwhile, Skorupi was in his element. As he was already getting familiar with his body, Cain allowed him to join some battles, helping him better understand his own anatomy. After a day full of battles, Skorupi was more than happy, as with his sniper ability, those low-level Rattata couldn't withstand a single attack from him. As for the other Pokémon, they all improved in mastering their moves. The Pokémon they encountered tried to extend battles as much as possible to maximize their training, avoiding defeating their opponents too quickly. The day passed quickly, but the Pokémon's progress was very noticeable. Murkrow once again managed to adapt to the increased weight. He could now battle at a weight of 25 kilograms. Slowpoke continued refining his combination of psychic and water energy, managing to maintain 80% of his water-type moves' power with more agile and flexible maneuvers. He would soon reach Cain's goal of 100% power, and in the future, it's likely he'll further enhance his water-type moves. Ghastly, on his part, absorbed 2 more threads of toxic gas during the day, further developing his poison-type affinity. With a couple of poison-type moves, his ability to sustain long battles would become the best on the team. Miltank didn't progress as much as the others, but Cain never expected her to be a big fighter. Her role was to keep the others' energy up and occasionally use Heal Bell. However, Miltank wasn't easily content. After receiving Cain's approval, she started training her physical condition in her spare time, preparing to learn more moves in the future. Sneasel showed the most progress, apart from Skorupi. Sneasel and Cain had already established an almost perfect bond. Whether it was the new poke blocks or competition with Skorupi, Sneasel quickly adapted to Cain's commands and battle style. Lastly, there was Skorupi. Although he only gained 1 level during the day, reaching level 12, he had become so familiar with his body that tomorrow he could likely fight at full strength. When Cain recalled his Pokémon and was looking for a place to camp in a branch of the tunnel, he encountered an unexpected situation. A middle-aged man, with a hiking backpack, a shovel, and a pickaxe, blocked the entrance of the tunnel Cain had chosen to rest in. With a seemingly friendly smile, the man positioned himself in front of the tunnel entrance, preventing Cain from entering. Initially, Cain had no problem giving up the tunnel, as he had only chosen it randomly as a camping spot. However, Cain noticed a faint scent of blood on the man. It was a very faint smell, barely noticeable, but Cain, in both his previous life and this one, had killed enough people to be extremely sensitive to this type of scent. It wasn't the kind of blood from a Pokémon, but from a human. Cain always cleaned the smell of blood after dealing with someone with ill intentions toward him, to avoid being detected by people with a sharp sense of smell. This middle-aged man, though he had tried to cover the scent with some dirt, had clearly done it hastily and hadn't concealed it well. For most people, it might have gone unnoticed, but for Cain, it was like a beacon in the dark, impossible to ignore. "Ha ha, sorry, young man. This tunnel is where I've been staying. I went out during the day. Would you mind finding another tunnel?" "I'm really sorry," the middle-aged man said with a smile, while subtly moving his foot to block Cain's view of the tunnel's interior. This movement seemed casual, but to Cain, who was already paying attention, it seemed even more suspicious. Cain's dark eye sparkled intensely. This man definitely had something to hide. Or perhaps, this tunnel branch concealed something. With a smile, Cain replied, "So this tunnel was already occupied by you, sir?" "I didn't know, I'm very sorry." Hearing Cain's words, the middle-aged man seemed to relax a bit. He scratched the back of his head and smiled in an apparently innocent way, "Ha ha, it's fine, it was my fault for not leaving a sign at the tunnel entrance. Sorry for the inconvenience, would you mind?" The man pointed to other tunnels with light in the distance, suggesting that Kane should find another place to camp. No problem, no problem. I'll look elsewhere." Kane's response made the man relax even more, and his smile grew more genuine. "But?" Kane's words made the man's face tense slightly. Kane gave a cold smile. "But I left some tools inside earlier. I need to go retrieve them, is that okay?" This phrase was a test. Kane had never entered the tunnel, he just wanted to see how the middle-aged man would react. The man's smiling face turned serious as he observed Kane carefully. After a brief exchange of looks, the man forced a smile, though his expression was hard to read. "Why don't we go together, then?" "Agreed." End of chapter. Chapter 193. Interrogation. As the middle-aged man led Kane inside, he intentionally looked down at the ground and noticed there were no footprints from Kane, making it clear what Kane was implying. The middle-aged man, realizing this, said nothing, but when he glanced at Kane from the corner of his eye, he no longer showed any emotion. Both continued walking toward the end of the tunnel, each with different thoughts. After 10 minutes of walking, neither stopped, and the middle-aged man didn't ask Kane why they hadn't found the tools he had mentioned. It seemed they had reached a tacit agreement, they wouldn't speak, but the distance between them kept growing. Gradually, the two, who had been walking side by side, moved apart, each to a different side of the tunnel. After walking another 10 minutes, almost reaching the end of the tunnel, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped, and the friendly smile disappeared from his face. With a grim look, he stared at Kane. "Brother, we're almost at the end. Where are the tools you talked about?" As he spoke, he took a Pokeball from his belt, ready to summon his Pokémon at any moment. "Heh, here it is." "What you're looking for is my tool," Kane let out a cold laugh. In truth, at any point along the way, Kane could have had his Slowpoke take care of this middle-aged man, but he hadn't acted. He wanted to know why this man had killed someone. If Kane wasn't mistaken, he probably knew the person he killed, perhaps they were even friends. In reality, Kane didn't care who he had killed, what interested him was the motive. To kill someone for the first time and remain so calm is rare, even in Team Rocket. He wouldn't be a bad subordinate, of course, as long as Kane could keep him under control. "What do you know?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing Kane, grew even more grim, his face darkening, his eyes beginning to fill with blood, on the verge of losing control. Kane looked at him and smiled mysteriously. "You look very strong, but your steps are clumsy, as if you're trying to hide it. However, the red veins in your eyes give you away, and the faint scent of blood on your body shows that you tried to clean the traces, but you didn't quite succeed. This is your first time killing, isn't it? And you killed someone you knew." Kane's words were like daggers, slowly stabbing into the middle-aged man's heart, hitting each of his weak spots. "What do you know?" the middle-aged man roared, immediately throwing his Pokeball to summon his Pokémon. A Graveler appeared in the tunnel. Pokémon. Graveler, dark yellow. Gender. Male. Level. 26. Type. Rock plus ground. Ability. Sturdy. Held item. None. Egg moves. Block, endure. Basic moves. Tackle, defense curl, mud sport, rock polish, rollout, magnitude, rock throw, smack down, bulldoze, self-destruct. Learned moves. Stealth rock, snore. TM moves. Take down. Kane ignored the appearance of Graveler. Seeing that his Pokémon was a Slowpoke, yet sending out a Graveler, that was unheard of. Kane continued, "It seems I was right in my assumptions. Is the item here in this tunnel? Buried deep down?" The fact that he waited until they were so far into the tunnel to act suggests two things. First, that here the battle noise wouldn't attract attention, and second, that the item he's looking for is here, and he wants to make sure no one has taken it, neither Kane nor anyone else. From his reaction, it seems no one has taken it. He took out another Pokeball. Since Kane hadn't responded to his question, he began to lose patience and decided to use Force. Although Kane's Slowpoke was a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon and seemed somewhat special, it should be easy to defeat by combining his other Pokémon. He hadn't even considered whether Kane had more Pokémon. From his appearance, Kane looked like a rookie trainer from the league, and given his young age, he was probably someone who had just started his journey. Slowpoke might be his only Pokémon. It was understandable that he would think this way. After all, a person's social environment influences their perspective. Given that Kane, at his age, only had Pokémon of such a low level, this indicated that he didn't have much talent as a trainer, which likely meant that the people he associated with didn't either. So, from his perspective, it made sense that Kane only had one Pokémon. Moreover, he had easily defeated several friends he believed to be on his level, which inflated his confidence. After a flash of red light, a Beedrill appeared in the tunnel. A yellow quality, level 22 Pokémon, quite strong for an average trainer. No wonder he could defeat his friends. Having 2 yellow quality Pokémon is rare among average trainers. However, he didn't stop after summoning Beedrill. He took out another Pokeball, and this time, without hesitation, threw it again with bloodshot eyes. A Raticate, another yellow quality Pokémon, level 21, appeared. In reality, these 3 Pokémon were fairly average, but what really concerned Kane was Graveler's self-destruct move. In such a narrow tunnel, even if he relied on Diglett's work, a collapse might be unavoidable. "Have you summoned them all?" Kane raised an eyebrow as he asked. Evidently, all his assumptions were almost correct. This man was acting this way because it was his first time killing someone. The stress of the murder, combined with the pressure Kane exerted by exposing all his hidden actions, had brought the man to the brink of collapse. Kane didn't hesitate and took out all his Super Balls. He summoned Murkrow, Sneasel, Ghastly, Miltank, and Skorupi. When it comes to the number of Pokémon, Kane has never feared facing anyone. If necessary, he could also bring out his Fearow and the 2 Grimer he had in reserve. The middle-aged man saw Kane's Pokémon appearing one after another, and upon feeling their powerful presence, his face paled. He finally understood that he had underestimated this young man, who, though he seemed friendly and easygoing, turned out to be far more dangerous than he had imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 194. Dispute. After summoning all his Pokémon, Kane asked again with seriousness. "Well, now you can tell me what you've hidden and why you did it." Kane looked at the middle-aged man, who now seemed desperate. This man was definitely killing for the first time, and in his current state, it seemed the murder had left a deep shadow over him. What kind of object would be valuable enough to make him take such a drastic action? If it was all simply about competing for resources, Kane would have no problem accepting it. After all, this is a world where the strongest survive. Avoiding a fight might not mean death, but it won't lead to success either. For ordinary people, achieving a high status in the league is the ultimate goal. Tell you what, damn it. Graveler, use Stealth Rock. Beedrill, focus energy. Raticate, use Swords Dance. The man, his face pale and eyes bloodshot, clearly planned to trap Kane there. But he hadn't completely lost his mind, he still maintained basic battle strategies. The move Stealth Rock could hinder fast Pokémon, while Beedrill and Raticate would use power-up moves. Especially Raticate, who, if successful in using Swords Dance, combined with its Hyper Fang move, could potentially defeat one of Kane's Pokémon in a single hit. Murkrow, use Snatch on Raticate. Slowpoke, control your water gun with your Confusion, aim at Graveler. Sneasel, use Icy Wind. Since his opponent showed no intention of talking, Kane could only resolve the situation by eliminating the 3 Pokémon first and then continuing the conversation. Kane was wary of the boost Raticate might get from Swords Dance. However, with Murkrow's prankster ability and its Smash move, any power-up the opponent attempted would be ineffective as long as there were no significant level differences. Raticate was enveloped by Murkrow's dark energy, nullifying the effect of Swords Dance and empowering Murkrow instead. Slowpoke's water gun, enhanced with Confusion, struck Graveler with great speed. The combination with Confusion made the Water-type move even more effective, and Graveler, being 4 times weak to water, couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, Sneasel used Icy Wind, taking advantage of the closed tunnel, which forced the opponent to endure the move with no way to evade it. Graveler, use Rock Throw on Slowpoke. Beedrill, fly up and use Fury Attack on Slowpoke. Raticate, use Hyper Fang after Quick Attack on Slowpoke. The man, realizing the threat posed by Slowpoke, tried to eliminate it quickly. Graveler, his strongest Pokémon and the one he had trained the hardest, was completely neutralized by Slowpoke. If the battle continued like this, he would have no chance of winning. But he forgot that Kane didn't just have 3 Pokémon, Ghastly and Miltank were also ready to join the action. Kane wasn't planning to fight fairly. This was a life-or-death battle in the wild. If you lost, you risked dying. They were both killers, so what was one more? Ghastly, use Fire Punch on Beedrill. Miltank, use Endure, then block to stop Raticate. Slowpoke's second water gun hit Graveler, leaving it on the verge of collapse. Beedrill was brutally taken down by Murkrow, who used Wing Attack, boosted by Swords Dance. Ghastly took advantage of Beedrill's vulnerability, hitting it with Fire Punch, knocking it to the ground before it could do anything. Raticate tried to use Hyper Fang on Slowpoke, but Miltank, enduring the first attack, blocked its advance, nullifying the special effect of Hyper Fang. Then, Sneasel relentlessly attacked Raticate with Ice Shard while Miltank held it captive. Finish them, Kane said coldly. The battle was clearly one-sided. Even if Kane hadn't given orders, his Pokémon would have handled the situation with ease. Graveler and Raticate soon fell, lifeless. The man had tried to use Graveler's self-destruct to take out Kane, but Kane stopped him before he could act. Now, can you talk? Kane approached, looking at the man with disdain. The man, with a vacant stare, collapsed to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Forgive me. Forgive me." He finally understood that to advance as a trainer, to gain power and resources, one must fight, compete. This world is brutal, only the strongest survive. Kane knew this well. End of chapter. Chapter 195. Regret. Kane no longer paid attention to the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Now, he seemed like a stray dog, utterly useless. At first, that man seemed to have some courage, and it was understandable that he would be a bit confused after his first time killing someone. However, during the battle, Kane realized the man was beginning to regret his actions. But Kane wasn't looking for his regret. What he truly wanted to see was if the man had the ambition to keep improving, which might have made him consider recruiting him. After all, someone who could remain apparently calm after killing for the first time could thrive in Team Rocket. As for the possibility that this man might turn against him once he gained strength, Kane wasn't worried. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, wasn't afraid of elite-level powerful trainers, so Kane didn't fear a small-time trainer. The man had no chance of surpassing Kane, and Kane was confident he could keep him under control forever, just as he had with the other participants on Trial Island. But this middle-aged man, who had already lost the will to fight, likely had no more useful information to offer. Kane ordered his Skorupi to eliminate him. Why Skorupi? Kane didn't explain, but all the other Pokémon understood perfectly. Kane activated his system to scan the surrounding area. In a corner of the tunnel, the scanner detected something in the ground. Skorupi, having fulfilled Kane's command, headed to the corner and started digging with its claws, revealing a small package wrapped in silver foil. Skorupi, proud of its find, picked up the package and excitedly ran toward Kane, trying to hand it to him. But Skorupi realized that it was a bit short, and Kane couldn't quite reach it. After examining the package and looking at Kane's shoulder, Skorupi tilted its head, wondering if its weight and size were still manageable for its trainer. Kane, seeing Skorupi's thoughtful expression, smiled, crouched down, and patted its head, taking the package from its claws. Skorupi, happy for the praise, spun around, playing with its tail like a little puppy. Kane weighed the package in his hand. It wasn't very heavy, but the contents felt quite solid. He slowly opened it, revealing what was inside. "Is this a moonstone?" Kane murmured upon seeing the contents. There weren't just one, but 3 moonstones in the package, each emitting a soft glow that made the light in the tunnel more subdued and relaxing. Curious, Kane scanned the 3 stones for more information. Name, Moonstone. Quality, Initial. Description, a mysterious stone that can evolve certain Pokémon. It shines like the moon at night. Effect, can cause a Pokémon to evolve, but does not enhance its quality. The 3 moonstones were of initial quality. They could evolve some Pokémon, like a Nidorino turning into Nidoking. However, being stones of initial quality, they wouldn't improve the Pokémon's quality after its evolution. Kane still had an intermediate quality Duskstone he had found on Trial Island, which could slightly improve the quality of the Pokémon that used it. Kane's Murkrow could evolve into Honchkrow using that Duskstone, but Kane knew it wasn't the right time yet. Murkrow hadn't reached its physical limit, and Kane felt that even an intermediate quality Duskstone wouldn't meet his minimum expectations for Murkrow. Currently, Murkrow was green level quality, putting it on the lower end of potential among Kane's Pokémon. But Kane didn't plan to abandon it as he had in his previous life. His minimum goal was to find a high-quality Duskstone that might raise Murkrow's quality to light blue level. Of course, a high-quality Duskstone is not the limit. There exists a supreme quality, but it's extremely rare. In his past life, Kane had only heard of them but had never seen one. It said that a supreme quality evolution stone could sell for at least tens of millions of Pokédollars, although they are so rare that they are almost never available on the market. Kane stored the 3 moonstones in his ring. The price of an initial quality moonstone generally ranges between 300,000 and 500,000 Pokédollars, and if demand is high, the value could be even higher. It's no wonder that the middle-aged man decided to attack his own friend. 3 moonstones, even of initial quality, would be worth over 1 million Pokédollars. For an ordinary citizen, 1 million Pokédollars is a fortune. With such a figure, they could buy 2 green quality Pokémon. If they planned carefully, they could buy a green quality Pokémon that was easy to train, like a Beedrill, and then work a little harder to advance to the next level. Therefore, for a humble trainer, that 1 million Pokédollars could be the ladder to the top. How could they not fight for it? If that 1 million Pokédollars were divided among 3 or more people, it's likely that none of them would experience a significant change. Surely, that's what the middle-aged man thought. Kane looked again at the man lying on the ground, remembering his last whispers of regret. Probably, if not for that opportunity for progress offered by the moonstones, the man wouldn't have made such a drastic decision. In the end, it was Kane who benefited, which explained the man's final regret. As for where they found those moonstones or why they hid them instead of taking them when they fled, Kane didn't know, nor did he care. Kane released a dark yellow quality muck and ordered it to feed on the bodies of the 3 fallen Pokémon. As for the man's body, Kane still didn't want to see his Pokémon devouring human remains, so he ordered Slowpoke to bury him with its psychic powers. Muck, having been well fed the night before, had already digested most of its meal. When released again, it once more brought with it a terrible stench, making Kane and his other Pokémon feel uncomfortable. The space was already quite small, which intensified Muck's horrible smell. However, Muck seemed to understand that it was now under Kane's control and showed no signs of resistance. Having food and a place to sleep was much better than staying in the dark tunnel. Muck slowly absorbed the bodies of the 3 Pokémon into its sludge body, then stood still, waiting for Kane to return it to its Pokeball while it continued digesting the accumulated energy. These 3 Pokémon were much stronger and of better quality than the Zubat and Golbat Muck had consumed before, so even though there were only 3, the amount of energy they contained was considerable. Kane, seeing that Muck was behaving, returned it to its Pokeball and quickly left without looking back. That smell really was unbearable. End of chapter. Chapter 196. The Hatching Method. Originally, Kane intended to find a tunnel to spend the night in, but after encountering this situation, he couldn't help but feel melancholic. This is not a utopian world like the one in cartoons. Man devours man is just one of the ugly truths behind this seemingly beautiful world, and it's not even the ugliest part. After leaving the secondary tunnel, Kane found another one. Only after confirming that there were no issues, he set up traps and made camp inside. Starting a fire, cooking, training, all repeated like a loop from a recording. Beep. Mission analysis complete. Displaying detailed information. After dinner, while the Pokémon trained and Kane studied the Psychic Power Manual, the system chimed again. Yesterday, after restructuring the database, Kane asked the system to analyze 3 tasks. The first was to reanalyze the conditions for a rapid psychic advancement, the second, to analyze the hatching method for the Larvitar egg, and the third, to analyze the evolution elixir. For rapid advancement in psychic powers, Kane, after all, is a psychic. Although he may be the weakest among them, he's still a psychic. If he didn't have powers, it would be a different story, but since he has psychic abilities, Kane doesn't want to stay at the lowest level. He wants to improve, even if just a little. At least, not to be the worst, right? However, the previous information from the system didn't include data on psychics, and the results of the analysis remained the same as before. A lot of unknown factors, with no clarity on whether they come from fictional data or if they're too advanced for Kane's current level. Of course, Kane didn't have high expectations regarding the requirements for psychic advancement, as the Team Rocket research base mainly focused on Pokémon. The Larvitar egg had been with Kane for quite some time, always under Gastless watch. However, after multiple examinations, it hadn't shown many changes. All information indicated it was in perfect condition, yet it simply wouldn't hatch. With the recent expansion of the system's database, Kane had renewed hope. Seeing the data provided by the system, Kane was surprised. Did the system really offer a solution? Was there truly information in Team Rocket's data on how to hatch the Larvitar egg? Suppressing his excitement, Kane continued reading. However, the more he read, the more his expression became indifferent. Yes, the Larvitar egg does indeed have a hatching method, and in fact, Kane already has part of what's needed. The evolution elixir. It's the half bottle of evolution elixir obtained from the Team Rocket laboratory, also brought by Umbra from the same place. According to the system's calculations, about 3 full doses of the evolution elixir are needed to hatch the Larvitar egg, though the success probability is not 100%, it's 50%. Additionally, Larvitar might be born with some unforeseen defects. Of course, these are just the system's results, whose accuracy is hard to gauge at the moment. Still, the system's calculation has a considerable basis. According to the scan results, the main reason why the Larvitar egg isn't hatching is due to 2 causes. The first is that shortly after being laid, the egg suffered a crack due to the side effects of a battle, causing the vital energy within the egg to rapidly dissipate. Although Tyranitar sealed the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the loss of vital energy caused an irreparable decline in the embryo's qualities, resulting in Larvitar's congenital deficiencies. The second cause is also related to the geocentric cleansing milk. Geocentric cleansing milk is a milky liquid formed by the concentration of rare elements in mountains and land. One of its biggest benefits is extending life. By sealing the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the flow of vital energy from the Larvitar egg was halted and even partially regenerated. However, some losses can't be compensated. Additionally, due to prolonged storage, the geocentric cleansing milk has formed an energy mineral membrane on the egg's surface, fully merging with the eggshell and doubling its hardness. A Larvitar with congenital deficiencies and a reinforced egg are the reasons Larvitar cannot hatch normally. If it weren't for the geocentric cleansing milk that significantly enhanced Larvitar's vitality, it would have already perished inside the egg, and Kane would never have obtained a perfectly preserved pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg. As for the system's analysis, the idea that the evolution elixir could help Larvitar's hatching has some grounds. The evolution elixir can accelerate Pokémon growth. If Larvitar receives it, its development would speed up, allowing it to face the eggshell not as a fragile newborn but potentially even break it. It could also happen that Larvitar, after using the catalyst, grows and forms within the egg. In that case, Kane could break the shell externally without significantly affecting the fully developed Larvitar, although it might be born somewhat weak. Of course, the hatching probability is still only 50%. There's a chance that the evolution elixir, being unstable, could cause Larvitar's sudden death inside the egg, forever losing the chance to hatch. And that's not even the main issue. What truly matters is that Kane doesn't have access to that much evolution elixir. Umbra mentioned he traded half of his belongings to obtain 6 doses of the evolution elixir. For an elite-level trainer, half his wealth is unimaginable, even for someone like Kane, who has seen quite a bit in his previous life, where he had much less than he does now. Therefore, Kane can't even afford to gamble. 3 full doses of the evolution elixir? Where would he get that much? However, Kane thought about his half bottle of evolution elixir and, since it's not being used, why not give it a try? System, calculate the possible effect of using the half bottle of evolution elixir. Is there a chance of harming the larvatar egg? 2 minutes later, the system completed the calculations and gave Kane the results. Essentially, using the half bottle wouldn't have a significant effect nor harm the larvatar egg. If Kane wants to try it, he can. With this result, Kane sighed in relief. As long as it wouldn't harm the larvatar egg, it was fine. Even if larvatar doesn't hatch, at worst, Kane could always trade the egg for a large amount of resources. After all, even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg that can't hatch is still a pseudo-legendary and worth far more than common Pokémon. Of course, that would be the worst-case scenario for Kane. If possible, he certainly wants it to hatch, as it would be a great asset for the future. End of chapter. Chapter 197. 75 years. Kane took out the half bottle of green liquid from his ring and carefully unscrewed the cap. According to the system's analysis, if an ordinary Pokémon were to consume this liquid, its lifespan would decrease by 30%, but its growth rate would increase by 20%. However, in the case of the larvatar egg, it wouldn't have a major impact, only increasing its growth rate by 5% to 10%. Moreover, it wouldn't affect larvatar's lifespan at all. The system provided an explanation for this, which Kane found very logical. Geocentric cleansing milk has longevity properties, and considering that the larvatar egg has been submerged in it for an indefinite time, it's reasonable that its lifespan would be longer. Kane asked Ghastly to bring out the incubator with the larvatar egg. Observing the date displayed on the incubator, he slowly opened it. He tilted the bottle slightly, letting the green liquid flow out slowly. According to the system, he only needed to pour the liquid into the crack in the larvatar egg. I hope this works, Kane thought as he carefully poured all the precious evolution elixir over the crack in the egg. Upon contact, the liquid was instantly absorbed. Kane, worried that the liquid would spill and be wasted, stayed alert with his limited psychic ability. After emptying every last drop of the green liquid, Kane watched and waited in silence. 5 minutes passed, and nothing happened. 10 minutes passed, and still, there was no change. Did this work or not? Even if it's just half a bottle, there should be at least some sign, Kane said, frustrated as he saw no changes in the larvatar egg. Beep! Scan result, larvatar egg activity has increased by 7%. At this growth rate, it is expected to hatch in 75 years, announced the system in Kane's mind. 75 years. Kane was speechless. It seems these matters always involve decades or centuries. First his psychic ability, and now the larvatar egg. At least Kane felt relieved knowing that the evolution elixir had some effect on the egg, and that he didn't need to keep blindly searching for solutions. However, remembering how rare the elixir was, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Even if the elixir appears on Team Rocket's reward list, Kane wouldn't be able to redeem it right away. Plus, he was worried his interference might have altered the Lake of Rage research base, since in his previous life he hadn't heard of such a fierce battle, at least on the 5th floor of the base, which he had cleared before. No such severe damage had been seen. Even if the evolution elixir became available, Kane wasn't sure if it would appear again on Team Rocket's list. If not, perhaps Umbra would be the only one who had one. Thinking about the elixirs Umbra had, Kane felt a slight temptation, but quickly dismissed any wild ideas when he remembered Umbra's strength. When choosing between his life and a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Kane would choose his life without hesitation. It's not the right time yet. He should at least wait until he can prove his worth, and maybe then he could get something from Umbra. Besides, even if he managed to hatch larvatar now, Kane, who barely had resources, wouldn't have a way to train a Pokémon that consumed so many resources. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon can become extremely powerful once it reaches its full potential, but the resources needed to raise it would deter most people. For example, Steven's shiny Metang, the value of 2 shiny Beldum alone is incalculable, not to mention the high-level poke blocks it consumes daily, which Kane now specifically makes for it at a huge cost. Only someone with Steven's unlimited resources could afford such luxuries. Kane returned the Larvitar egg to the incubator, which showed no signs of change. The incubation date now displayed, time remaining until hatching, 27,375 days. Kane was speechless at this calculation and decided to hand the incubator to Ghastly, choosing not to look at it anymore. After tending to the Larvitar egg, Kane spent a while reviewing the psychic skill training manual and then entered a meditative state. Now, meditating before bed had become part of his routine, using meditation to replace part of his sleep time, only lying down when he could no longer hold on. The next day, he even felt more alert than if he'd slept all night. For now, this was the greatest use of his psychic abilities. The night passed without incident. Another day passed, and Kane had already spent 2 days in Diglett Cave with his Pokémon. By his calculations, if everything went well, he should be out of the cave before sunset today. Under normal conditions, an average walker could cross Diglett Cave in about a day and a half. But since Kane often stopped to seek battles with his Pokémon, his time doubled. However, Kane had an advantage: he could walk faster than most. In the forest, where branches and underbrush obstructed the path, Kane could walk normally. On the flat, soft terrain of the cave, it's no surprise he was faster. Given his plan, Kane didn't venture into deep tunnels today but chose a few at random. If he didn't reach the end within 40 minutes, he released Weezing's gas to attract Pokémon, defeated them, and then had Slowpoke use Teleport to change location. Surprisingly, this turned out to be more efficient, gaining more experience in less time than when he wandered through tunnels aimlessly. On his journey, Murkrow managed to level up, reaching level 24. Shortly after, Kane encountered a light green Sandshrew, which he captured. Yellow-quality Pokémon were no longer of much interest to Kane as a hunter, and if it weren't for completing some tasks, he wouldn't actively seek them. However, if he encounters any green-quality Pokémon, Kane will try to capture it to complete missions, or at least sell it to make money. At the end of Diglett Cave, the last rays of sunlight filtered through the exit. With Slowpoke by his side, Kane slowly climbed out, breathing in the fresh scent of grass. After so much time underground, Kane hadn't noticed, but upon emerging, he realized he was drenched in the smell of earth. Outside Diglett Cave, Vermilion City unfolded before his eyes. Without wasting any time, he headed toward the city. End of chapter. Chapter 198. Video Call. Upon returning to Vermilion City, Kane felt that everything was completely different. The last time, he had left Challenge Island accompanied by Umbra, burdened with a considerable mission, and hadn't yet left the killing environment on the island. Every time he saw someone, there was a latent coldness in his heart. But this time, Kane no longer felt so much pressure. When one possesses a certain level of strength, their perspective changes. Although Kane's strength still doesn't compare to Umbra's, to someone with such power, Kane isn't much different from an ordinary person. Now, Kane has 5 main battle Pokémon, 1 for support, and 1 for utility. His strength has grown tremendously since leaving Challenge Island. Not only has the number of Pokémon increased, but their strength has also improved. For example, Murkrow and Slowpoke are now much stronger than before leaving the island. Although their levels haven't significantly increased, their mastery of moves is incomparable to back then, and both their awareness and combat techniques have improved remarkably. The one who has changed the most is Ghastly. Not only has he improved considerably, but he's also started developing his poison-type attribute. Ghastly is now at level 24, and only needs an opportunity to evolve into Haunter with the next level increase, which will bring his combat power to a new level. Every time he absorbs poisonous gas, Ghastly experiences some improvement, even leveling up faster. Kane took a taxi directly to the largest port in the Kanto region, Vermilion Port. Since he had decided to travel by ship to the Hoenn region, Kane hoped to board a luxury cruise ship, like the SS Aqua or the SS Anne. These ships are like small floating cities, often rented by millionaires to host events and competitions with prizes. If a cruise of this caliber set sail in the next few days, Kane wouldn't mind spending a bit more. Thanks to the driver's effort, Kane arrived at Vermilion Port an hour later. It was Kane's first time visiting this port. When he returned from Challenge Island, he traveled on a cargo ship that docked at the freight port. Looking at the luxurious cruise ships lined up at the dock, Kane couldn't help but be amazed. Having money really changes everything. A ship this large could probably be traded for several pseudo-legendary Pokémon. This world is full of millionaires. What delighted Kane the most was seeing an imposing and luxurious cruise ship that stood out among the rest, with the name SS and in large letters. At the ticket counter, Kane learned that the SS and would set sail in 2 days for Sunnyshoire City in the Sinnoh region, but would make a stop in Slateport City in the Hoenn region. However, due to the SS An's fame, basic tickets were already sold out. If Kane wanted to board, he could only purchase a luxury ticket. Of course, the price would be considerably lower if he disembarked in Slateport City. Upon learning that the ticket price was 100,000 Pokédollars, Kane was shocked. Even for a luxury pass, did it have to be so expensive? 100,000 Pokédollars is roughly the annual income of an average family. But there was no other option. The next cruise to Slateport City would arrive in 3 days and set sail a week later. Moreover, it wouldn't be as luxurious or large as the SS Anne. According to the seller, the luxury pass included a private suite with a spacious, comfortable room, and even a training area for trainers. Finally, Kane paid the 100,000 Pokédollars with his card and bought a luxury pass. Earning 100,000 Pokédollars wasn't a problem for Kane, who could make it back at any time. Traveling comfortably and having a training area on board during several days of sailing is essential to keep his Pokémon from relaxing too much. After buying the ticket, Kane headed to the Pokémon Center. Vermilion City is a port city imbued with a subtle scent of the sea. The entire city was built around the coast, with the economic center near the sea, and the Vermilion City Gym also located by the water. The Pokémon Center, therefore, wasn't far from the port. Kane and Slowpoke walked for about 20 minutes to get there. Using his League ID card, Kane entered and sat in the public phone area with video calls. First, he called Whitney, who had been pressuring him every few days. Her Miltank ranch was too large, and the Pokeblocks Kane made barely covered the demand. Kane had considered selling the Pokeblock recipe to Whitney's family, but he knew he wouldn't get a fair price with his current position. Pokeblock recipes, especially those with special effects, aren't something that can be bought simply with money. Moreover, Whitney's grandfather seemed to be a shrewd negotiator, and given the disparity of power and position between him and Kane, a fair deal wasn't possible. However, with someone like Steven, the story would be different. Kane reassured Whitney and sent her all the Pokeblocks he had made recently. Now even Miltank was using advanced Pokeblocks. Kane decided to send the entire stock along with the new ones, totaling around 300,000 Pokédollars, a rather modest amount for Whitney's family. They often mixed these Pokeblocks with others to extend their use, sacrificing some effectiveness but ensuring enough supply. Shortly after, Kane received a message confirming that the money had been transferred. Kane had already decided that if he managed to connect with Steven, he would ask him to help sell the intermediate-level Pokeblock recipe. Although making them was simple, it took time, and now more than ever, Kane needed money. He had to do everything possible to strengthen his Pokémon before the final trial on Challenge Island. After ending the call with Whitney, Kane dialed Steven's number from his mobile phone. After waiting for a moment, when Kane thought Steven wouldn't answer and was about to hang up, the video call connected. "Hello, Kane. What brings you to call me? Have you made any progress with the recipe?" Steven said, receiving a towel from a servant and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Millionaire." Kane looked at Steven in his comfort and couldn't help but silently curse. However, his face remained impassive as he smiled and said, "The recipe is almost ready. My mentor is working hard on it. Although there are still a few details, you can start preparing." Upon hearing Kane, Steven's eyes lit up immediately. "That fast?" It's no surprise that an advanced breeder capable of teaching a genius like you has achieved it. Most would have told me they'd need at least half a year of research without guaranteeing success, and at exorbitant prices. End of chapter. Chapter 199. Imagination limited by poverty. Kane couldn't help but frown. You, with your excessive wealth, still worry about money. For you, isn't it just a number? Stephen continued, tell me, what materials do you need? I'll prepare them. Kane nodded and replied, soft gold and silver powder, which is the material used to make metal coatings. Both are quite valuable and hard to get. Also, you know that your requirements are, let's say, demanding, so these materials are necessary. Stephen touched his chin, nodding thoughtfully. He wasn't ignorant on these matters. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, he wasn't easy to fool. Although he wasn't a Pokémon breeder, he knew the basics, especially concerning Steel-type Pokémon, his favorites. And honestly, Kane and he had only met once. Although they got along well, sometimes you can't fully trust people you've just met. Who knows if he would vanish with the valuable materials? It's worth noting that these two materials together are worth around 2 million Pokédollars, something only someone like Stephen could afford. Kane suspected that Stephen might be concerned about this, so he said nothing more and patiently awaited his response. Sometimes, trust between people can't be measured by words alone. What if? I don't have. They both spoke at the same time and paused, looking at each other and smiling. Kane laughed first, you go first. Stephen also smiled and, not bothered by the small interruption, continued, I was thinking that I don't have any silver powder left. Would refined silver powder work for you? Silver powder is the basic material for making metal coatings and is of the lowest quality. Using it can result in a Pokémon's evolution not reaching its maximum potential, similar to low-quality evolution stones. Refined silver powder is a higher quality material. Although both are powders, refined powder contains more steel-type energy, and its weight is significantly higher, equivalent to a small pile of ordinary silver powder. If you want to use refined silver powder, that's fine with me, but the manufacturing costs will increase quite a bit. No problem. A few days ago, my Metang ate the last of the silver powder, so I only have the refined one left. If you hadn't asked me today, it would have eaten it tomorrow anyway, Stephen said with a carefree gesture. It seemed that for him, both silver powder and refined powder were mere snacks. Kane realized that talking with Stephen had been a mistake. If he had known, he would have just sent a message requesting the materials without worrying about whether a millionaire feared being scammed. Truly, poverty has limited my imagination. Kane wasn't wrong, nobody fully trusts someone after just one meeting. Stephen wasn't a naive boy, he was the heir to the Devon Corporation. He knew perfectly well who to trust and who not to. Stephen simply saw potential in Kane as a breeder and, above all, in the supposed mentor figure behind Kane. If there really was a high-level breeder behind Kane, he wouldn't see a problem in investing a little to win his favor. For a businessman, this is an investment. Stephen is investing in Kane, or more specifically, in the mentor behind him. Besides, for Stephen, the materials Kane had mentioned really weren't that costly. These details were unknown to Kane, who had never had contact with a corporation the size of Devon Company. He couldn't even imagine its power, and poverty became a real barrier to his imagination. Then, Stephen disappeared from the screen. Kane managed to overhear him giving instructions to his servants to prepare the materials. What Kane described as hard-to-get materials were nothing more than common reserves for Stephen. Moments later, Stephen reappeared on the screen. All set, Kane. I've sent you everything you need. Next time, if you need more materials, just call me. I'll be home most of the time, and even if I'm not, a servant will answer the call. I've already given them instructions. Hearing Stephen, Kane wondered if it would be possible to ask for a superior quality evolution stone when Stephen wasn't around and if his servants would hand it over without question. Of course, he only thought about this since he knew Stephen's servants wouldn't be foolish. Kane stored the materials in his ring. By the way, do you need me to transfer the research funds now? Not for now. When my mentor finishes the research, I'll let you know. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll leave you. I have a meeting shortly. Stephen didn't insist, understanding that research funds aren't a small sum and that Kane would want to consult his mentor. What Stephen didn't know is that Kane didn't have a mentor, nor did he need research funds. He simply wasn't sure how much to charge for his services. He had a figure in mind, but after seeing Stephen's attitude, he decided to reconsider. He felt that even a high amount wouldn't affect Stephen, which made him rethink how much to ask. Actually, there's a small thing I need your help with. Kane hesitated before speaking. Oh really? Tell me. Stephen, who was about to end the video call, stopped his hand and asked. I'll get straight to the point. You know I developed an intermediate-level Pokeblock that increases Miltank milk production, and that I've been selling it to the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City. So far, I've been making them myself, but the number of Miltank is so high that I can no longer keep up. And producing these Pokeblocks consumes a lot of my time. That's why I want to sell them the recipe, and I'd like you to help me as an intermediary. I previously declined their offer, and you know I don't have connections. But didn't you mention you have a mentor? Stephen suddenly asked. Advanced-level breeders are highly respected in the league, even the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City wouldn't want to offend one. Wait, did you say it's an intermediate-level Pokeblock? Not a basic one? Did you develop it? Stephen realized another key detail. During their conversation on the magnetic train, Stephen had assumed that Kane produced basic Pokeblocks. An intermediate-level Pokeblock completely changes the value of the recipe. End of chapter. Chapter 200. Finding something to do. Yes, because my mentor isn't aware of this. He still doesn't know that I can already make mid-level Pokeblocks on my own, Kane nodded. Until now, Stephen had finally realized what was going on. He'd been wondering how a basic-level Pokeblock could have those effects, but if it was an exclusive mid-level Pokeblock, it made sense, as their effects are much better than basic-level ones, and their price is quite affordable. Many trainers, even those with some resources, prefer to choose mid-level Pokeblocks. Are you sure you want to sell the recipe for the mid-level Pokeblock? Wouldn't it be more valuable if you kept it to yourself? Some breeders value Pokeblock recipes above all else, as they are directly tied to their income. If they're disclosed, their recipes could become common, eliminating their profits. Yes, I'll sell it. After all, it's only intended for Miltank, and you know Miltank isn't a very common Pokémon among trainers, so. Kane didn't finish the sentence, but his intention was clear. Since few trainers have a Miltank, there isn't much money to be made. After all, supply and demand rule, and if there's no demand, no matter how valuable it is, it's meaningless. That's true as well. All right, I'll see if I can help you with that and give you an answer within 3 days, Stephen responded, understanding Kane's perspective. For Stephen, helping Kane with this request was simply a matter of passing along a message. Although Kane was using his influence, Stephen also saw it as an opportunity to establish a connection with the supposed advanced breeder behind Kane. Especially after learning that Kane could prepare exclusive mid-level Pokeblocks, Stephen was even more willing to invest in him. Considering that someone outstanding among advanced breeders might be behind Kane, and Kane himself being someone who could make mid-level Pokeblocks, then with the right resources and training, he could easily become a mid-level breeder. Furthermore, Kane was still young. Stephen estimated, based on his height and voice, that he was younger than him, probably around 15 or 16, just at the start of his physical development. This made Kane's talent even more impressive. Imagining Kane in the future, Stephen saw the possibility of a collaboration with 2 advanced breeders, and he wasn't even sure if Kane's mentor was the only influential person behind him. The more he thought about it, the more certain Stephen became that it was worth building a relationship with Kane. He could also tell from Kane's Pokémon that he had great skill in raising them and a good relationship with them. In Stephen's opinion, a trainer who could get along well with his Pokémon couldn't be a bad person. He trusted his ability to judge people. Of course, Stephen was aware that Kane had secrets, but he didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? As for why Kane asked for his help, it wasn't hard to understand. His father was the current president of Devon Corporation, something anyone with a bit of resources could easily find out. Kane was undoubtedly aware of this too. After finishing the call, Kane went to the registration counter at the Pokémon Center to request a room. After paying the fee and receiving the room key, he headed straight there. Although Vermilion City isn't particularly large, its coastal location allows its economy to be quite developed. The Pokémon Center here is one of the best Kane has visited, only surpassed by those in Saffron City and Goldenrod City. Moreover, the dining area at the Pokémon Center offers a delicious selection of seafood, which was a real feast for his Pokémon, allowing them to enjoy different flavors. After dinner, instead of returning to training, Kane decided the Pokémon deserved a break. The last few days had been a whirlwind of intense battles during the day and training at night. Although the Pokémon showed no signs of exhaustion, Kane knew it was important to give them a break to avoid long-term issues. Training isn't just about working hard, sometimes, relaxing a bit can lead to better results. Kane spent that night giving massages to each of his Pokémon, except for Ghastly, who couldn't be touched due to its gaseous nature. All the others enjoyed a relaxing massage that helped them release tension and fall asleep. Thanks to this, the next day, his Pokémon would wake up in their best shape. Ghastly, being a Pokémon without a physical body, doesn't experience the same kind of fatigue, as long as it has enough ghost energy and its gas doesn't dissipate. After all his Pokémon were asleep, Kane immersed himself in his meditation practice. Once he felt tired enough, he lay down to rest. The next morning, all his Pokémon, except Skorupi, woke up almost simultaneously. Since the incident with the mid-level trainers from the league, his Pokémon had become more diligent, adjusting their biological clocks to wake up alongside Kane. It was still very early, so Kane and his Pokémon did some basic exercises inside the Pokémon Center. Recently, Kane had noticed that his body was entering a phase of accelerated growth, his voice was beginning to change, and he was growing quickly. Even with his daily physical exercise routines, he no longer tired as easily as before. The constant intake of Miltank milk and nutritious foods had helped him overcome the malnutrition he suffered on the trial island. If he continued this way, his physical condition would keep improving until he reached a qualitative change. After completing his morning training and enjoying a breakfast with his Pokémon provided by the Pokémon Center's dining area, Kane changed clothes and, accompanied by Slowpoke, left the Pokémon Center. The SS and wouldn't set sail until the next day, meaning Kane would have to spend one more day in Vermilion City. So, how to spend this day became important. Kane walked to the beach in Vermilion City. Watching the vast ocean, he felt small before the immensity of the sea and decided that today he would spend it fishing. While training was important and time was of the essence, Kane, like his Pokémon, needed a break. Since he had been reborn on the trial island, his life had been a constant marathon, making use of every minute as if he had 36 hours in a day. Thanks to this intensity, he had progressed quickly, leaving many of his peers behind, but his body was starting to show signs of fatigue. So, taking advantage of today's good weather, without sun or wind, Kane decided it was the perfect time for a relaxing day of fishing. End of chapter. Please read the new auxiliary chapter where I explain the new dynamic for publications on Webnovel, only on Webnovel. Patreon still follows the same rules.